Welcome in, friends. Welcome in, friends. It's good to see you guys. We got the live stream open for the night. Let me make sure we're open everywhere. It looks like we're open on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So we should be ready to rock and roll there. We're live on TikTok. And big W, guys. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys. Oh, hold on a second. I'm going to turn the volume off on my phone. There we go. Oh, it should be good. Welcome in. Ems, good to see you, friend. All right, we got a bunch of people already piling in. I see the Doug emojis already flying. So big W, praise Doug. And we've got a question from the super chat already. Rock Badger Cud, still loving the name, says, am I right in thinking that Paul's being called least in the kingdom of heaven right now? I don't think he got a chance to read Matthew, did he? That's a crazy thing. Yeah. Matthew, Jesus in the book of Matthew chapter 5 contradicts Paul so hard that it's almost uncanny to witness. In fact, Paul himself said in Galatians chapter 2, somewhere around verse 21, says that if you can be righteous through the law, then Christ died for nothing. So Paul himself says that Jesus died for nothing, according to Jesus' own words. That's great. And Aaron, thank you for our super chat. It says, thanks for cooking Latter-day Logic a couple weeks ago. That man loves the sound of his own voice, but Mormon apologetics are uniquely illogical. I agree. The Mormon apologetics to me are the weirdest. The absolute weirdest apologetics I've witnessed. I think they're even more weird than the Muslim apologists. Jay Steele, welcome in. Good to see you, friend. Bad Religion, good to see you. Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. And Dexter, Big W, welcome in, friend. Thank you for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. Big W, Dexter. Thanks for being here. I appreciate the generosity. And Corvin says for 666, Hail Nero, says, does Tovia Singer know how you feel about the Old Testament? I guess the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Hail Satan. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Tovia is very aware that I'm an atheist. He does a lot of content with other atheists too. It's not like he's oblivious to these facts that atheists don't believe in his God. But that's the good thing about Judaism is Judaism doesn't care if atheists exist. They don't believe that atheists are going to hell. So that's the big problem with Christianity. Christianity has this weird complex where they think they have to save the world from hell, whereas you don't really have that problem in Judaism. In Judaism, like your resurrection at the end of days is based on your righteousness and how you lived your life, not on whether or not you believe the right thing. So they're not really compelled to convert the whole world, which means they don't care. They'll sit down with an atheist and have a discussion on why Christianity is wrong. And it doesn't bother me one bit to sit down with one as an adult and have a conversation on why Christianity is wrong. But I don't typically include the Jewish religion as being dangerous like I would the Islamic and the Christian religion. Those two are pretty dangerous. Baz Kuda, thank you for the super chat, says, Hallelujah, praise Doug, the rock from whom all pebbles flow. Let's get the barbecue going, Justin. Pleasing aromas and all the sizzle. Nice. Well, thank you so much for the super chat. And the live stream is going now. We got the fire kindled. The incense burner is ready to go. So we're ready to rock and roll. We'll get our first guest in here just now. And we've got a super thanks and a comment from Marduk. Good to see you tonight, Marduk. I appreciate you being here, friend. He says, let's go. And I agree. We are going. We are ready to rock and roll. We're going to get our first guest in right now from the YouTube queue. We've got Atheopagan with us. How you doing? Is it Atheo?
Atheopagan.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing very good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Atheo, is it safe to assume that you're not a member of the Abrahamic faith?
Correct. I am not. In fact, a lot of people would say that I am a man of no faith, but I sometimes disagree depending on my mood. My questions that I had, because I'm part of another atheist community that has some engagement with monotheists and other religions is I've been getting very deep into the engagement with the idea that even God doesn't believe that he is the only God. And I've kind of gotten more and more into like my belief is basically I'm an agnostic pantheist atheist, which basically in my head basically if a God exists, all gods exist. But I just don't believe that any gods exist currently.
Sure.
And I look at like anthropological issues with like the idea if there's only one God, why didn't we find Yahweh being worshipped in America? If we don't see somebody in Asia also worshiping Yahweh in the about the same time, we see all of these very cultural religions coming up in various parts of the world, as well as the fact that Yahweh comes from a pagan pantheon as well. And also there are some interesting stories within the Old Testament that make it sound like, to me at least, that Yahweh is more of a jealous and angry God in terms of I'm not the only one with power out here. And we see that with like engagement with Baal, with the Egyptian gods. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on these topics, and that especially in the midsection of the Old Testament, it does read like an angry younger brother being angry that he has to share power with other deities in the universe.
Yeah, so the original Canaanite pantheon included a number of gods, and we don't know if Yahweh was part of that pantheon. It's possible that he was. He seems to be a god that is loosely affiliated with bronze smelting from the Midianite region, and that he came to prominence when the Judean people came to prominence, and then he eventually supplanted, Yahweh, or I mean, Yahweh supplanted El. He was conflated as the same deity when the North and the South had to merge. That being said, the God of the Old Testament doesn't really say anything about monotheism until you get to some late passages like Deuteronomy chapter 6 and Isaiah chapter 45. But in both of those books, neither one of them are strictly monotheistic passages. They can be taken to read as though they're not monotheistic. I think monotheism more or less has been read into the text. There's a lot more references in the Old Testament that would lead you to believe that there are multiple gods and that there is one God. So I would point to like Psalm 82, Exodus chapter 12, and a bunch of others where
the big one that showed up for me was 2 Kings 3.
Yeah, when he got crushed by the Moabite god.
Yeah, that's a big one for me, where he even admits like, yeah, this sacrifice that was done to this other god it basically cast me out from this land.
Yeah, because he sacrificed his son on the wall. Yeah, I'd say, the Old Testament is not necessarily a monotheistic testament. That's something that was later invented and placed on top of the text. So
why isn't this argument used more by atheists?
Because
I feel like this is a big breaker, no? Like that a lot of these other gods sprang up around the time that the Jewish people were adopting Yahweh. And
I don't think it is a breaker.
Interesting. Why not?
Because Christianity is typically compatible with henotheism.
Interesting.
They would just say that there are other gods. They're just little gods. They're created gods, like angels.
Even though the Moab god beat them?
Well, they wouldn't allow that interpretation of the passage. They would just tell you that you're wrong to your face for interpreting it that way. It's a useless conversation to have. There's no point in having it when there's more clear passages in the Bible that demonstrate that their God doesn't actually exist than those. I mean, they're really interesting to those of us who already don't believe, but they're meaningless to Christians.
Okay. I just feel like the conversations I've had with Christians about this does seem to make them question quite a bit when you engage with them on this. So maybe I've just had different
Yeah, maybe.
luck with that than you. Because
Perhaps.
when I bring about like King Solomon building the temple and having other gods in the temple, why would he do that if there's only one and he has direct connection with them?
Hmm.
That one especially, I've gotten some pretty interesting conversations with.
Sure.
It's like if this god is the only one, and then Solomon is building statues to Asherah, for example, why would he do that? Um, I don't know. It was just an interesting topic that I wanted to bring up and ask your opinions on, because I've been watching you for a while now, and
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess those are my opinions. I don't think they're problematic for. I don't think they're as problematic for Christians as most people think. Not that that's true of all Christians. There are some Christians who would get their panties in a twist over it, but the ones that I know wouldn't bat an eye at it. Would not bat an eye
okay,
at it. So
okay. Well, maybe next time I'll call about atheopaganism.
sure, sounds good.
Have a good one.
Cheers. All right, guys, we're going to keep the live stream moving. This is a debate, so as much as I love to have some discussion with fellow atheists, please respect the boundaries of the live stream. It's not a Q&A. I'll be doing a Q&A soon, but this is not a Q&A. This is a debate. So if you have a God and you think, hey, your God's not imaginary, then go ahead and request up, and we'll get you into the live stream. And while we're doing that, Tales of the Levant, good to see you tonight, says, don't Judaists, okay, I'm going to say Judaists see atheists as Amalek. I think you mean Jews. Don't the Jews see atheists as Amalek, which they say need to be blotted out, even if not practiced, still an awful doctrine? I don't believe so. I think you're referring to the Zionists. So there's a certain sect of Zionism that like Netanyahu participates in, where they make references to wiping out the Palestinians the same way the Israelites wiped out the Amalekites. But that's like only if you're a Zionist, and it's really kind of tongue in cheek to begin with. Now, it is horrific, by the way. There's a reason why I am pro Palestine. So what they're doing to the Palestinian people, I think, is horrific. But my understanding, best as I can tell, it's not a religious movement. It's a right wing movement. The right wing is the problem. I know a number of Jewish rabbis, some in and outside of Israel, and they don't agree with the extermination or the genocide of the Palestinian people. But it is what it is. Raphael, thank you for the super chat, says, Bible is trash, recent ex-Christian, thanks. Well, big W. I agree, and thank you for the super chat. And Jason says, hail Doug, igneous over ignorance. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Jason, for supporting the channel. And last one, Big W from Tallybet. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the super chat and for supporting the stream. He says, no Spinoza-thon. Listen, we're not going to do a nonsensical 1 hour argument on Spinoza's God tonight. Sounds like the most boring thing that could ever happen. I'm with you on that, Tally. Thank you so much for the super chat, though. Let's get our next guest in here. You want to get Marco pulled up? How you doing, Marco?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Marco, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some form of God?
Yes, I'm 24 and I believe I'm a theist. I'm a Muslim.
Cool.
And
what
so
would be the most compelling argument or evidence for the Muslim God being real?
So I've actually got a lot of arguments, but I'm not gonna, because I can get into the contingency argument, the fine-tuning argument, but I'm actually gonna prove God simply.
Can't wait.
Have you ever seen a photo? Have you ever seen a photo of gravity?
No, I've never seen a photo. Have you smelled the color blue?
No.
Oh, well, there you go. Does the color blue exist?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Cool. Do you think gravity
so
exists?
have you ever seen a photo of consciousness?
Marco, do you think that gravity exists?
Hell yeah.
Okay, cool. So we're not disputing whether or not gravity exists.
Isaac Newton discovered it, and he believed in God. And
So?
and you know what's actually, you know what? Now we're on the topic of gravity. I've actually got a story of Isaac Newton.
No one
and I've
cares
said this
about your
story.
Isaac Newton story.
It's his proof of the existence of God. It's actually very
Well,
compelling.
Isaac Newton didn't believe in your God. He believed in the Christian God. He also
No,
believed in
this is
alchemy. So there's that.
so the story goes like an atheist friend of his. So he actually created a model of the solar system,
I'm sure he
and
did.
he had a craftsman, a guy, create a model of the solar system, and so he put all the planets and the spokes at their distances from the sun, and his atheist friend, like Deconstruction,
Marco, did I just tell you that
came,
no one cares about your story?
and so he put all the planets as a model, and so
Apparently, his God
it's,
didn't
it's
give him the ability to listen.
no, it's actually very compelling because
It's
this
not compelling
made
at
me
all.
believe. And so his atheist friend comes in and he's like, "Wow, this is very magnificent.
Marco,
Who made this model?"
nobody cares about your story. Just get back to the argument.
Okay. Anyways, that's an argument from design. Do you think that something exists?
I do believe that a reality exists, and I'm part of it.
Do you believe that you're a product of your parents? Do you believe that you're
As it turns
a
out,
product?
yeah, I'm fairly convinced that I came from my parents, being that I got a birth certificate that lists them as my parents.
Okay. Do you believe that? So, do you believe in an eternal universe?
I believe in a cyclical universe, which would entail that it's eternal. Yeah.
Okay.
Why did
Do you
why
believe?
did Darth Dawkins come into my guest box and then run like a coward? You were only there for 30
Right.
seconds, Darth.
Yes. So the thing is, the fact that we're different, I'm different to you, and you're different to your neighbor. Different entails contingency. Contingency,
Define different.
different meaning that we all have unique sets of DNA. For example, your
That-
DNA is not the same as
Yeah,
my DNA.
we're not identical, right? You and I are not identical entities.
Yes, we're not identical entities. We have unique fingerprints, and so that's how of course that's a hallmark of contingency.
Okay, so
contingency
if
is something that
something-
could be any other way.
So if something
And
that
so
if something is unique, meaning it's not like everything else, then it's contingent.
no, I said the fact that difference shows contingency. Difference, the fact that we're different.
And being different means that you're
fact that-
contingent. That's your argument, right? If
Not
you're
only that,
if you're different,
contingent has more
if
stuff.
you're different from something else, meaning you're individualistic, you're unique, then definitionally speaking, you're saying you're contingent.
Not only that, the fact that we
So then God's
grow,
contingent?
the fact that we change, the fact that we die, the fact that the universe is changing, all of these are signs of contingency.
This is a bad script. It's not a good script. You should get a better one.
No, I'm going off my memory. I'm not looking at a script. So the fact I'm saying is that contingency shows dependence, and it shows that. Okay, I'll
Dependence
ask
on
you a
what?
question. I'll ask you a question.
Dependence on what?
We're on Earth. We're on planet Earth, right?
Dependence on what, Marco?
It's dependent because it could have been any other way. We could have not existed. The fact that we exist shows that there's an external sorting agent. It shows that there's.
What's your evidence?
very-
What's your evidence that the universe could have not existed?
Because the constants are at a they're at a life permitting range.
So
And so
what?
the very fact that they could have been any other way, like
have you
Mars.
tried these arguments outside of your echo chamber? It sounds like it's your first go.
No, my point is the fact that we're in a life permitting range
So what?
has.
I mean, it's
There's
nothing.
been atheist astrophysicists like Fred Hoyle.
No one
who said
cares that there were atheist astrophysicists that mentioned fine tuning. You're talking to a particular atheist. Maybe you should address my claims.
Right, I'm saying a Nobel Peace Prize winner, Arno Allen Penzias.
Nobody gives a
that-
fuck, Marco, that smart people said a thing. Address the claims I'm making, not the claims other atheists are making.
My point is there's many things that we don't see that we believe in, such as consciousness. And so we believe that God is metaphysical. We believe
Okay,
he's
so
immaterial.
what's your proof that something immaterial and metaphysical exists at all?
Because that we exist. and the fact that our
Oh,
existence
look at the
is
trees.
possible.
We got it. First guest of the night. Let me put the counter up. We knew it was going to happen.
Because our existence is possible. It's not necessary.
We're at one already, guys. Look at the trees. All right. Congratulations. You're number one for the night. All right. What's the rest of the argument?
So my point is, do you agree that we could have not existed?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that we do exist?
We do exist, as far as we can tell.
That's done. God exists then. Finished.
Wrong. That's not how that works.
That's how it works.
Nope. Us existing doesn't mean God exists.
Nothing has no potential. Nothing.
I don't believe there was ever nothing.
Nothing and nothing is nothing,
Yeah,
right?
Thanks for the galaxy.
The universe can't.
Marco Carnegie just sent me a galaxy. Did you mean to send that to me, Marco? No.
So
D1 sent Marco a galaxy. That makes more sense. Like, why is Marco sending me a galaxy? Okay, so Marco, I need you to actually pay attention to your argument. You're not doing a good job at the precept argument. You're not doing good at the philosophical argument. So you need to slow down and actually pay attention to what you're doing here. So the fact that we exist doesn't mean that we came from a God. If you believe in a universe that's eternal and cyclical, then it doesn't need created.
It does, because I'll refute the infinite regress problem.
Okay, then show me the contradiction with an infinite regress.
This is atheism, because it leads you to
just so we're aware, Marco. There's no contradiction in an infinite regress. So
you can't have your cake and eat it as
good luck, Marco. Your God is an infinite regress too. So tell me where the contradiction is.
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
I'm literally eating the cake right now. So show me the contradiction.
The universe.
Show me the contradiction. Show me the contradiction with an infinite regress. Why can't the universe be infinite?
The universe can't be infinite. First and foremost, we'll give the argument of eternality, yeah? But even though science doesn't prove this,
give me the contradiction, Marco. Why can't there be something infinite in the past and the future?
First and foremost, the universe had a beginning. Space and time had a beginning.
No, it didn't.
Space and time had a beginning.
No,
Big Bang Theory.
That's not what the Big Bang
teaches.
Have you not read
the Big Bang Theory?
I'm familiar with it. You're not.
Space and time. Stephen Hawking said
Stephen Hawking retracted that statement, and he was wrong the first time he said it, and he's wrong now. You're wrong now that you're repeating it.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. The universe is eternal, right? Okay, I'll give you that. Yeah, the universe is eternal. Okay, someone gave this analogy that said that if you stood in front of a train and that train had different carriages.
Thank you for the hand hearts, Dugald.
And the driver of the train told you that you need an explanation for the next carriage. Where is this carriage going? And that carriage said, that carriage going on infinity, you will never reach.
So you're just doing a different version of the Hilbert's Hotel?
Yes, so my point is you will never reach.
So your point didn't actually land. Go ahead and try that again. You didn't. I don't think you said it right.
My point is, if you asked your neighbor for something and your neighbor said, no, I need to ask my neighbor, no, I need to ask, goes on for eternity, that's called the infinite regress problem.
It's not a problem.
That you will never reach. It's a problem.
It's not a problem.
How so?
It's only a problem because you're creating a category error. You're suggesting that there's an endpoint to something that has no endpoint. The problem is you're forming a contradiction in your own head. There's no end or beginning. There's no end or beginning to an infinite. So you can't say when will I find the end or where is the beginning, because there's no end and there's no beginning. You're creating the category error.
No, if you start now from where you are, your parents, their parents, they're all contingent. So what you're doing is you're just delaying the problem. You're delaying the problem of contingency.
I've not delayed any problem. It's an infinite.
You are.
It's an infinite cycle or infinite chain of contingent events.
The infinite chain of contingent events, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if an infinite chain of contingent events, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, that doesn't mean the universe is necessary by nature if it contains contingent things.
I never said the universe was necessary. It just exists because we know it exists. It doesn't exist because of some metaphysical.
You know, this is the thing about atheism. The very
It doesn't exist because of a metaphysical necessity. It exists because we know it exists. Do you know the
That's the
difference?
brute fact fallacy.
Do you know the difference between a metaphysical necessity and something that just is a reality?
Just isn't proof. I want proof. Just like you want
I'm
proof
sorry.
always.
Do you think the universe exists?
Yes, but I want
Oh,
proof.
well, there you go. Do you exist?
I want proof of an eternal universe.
Do you exist?
Scientifically, ontologically,
Do you exist?
I do exist. Yeah.
Okay. Do you need scientific proof to know that you exist?
What do you mean?
Do you need scientific proof to know that you exist?
No.
Oh, you don't. Oh, interesting how that works. Okay. Well, neither do I. I don't need scientific proof to know that I exist.
No, we're not talking about your existence now. We're talking about eternal universe. How
No.
you know an eternal universe
We are
exists?
talking about that because matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, and there's no reason to believe that it ever didn't exist. It's much more parsimonious to believe that the stuff we already know exists now, the stuff we're sure exists, has already existed forever, rather than a magic man in the sky that we have no evidence existed.
He's not a man. God is not a man, by the way. That's false.
It's funny that he has a lot of male pronouns in the book.
No, God is not a man. God is immaterial.
Okay, then you won't
God
mind.
is not human.
Okay, so you won't mind if I call Allah a her, will you?
He's not a her or a him.
Would
doesn't
you
have a gender.
But would you have a problem if I just started referring to Allah as a her?
Yes, because
Why?
God doesn't have a gender.
Oh, but
God doesn't have a gender.
But you refer to Allah as a he, don't you?
No, it's
Oh.
just the translation.
Oh,
of how it's translated.
so you've never referred to Allah as a him?
We call Allah. By the way, Allah doesn't mean.
I know it's Arabic
name
for God. Everybody knows. We learned it in the
God.
5th grade.
And
So
Allah means the necessary existence. So
that's not what
basically-
that means. So the question is,
Yes, it does.
does the Quran refer to Allah as a he or a her?
The Quran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it refer
Well,
to
this is so
does it
much.
refer
That's
to
from the
does it
argument.
refer to Allah as a him or a her?
I'll tell you why it refers to him
Answer
as a
the
him.
answer the question. Does it refer to Allah as a him or her?
Allah does not have a gender. But
Does-
it refers?
Marco, stop being a coward and answer the question. Does the
It refers
Quran
as he.
does there you go. It gives him male pronouns. Why does it give Allah
Not male.
why does it give male pronouns to Allah or masculine pronouns? Why?
Are you gonna let me speak without interjecting?
I'm asking you to answer my question and stop being a coward.
I'm not gonna be a coward if you let me speak.
Then answer
my-
the
my point
question.
is,
This is not a platform for you to
Arabic-
preach. I'm asking
the
you
Arabic language.
why does it use masculine pronouns?
Can I speak?
Mhm.
You can let me speak.
I'm asking you to speak
God-
right now, dummy.
God is not a he, and in fact,
That wasn't my
Muslims
that was
outright-
Listen, I have little patience for pedophiles. I need you to actually answer my question and stop dodging. My question is, why does the Quran use masculine pronouns for God if he's not masculine? Why is that?
Okay, you can let me speak. The Arabic language is rich, and so when it's translated in English, it's translated as a he.
Yes, and that's masculine, is it not?
It's not masculine. It's
Yes,
not
it's a
masculine.
masculine pronoun.
Justin, can you read? Can you bring up 6:101?
Yeah, I will
No,
actually.
it's not. God doesn't have a gender.
Yeah, he does. In the Quran, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
God
he
is not a
does.
man. He's not
Yes,
a
he
boy.
does.
He's not
So-
a boy like you.
It says, you say you want to read Quran 6, 110?
No, 101.
Oh, 101. I'm sorry. 6101.
No.
And it says, he is the originator of the heavens and the earth. Let me put it on the screen. He is the originator of the heavens and the earth. How could he have children when he has no mate? He created all things and has perfect knowledge of everything.
By
Right,
the way,
yeah.
the Arabic that is translated for mate is girlfriend.
Oh,
How could he have a child if he doesn't have a girlfriend?
And this is the problem.
And if you
trying
go,
to
and if you
think
go,
that God
if you go,
is
just a
human.
second, Marco. If you go to the tafsir, they tell
God
you
is not
that a
me and
child
you.
must
God
be
is
born
not a
from a
little
man
boy.
and a woman. Just a second, Marco. It says that a child must be born from a man and a woman. And since the child must be born from a man and a woman, and since God doesn't have a girlfriend, then he cannot have a child, simply implying that the woman doesn't exist. If God exists, which is the man, I
Yeah.
do not know if it's going to be in English. If Allah exists, which is the man, and he doesn't have a girl,
Right.
is it said there?
Yeah, the tafsir says, how can he have children when he has no wife? For the child is the offspring of two compatible spouses. Allah does not have an equal. None of his creatures are similar to him, for he alone created the entire creation.
In Arabic, it says man and woman, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Arabic, it says from man and a woman.
Now, I assume Arabic is similar to Hebrew, where it does contain first. There's a way to reference things in the first person without a masculine or feminine gender. Is there a method for producing that in
No.
Arabic?
No.
Okay.
In Arabic, if you do not know the gender of something, then it is given the masculine pronouns.
They just
So the
default.
masculine pronouns act as it is the default gender position of something that you do not know. So if there is a person that you do not know the gender of, then you use the masculine pronouns. If there's a group of men and women, then you use the masculine pronouns, etc.
Okay. Makes sense.
So are you convinced there's a God?
No, neither one of us believe in God. I don't know if you were listening during any of that.
What's your proof that God doesn't exist?
Well, I think the proof is God specific, which is why my background says your God is imaginary, because your God is quite imaginary. And I think because there's like problems with your God, like for example, your God theoretically created all things in your worldview. He even created time, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a couple problems with a God that creates time, namely that time can't actually be created because time itself requires time to already exist for the creation of it. So like anytime you create something, you're creating a change of states. There's a state in which it exists and then a state in which it doesn't exist. Well, that requires a before state and an after state. If there's a before state and an after state, then that means you're in time, which means time must have always existed. So at a minimum, we can start talking about whether or not your God created time and move on from there. Do you think that your God created time?
I think this is the point you're missing of the textbook definition of a necessary existence. Outside of time and
He
space.
can't answer a question. He's so incapable.
Outside of time and space.
He's like, let me preach.
God,
let me dodge all your questions and just preach. My point
God is
was
outside of
simple,
time and
Marco.
space.
Nothing's outside of time and space. Nothing.
a necessary existence is.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not. You haven't demonstrated that it's necessary for anything.
And necessary is eternal.
Demonstrate
necessary
demonstrate that God is a necessary being. What's he necessary for?
Eternal, timeless,
What's he necessary for, Marco?
material,
Marco,
doesn't change.
stop being a coward
Unlike
and
our
answer the
universe.
question. Why is he necessary?
Our universe
Is
has
he-
all the properties of
is he-
contingency.
Is he necessary so that you can touch the little 9-year-olds in Iraq? Is that why he's necessary?
I can actually refute that. Prophet Muhammad married Aisha at 19, not 9.
Not according
I've
to
got
her.
proof.
Not according to her own narration. She says in the Hadith that she was married at age 6 and consummated the marriage at age 9.
No, I actually wanted to clear that up because.
Oh, yeah.
there's
Show me in the Quran where it disagrees.
Okay, I'll prove it. So this is the great point as why you shouldn't take hadith as face value. You should look at exegesis and what people have said, scholars. And so the point is, Arab people in 7th century actually used to count their years.
I'm waiting for the verse, Marco.
Yes, I'm giving you my answer. So they used to count their years of birth from when they reach puberty. So when they reach puberty was how they
that is a lie.
classified as their
That is a lie.
birth, right? And
Yeah,
so
that's a lie.
That is a
there's
lie.
many. No, I'm telling you what it is. There's
No, you're
many
not.
scholars. There's many scholars that say Aisha was actually 19, and the fact
me the
that she
names.
said
Go ahead.
nine
Name
means
the
9
scholars. Go ahead.
after puberty, not
Name
9.
the scholars. Go ahead. Name the scholars. Go ahead.
There's many scholars. You can Google it yourself.
So you don't know the name of
I
a
did.
scholar?
And nobody says that.
Look, My point is, this is what Islamophobes do. They try and critique this.
Again, name the scholars. Name the
So-
scholars. Literally not a single one says what you said.
Yeah, because the
I'm telling you my
hadith,
point.
the hadith that's narrated from Aisha says the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old.
Right after puberty is how they count.
And it says, I've been informed that Aisha remained with the Prophet for 9 years until his death. So according to this narration, she was married at age 6. So does the number 6 and the number 9 have a different meaning?
Have you ever heard of context?
I'm familiar with context, yeah.
Okay, you're missing my point. I said in Arabian 7th century, they didn't used to count their ages as how we count our ages now. They used to count as being born from puberty.
Prove it.
Prove it.
From
Prove it.
puberty.
Go ahead.
Don't just say it, prove
And
it.
so
And also, by the way,
I reject she was
Marco,
9.
prove it.
I outright reject it.
just
Marco, prove it.
Can you bring up? I'm
Right.
gonna send you a document on the Discord. Can you bring it up?
Yeah.
Sorry?
give
Yeah, I
me-
too believe that. Not 9. I don't
All right, 1 second. Let me open up the Discord and grab the document.
there's many evidences that she was 19.
No, there's not. Okay.
There is.
No, there's not. All right. Did you send it to the main chat or our?
No, to
Okay.
P private message.
Okay, I think I got it. It's an Arabic text. Okay.
Marco, do you know who Ashafi is?
A Shafi is not authority on this.
Do you know who he is?
I know who it is, yes.
Jamil. When did he live?
He lived after the Prophet.
By how many years?
I don't know exactly, but I would say a few centuries, couple of centuries.
Is he an Arab?
He's an Arab, yes.
Would he be familiar with the Arabs?
Sorry?
Would he be familiar with the culture of the Arabs?
Myself, I'm not Arab myself. My research.
Would the Shafi be familiar with the culture of the Arabs, being an Arab that lived at the time of the Prophet? Or after the time of
He
the
was
Prophet by
actually
only
from,
like a
he was
century?
actually from Palestine.
I know, but I'm telling you, is he an Arab?
I mean, he can make mistakes, right? So his point.
Marco,
doesn't-
why are you incapable of answering the question?
I didn't say that.
Answer the question. Stop
Yeah,
deflecting.
for example,
Yes, he could speak Arabic. Yes.
Okay.
he was an Arab. For example, if I want to understand the culture that is surrounding the culture in the US, I would go to Justin because he lives in the US, so he would know the culture that is in the US. In the same way that an Arab who is a Shafi'i who lived less than 2 centuries after the Prophet would be familiar with the culture surrounding the Prophet. In which case, he says in his book that the age of marriage of Aisha and the age of consummation happened when she was prepubescent. If he was an Arab that lived close enough in time to know the culture of the Arabs, then he would have been familiar with the fact that they counted after puberty.
Yes. And so that's great. So in the 1700s, that wasn't too long ago. What was the age of marriage in Delaware?
Are you deflecting now?
Here comes the whataboutism. Here it comes. It certainly wasn't
What
age.
was it?
It certainly wasn't age 6, as far as I'm aware. But
Right.
I also don't.
Well, what I'm saying is,
Marco, I also don't give a fuck what they were doing in Delaware. We're talking about what your religion teaches, which is timeless. So I can say, listen, what they were doing in Delaware wasn't right in my viewpoint. You can't say that. In your viewpoint, it's always going to be okay to marry 6 and 9-year-olds, which is why it's legal.
no, it's not.
Which is why it's legal in the majority of
I
Muslim
can
countries.
prove it. I can prove it. Shall I prove it?
I'm waiting for you to prove it from the
I
Quran
prove it?
or from a hadith
Prophet-
where it talks
The
about
Prophet Muhammad.
where it talks about it being
Prophet
wrong.
Muhammad. The Prophet Muhammad's first wife was actually 40. He was
So?
25.
I don't
She
care.
was 40.
I don't care.
And so
we're talking about it.
Is,
We're talking about Aisha, Marco.
The point is,
Let me, Marco.
there is.
Let me ask you a question.
There
Let me
is
ask you
an
a question.
opinion. There is
How
an
old
opinion.
was
and
Didi's wife?
I follow the opinion
Marco,
that she was
Marco,
19.
how old was Didi's wife? And I'm telling you, how old was Didi's wife?
Who?
How old was Didi's wife?
I'm not hearing you. What are you saying?
Yeah, how old was Didi's wife?
What is he saying, host? I don't get.
I have no idea.
I said, how old is Didi's wife?
Is it Ziti?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but I can't understand the name.
Didi's.
Didi's?
I don't get the name.
Didi's.
Who's that?
Didi's. D-I-D-D-Y.
Oh, Diddy.
The guy that was
Oh,
the rapper that...
Marco doesn't
yeah,
know who Diddy is. He talks to children. He doesn't know who Diddy is.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
I'm asking, how old was his wife? Is the fact that he had a wife that wasn't a child negating the fact that he was a pedophile?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so
I just explained. Prophet Muhammad didn't marry Aisha at 9. There's proof for that.
Yes, he did.
We're still
proof
waiting,
for that.
Marco. We're waiting for the proof. When are you going to give it to us?
I'm telling you, there's an opinion, strong opinion.
Marco,
that she was 19.
We don't care about your strong opinion. Show us the evidence.
You know what the evidence is?
Show
Shall I
it to
tell you
me.
something?
Tell me.
tell you.
I'll look it
I'll
up
tell
right
you.
now. Tell me where I can find the
this is what it
evidence.
is,
I'll
yeah?
put it
This
on the
is what it
screen.
is, yeah?
I'll put it on the screen for everyone to see. Where's the evidence?
Okay, don't mute me.
I'm going to
My
mute
point
you if you
is-
don't actually answer the question. Where
I'll
can
answer it.
where can I find the evidence?
I'll answer it if you let me speak.
I'm asking you to
I'm
speak,
Muslim.
idiot.
I'm Muslim, you're right? I'm Muslim, and so I can outright reject Aisha's age and not be a disbeliever and still be a Muslim.
You are.
That's
You
not the
are.
question.
You are
Something-
kafir.
It's
You
not
are kafir.
significant. in
Marco,
Islam.
Marco, that's not the question. The question is, where is the evidence that she wasn't 6 when she was married and 9 when it was consummated? Where is that evidence?
Is a strong scholarly opinion that she was 19. If
Wrong. The scholars agree with Ems and myself. Just saying some scholars believe she was 19 isn't the answer. I'm asking you for the evidence, not what your favorite scholar thinks. Where can I find the evidence?
the evidence is in her biography, in the biography of her and the Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, so
where
she wrote a biography. Where can I find the biography?
It's all over the internet, mate. You can check it for yourself.
Okay.
You think I'm lying?
I'll read it between this live and the next live.
Did he say?
There's more.
Did he say that
evidence she
Aisha
was
had a
19.
biography?
There's
That's
That
what
she
it-
wrote her own biography?
That's what he's saying.
She didn't write anything.
She wasn't 9. She wasn't 9. Believe
She
me.
was 9. And again, go ahead and name the
wasn't.
scholars that said she wasn't. Go ahead.
Yeah, Marco, are
And
you
the
sa-
evidence.
are you saying that she wrote the biography or somebody else wrote it about her?
No, I'm saying the biography of everything, the historical, the Islamic history, is that all the scholars actually agree.
No, they
that
don't.
If you calculate, it
Marco,
and
you can't.
deduct it,
Marco, you can't even name a
not.
scholar. Just saying all scholars agree is ridiculous. So, first of all, she didn't write a biography. Somebody wrote it about her. The scholars agree with M. We've pulled them up before and had them on the screen. So, like, this is not a winning argument until you can actually show me the evidence, rather than just saying scholars agree.
Do you know? Do you think a 9-year-old can help people in war?
She didn't.
She did.
No, she didn't.
She did.
No, she didn't.
Prove
I
it.
know
There's
what you're
proof for
talking
that.
about.
There's a lot of proof.
Providing water
Yeah,
isn't helping people in war.
I've read that passage too. All she does is provide water for the soldiers.
She wasn't 9. Believe me, she wasn't.
Oh, there
9.
you go. He's got nothing. All right. Well, listen, Marco, as much as I had a good time talking to you about bad contingency arguments and your pedophile prophet, I'm going to move on to an adult, okay?
You don't have any proof for God.
You're right. I don't have any proof for God, which is why I don't believe in him. Ems, do you believe these people?
I don't. And, damn. I'm gonna drop down in the comments, but, yeah, keep on cooking.
Thanks, man. You're welcome to hang out. I'm going to grab some super chats and get the next guest in here. Benji,
So,
thank you so much for the super chat, Benji. Says there's an old movie called Man Who Saw Tomorrow about Nostradamus, and he predicted 3 antichrists, Napoleon, Hitler, and third not yet told. What's your opinion on Nostradamus? Was he true or fake? Well, I think he's fake. And the problem with Nostradamus, because I read the Nostradamus prophecies when I was a teenager, is that all of them are super vague. Like they're like, you can just it's like the Sibylline oracles that they had in ancient Greece. They're just like these vague predictions that could be tied to just about anything. So it, like, to me, I'm not impressed at all that like people can look at the hundreds and hundreds of predictions made from Nostradamus and say, oh, well, you know, it really sounds like this. I'm just not impressed with it. But I appreciate the super chat. And Raphael, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Starbucks on me, which is more trash, Bible or Quran? Different names, same shit, same smell. Well, I really appreciate the super chat, Raphael. And I think they're roughly equivalent. I mean, the reason why the Quran is so dangerous is because it seems to enshrine violence, which is one of my major complaints against the Bible. And it also exacerbates this idea of what do we like insiders and outsiders, like the outsiders are bad, the insiders are good. So a lot of insider outsider language, and to me it's problematic. And the behavior of the prophet in the Quran to me doesn't like that is not the type of role model you'd want to follow for your kids. Sloppy Jones, thank you for the super chat, says, praise Doug, his love is stratified through the ages. His truth is set in stone, unweathered and eternal. Well, praise Doug. I agree with this sentiment completely. Doug is the rock of ages, and he is rock hard for you guys. So don't be flaccid for Doug. And Steve, thank you for the super chat, says, I think you mean if God is not real, then evil is not real. If evil is not real, then right and wrong is not real. Jeffrey Dahmer was not immoral and wrong. Well, Steve, this is a very important question. As an atheist, we don't believe in objective morals. You should know that by now. If God's not real, then obviously I'm not going to believe in a transcendent objective moral code. It's ridiculous. Now, we believe subjective morals exist because we make them. We decide what is subjectively moral and immoral. But the problem with your God is if your God has objective morals, then you have to agree things like slavery, rape, and genocide are okay because your God does all those things, and your God couldn't be doing things that were immoral. And Discordia, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, thank you, Justin, for putting up with these people. I notice your patience has worn thin, but I salute your perseverance. Praise Doug, our good. Thank you so much for the super chat, Discordia. And I think I have patience for some people and not for others. My patience gets thin with, I think, the callers that don't want to have a good faith discussion, that just dodge questions. That I don't have a lot of time for. But if you're up here and you're actually going to engage in dialogue, I got lots of patience for that. Little Goblin says, if God isn't real, then explain all holy Doug. I'll wait. Well, listen, you guys know that I'm a worshiper of Doug and Sharon Stone. So, I mean, that's why my background says your God is imaginary, because my God is definitely not imaginary. And Dexter says, do you think that Matthew and Luke copied from Mark before or after the resurrection was added to the end of Mark? So that's a great question. I actually think the longer ending of Mark was added late. I mean, very late in the game. I think it was added after Matthew and Luke were already written. I think it was added as a response to the Gospel of John. The Gospel of John came out, and it depicted Mary Magdalene going to the tomb by herself alone, seeing Jesus. And there was an ending tacked on to Mark that tried to square up Mary Magdalene going to the tomb alone in the Gospel of John. And so that's what I think happened with the longer ending of the Gospel of Mark. And the reason why we don't see it copied in Matthew and Luke was because Matthew and Luke were already out. But it's a messy situation. That's how I feel about it. That's what I think happened. And Cyber Deconstruction, thank you for the super chat, says, can we also get a 5Ds of Dodge debate counter? We do need a 5Ds emoji of the debate tactics. Dodge, dip, dodge, dip, dive, duck, and dodge. Tried and true classics of the debate culture. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Connor, thank you for the $20 super chat. Connor says, hey, Justin, I already got a yes from Aaron Ra. I was wondering if you'd be willing to sign my old Bible if I send it PO with send back money included. Let me know if you're willing. I can shoot you an email. Slant cheers. Slanty? Sliante? I'm sorry, I don't know that language. But Connor, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate supporting the channel, and I would absolutely sign your Bible. Big W, Connor. Hit me up on the Discord or in my email. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. All right, we've got SFST in the box. How you doing, S?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. S, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes and yes.
Cool.
Quick
And
question. So
God do
I
you believe
understand
in?
well, I am a Muslim right now, but exploring, I guess, other religions as well. So anyways, I know that you used to be like a Christian and you're an atheist now. So I'm wondering how you respond to the verse where Jesus says, "Before Abraham was, I am." I understand that people think Bible is all out made up, but I mean, there's like a billion people following it, so you can't just write it off, right?
Yeah, I can.
Can you?
Yep. The same way you would write off the Vedas. The same way you write off Hinduism.
I do not write off the Vedas.
Do you think
I do not write off the Vedas.
Do you-
I personally
do you think
don't.
the Hindu gods are real?
So Hindu gods, Hindu books have two tiers, right?
I
The top
asked you
tier, I
a
think,
simple
is-
question. Do you
is
think that the
50
Hindu gods are
Enlightenment.
real?
I don't think. So, are you aware of the two tiers, and do you know the differences in the deities? I
Do
do. I do
Do
agree
you
with.
believe that the Hindu
something
gods
in the upper
exist?
tier.
It's just a yes or no.
Again, dude, it's not just one tier.
It
of
is.
gods.
I don't
There's
care what
two
tier- I
tiers,
don't-
two different.
S, I don't give a fuck what tier you put it on. Do they exist? Yes or no?
I think they have credible arguments. Yes.
Okay, so you believe in multiple gods. That's all you had to say. Okay, so what?
I can't. Again,
So did you come up to have a discussion about a particular topic or what?
I wanted to know what you think about Christianity. Why you didn't. What do you call it? Why you aren't a Christian now?
Because it's not true.
I'm just exploring all faiths and.
Because Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy. It says stuff about the universe that just clearly isn't true, and it is internally contradictory and theologically contradictory. That's why.
Well, there is a statement that says, something about second coming, and people around him would not have died until
Matthew 16,
would not have
28.
died for his second coming.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know the exact verses, but I've read that. I was just struggling with this, and then John 1:1, I think it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and then the Word was with God, and the Word was God." I'm wondering how you, what do you call it, reconcile with these two statements? Reconcile with them?
Reconcile what?
So you have. I'm just trying to understand Christianity, I guess. So you have written off the entire Bible then, because if you write off the entire Bible, then what about God, right?
What about him? He doesn't exist.
He doesn't exist. You're talking about like the abiogenesis kind of a theory.
No. God does not exist. It doesn't matter what you
I
believe
did
about
hear you
abiogenesis.
say.
Abiogenesis is irrelevant. Evolution's irrelevant. Cosmology is irrelevant.
Well, you did say earlier that you believed in a cyclical universe, right?
Mm-hmm. But even if I didn't, that wouldn't mean that God existed. I have lots of atheist friends that don't believe in the cyclical universe. The idea that God exists always places the burden on the person claiming that the God does exist. That's it. Like if I said unicorns exist, then the burden of proof is on me to prove that they exist because we don't observe them in the world.
Interesting. Okay, I guess I'll have to think about that and then come back some other time.
Okay, sounds good. All right, have a good one.
Cool, man. Cool chat. Thanks. Mm-hmm.
Weird, a Muslim. Listen, Muslim exploring Christianity is not the weirdest thing I've heard. It happens. I've known a couple Muslims that converted to Christianity. I'm curious to know what led to that particular happening. But let me grab a couple super chats and we'll get the next guest up in here. Guys, make sure come on in if you want to debate. This is not a Q&A. Not that I have anything against Q&As. It just happens to be that this isn't one. Mr. says, love watching Muslims cook and fry as they eat a bacon wrapped pork loin stuffed with scallops and shrimp. Delish. Can you imagine not eating bacon? I can't. I can't imagine not eating bacon or having like bourbon. I wouldn't last as a Muslim. Thena, thank you for the super chat, though. It says, hi from Ireland. Loving your work. All the best. Keep it up. Well, big W to over there in Ireland. We could be related. I got Irish background if my red facial hair didn't tip you off already. But big hello from America over to Ireland. And Eric Smith says, Islam today equals Christianity pre-Enlightenment, in my opinion. Actually, that's a really good way to put it. I like that a lot, Eric. That is a great way to describe it. That's why, like, Christianity right now is tolerable, because like something happened during the Enlightenment, and Islam had a period of enlightenment and then they reverted. Like there was a time where Iran was not all that dissimilar from the USA, and then the revolution happened. Edward, thank you for the hat. But my fear is that, if they can revert, so can Christianity. There's nothing stopping Christianity from reverting back to medieval Europe. You know what I mean? But we got Joe in the guest box now. How you doing, Joe?
Oh, shit. Good afternoon.
Joe, are you at least 18 and are you a theist of some kind?
I'm 22 and praise Doug.
Hail Doug, big W. Okay, is that the only God you believe in?
Yeah.
You believe in Sharon,
honestly, but,
Sharon Stone and Rocky as well?
I'm not sure. I'm Doug for sure though. He's the Rock of Ages. Anyways, I just came in here to say I appreciate you. And that caller who keeps coming in, his name's like Matt or something. He's talking about forms.
Oh yeah.
He's like a polytheist kind of guy.
Yeah.
I want to hear him admit that Doug is the idealized form of rocks, the Rock of Ages, the one true God of rocks, right?
I'll definitely make him admit to that.
I've just been thinking about that. That's all.
I appreciate that. Good to hear from you, Joe.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Bye.
Yeah, I haven't seen Matt yet tonight, but you know how he is. He'll probably come around. All right, let me get the next guest. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook, in the description of the live stream, you'll see a link to join the discussion. If you don't have TikTok, you can join without TikTok. You can join using the link in the description. And if you're on TikTok, you guys already know how to join the discussion. You got to hit that guest request. And John says, I now see the callers as Justin's patients. Well, that is a real thing. That's really... Sometimes they do turn into patients. But I appreciate the super chat. And also Pluto, thank you for the super chat. Says, I wonder if the tag team, two Phil Bros from the other day will be back now that the topic has changed back to the God topic. I'm actually curious myself if they're going to make a return, because there was a number of people that day that really wanted to discuss this topic. They didn't want to discuss the topic at hand. But good question, Pluto. We'll keep an eye out for them. Real Talk, welcome in. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Real Talk, are you at least 18 and are you a believer of some kind?
Well, yes, I'm almost like 30. And well, personally, I don't believe in the books that got sent to the world, but I do believe strongly there's something actually. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. What would be the best evidence or argument for a God existing? And Parker Glitter, thank you for the hand hearts.
Universe.
Can you elaborate?
For example, if we see, I'm sorry, because English is not my native language. So the thing is, like, if we see the universe, how everything is very well managed. For example, the rotation, or how the Earth is spinning, and how the distance between Earth and the the sun, all of that actually is all calculated. If we see this,
I don't think so.
Nothing is like quick. Like,
why does the sun give you skin cancer?
But also Earth got ozone layers that can control it. You will not have cancer.
Right. Yeah. But why does the sun still give you skin cancer?
That's not the question. Question is the Earth protected
It
us
is
from
Real Talk.
cancer.
Listen to my question. Why do you get sun cancer from or skin cancer from sun
because
exposure.
because of the radiation.
Okay, so that to me doesn't seem like fine tuning at all, does it?
I think if the sun gave radiation, and the other hand, actually, the Earth is protecting us by the ozone layers as well. But I've got a question. You
But
tell
it's
me how did they?
it's actually not protecting us because people are still getting skin cancer. If it was
Yeah, because there's that.
if it was protecting us and if it was finely tuned, nobody would get skin cancer from the sun. Same thing with babies being born with bone cancer. Why are babies born with bone cancer?
So we talking about exceptions. That's different case. But we talk about like generality of stuff. So I've got a question. Do you think DNA got information?
I don't know why you are dodging my easy question. Did you even hear my question?
Why babies get cancer?
Yeah, why are babies born with cancer?
That's not my thing because I talk about universe. I don't talk from the
it should be your
perspective.
thing. You're in here having a debate with somebody. That means sometimes you're going to have to think about things that you haven't thought about before. So you're saying the universe is finely tuned, yet the universe has a sun that we need for life, and it gives us skin cancer. Children are born with bone cancer. The Earth kills over 100,000 people a year through natural disasters. Are these finely tuned events?
Yeah. Well, we got a common ground on that. That's absolutely right what you're saying. But my point is not about the books. We're not talking about the
You want to ignore the stuff that
perspective.
contradicts your opinion. I know. Yeah, I would ignore those things too.
Okay. So if you're talking about this, do you think the DNA got information in it?
I mean, it depends on how you classify information. I would grant you that DNA could be classified as information, but it's also weird that if DNA is finely tuned information, that DNA is so prone to being broken.
So who put the information in it?
Nobody.
So how you can be sure about that?
Do you have evidence that the DNA was programmed by a creator of some nature?
Yeah. So that's the end of the day. We come in a point that you can't understand what happened. You can't really talk about where you come from. You can't understand.
Yes, you can.
So where you come from?
So evolution is the result of many, many millions of years. In fact, over 1 billion years of genetic changes.
Okay, and what is the proof for that?
Oh, do you not believe in evolution? I should have started there. Do you think that evolution is?
I don't believe in evolution.
Oh, you don't. You don't
that?
believe in evolution? Okay, and why not?
No. So okay, but there's most of the scientists, today's scientists, actually they refuse the Darwinian theory.
No, they don't.
They do.
No, they don't.
Yes, I can bring it up if you pull it up if you want to.
No, you can't. Pew Research already did a survey on it. They do a survey on it like every 7 to 10 years, and over 97% of people in the scientific fields agree that evolution is real. Over 87% of them believe that it's unguided.
Brilliant. So the thing is that when we talk about theory, it's not something actually proven. That's why we say theory.
Oh, so electricity is not proven then?
I'm sorry?
Is electricity proven?
Electricity, actually, we can see it.
Is electricity proven?
What happened in the...
Do we know how electricity works?
We can see it.
But why do we call
it? Of course, we can see it.
Why do we call it electrical theory?
I'm not a scientist. I don't know about electric theory and stuff.
Do you think maybe the problem is you don't know how words work? Do you know that something being a theory doesn't mean that it's conjecture? Do you know what the word?
I don't know about
do you know what the word theory even means?
Yes, something is not proven.
No, that's not what a theory is.
Okay, so can you explain to me what is that?
Yeah, a theory is an explanation for how something is, or how it behaves.
Like an
either
aspects
one.
of the nature of the world, probably.
It's an explanation for something.
But not a certain explanation for something.
It doesn't define whether it's certain or not. A theory is just an explanation for something. So when we talk about electrical theory or germ theory, we're saying that this is the explanation. The word theory doesn't imply that it's proven or unproven. That's not built into the definition.
I'm gonna look for this. Is that imply or not?
I'd Google that too. Yeah, just Google what's the definition of the word theory.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not looking for the definition, because I told you I don't know about it. So thanks for explaining to me.
Mhm.
But my question: do you know something is actually, it's called a personal incredulity fallacy? It means that something is not acceptable for you, or you think that's wrong. It doesn't mean it's wrong,
Yeah, that's
because you
what you're
cannot
doing with
understand what you
evolution.
mean.
Yeah, you're practicing incredulity. You're saying, listen, I don't know how we could have got here without a creator. And so you're saying
Yeah.
because you can't understand it, that means there must be a creator, despite the fact that you have no evidence of a creator.
Yeah, but if we understand, if we see actually the entire the galaxy, Milky Way, if we see all of the multi universe and parallel universe, if we see the planets around us and everything, and do you think it's just randomly popped like that and came and everything just working perfectly, just like that?
Well, it doesn't work perfectly. It's going to be completely
Well,
annihilated
so far,
eventually. Our galaxy is going to collide with the Andromeda galaxy in about a billion, maybe a little over a billion years.
okay, fantastic. So how can something come from nothing in your view though?
Nothing ever did. There was no such thing as nothing in my view. So you keep assuming things about my view that I don't hold.
Because
I don't hold that something came from nothing.
yeah, but you don't believe it, because when you don't believe in God, so it means that there is no God, there is no creation, nothing come from nothing. Though how
I
something come
disagree.
from
There was
nothing?
never nothing.
How we can prove that?
Why would you assume that there was nothing?
But because we can see the evidence of that in today's world. But how you can tell
What's
me
the
how?
evidence that there was ever nothing? Because the evidence I see is that there's something. And if you can't get something from nothing, that means there was always something. It's just
Okay,
it's just logically true.
I got your point, but my point is that how can you prove this for me, that there was nothing back in time and now today you exist? I believe that
Again, real talk.
Yeah.
Pay attention really carefully this time. I
Okay.
don't believe there was ever nothing. You do. You believe that, not me. There was never a time in which there was nothing.
Okay, but yeah, I believe in that. Yeah, I believe in that. There was God that created everything, and today everything existed. But not the God of the Quran, or not God of the
Cool.
Bible that
Okay,
explained
so
it in a
then
very
what's
cruel
the evidence
and
that your
very.
God is the thing responsible for the something?
I can't answer this question, to be
Personal
honest. I don't know this.
incredulity. Yeah, the fallacy you
No,
mentioned.
I don't know
Yeah.
this. I don't know this. I don't know this. I mean,
Too
I can
bad.
say I don't know about this. So if you have your logic, you can explain it to me.
What do you mean? My logic is simple. You can't have something from nothing. There was never nothing because we have something. Matter and energy can't be created nor destroyed. It's always been. It's not hard.
Okay, so you believe life came from non-life by chance or something like that?
Yeah. You don't even
Just
know.
like that?
And not only that, I don't even think you know what life is. In fact, I'd be willing to bet you right now, if we start discussing what you think life is, you're going to crumble real fast.
What do you mean?
Is your God alive?
I don't know about that. How can I know
You don't
that my
know?
God is alive?
You don't know if your God's
But I
alive?
know there is something. But I know there's
What,
something.
what do you mean? So you know there's a God, but you don't know if God is alive?
I mean, we put a name on it, God, but what you call a supernatural, a superpower, or what you call that? I don't know. But I'm just saying there's something. Of course, it does exist, that everything is going like perfectly, everything. And I'm not talking about planet Earth, because there's tornadoes, there's fire, there's fighting, there's stuff. I can understand.
Yeah,
this.
we've got
But
those
if we talk about,
fine-tuned natural disasters. I know.
well, I mean, I agree absolutely about that. But when we see actually outside of the Earth, like in the space, everything works very well. For
No, it
example, okay, why is not working perfectly well?
Because you're assuming that it has a goal in mind. I don't have that. So
I don't think so.
Saying that it works well is a meaningless statement to an atheist. It just is. The stuff that's out in space, that chaos, that mess out there, it just is. It doesn't have a purpose. It can't be doing anything well. It doesn't have a goal in mind.
Okay, so you believe in science as well then?
Obviously,
but you didn't explain about DNA.
you didn't ask me to explain DNA. Do you want to talk to like an actual biologist, or do you want to talk to me? Because
I'm not a biologist.
As it turns out, you don't know anything about DNA. I know enough about DNA. I know enough about DNA to know that we're descended from apes, or from the same ancestor as apes.
But where's the apes now?
They're still here. We're one of them. We're apes too.
So we are the apes. And what's the type of the apes that call you now? They call it apes?
No,
They call it apes?
we're a member of the ape family.
Okay.
Do you know that? Do you know that ape is a classification?
We can have a common ground on this one, yes.
Okay.
But my point is that how do you know actually that we came from the apes or chimpanzees or anything like that? But please do not bring me a theory that's going to be refused by people, by scientists.
It's not. It's accepted by scientists, and it's endogenous
Who accepted this?
retroviruses. Endogenous retroviruses are a wonderful explanation for why we have common DNA with the great apes, because the way endogenous retroviruses work is if a virus gets into your system and actually splices itself into your DNA, if it gets into your genome, you'll have that when you reproduce. Your children will have it. Somebody else after them will have it. Everybody that is reproduced after that is going to have the endogenous retrovirus in their genome. And so you can actually trace where lineages come from just based on tracking where the endogenous retrovirus comes from, or, who has it and who doesn't have it. And we can even cause them. Like, we've taken animals in laboratory settings and given them viruses that caused ERVs and then track them ourselves. So we're really good at identifying ERVs. And just so happens that we share over 200 ERVs with the great apes family. And over 80% of the retroviruses that we share with them don't show up anywhere else in the animal kingdom. It only shows up in great apes and humans, which is statistically impossible because the chain of DNA that it finds itself in is billions of pairs long, base pairs long. And the retrovirus, because it's genetically what's the word I'm looking for? It's genetically given to the offspring. It's in the same place in the DNA snippet every single time, which means it's just a genetic trait. It's something that's passed down. The only way we could share this genetic trait with the great apes is if we had a common ancestor with the great apes.
Okay. So can you just remind me back from where you get this information?
Like biology, like you can just Google.
Like where?
You can just Google endogenous retroviruses.
Okay, so can you go a little bit slow? Because I said that my English is not my language, my first language, so I can't really.
Yep, it's ENDOGENOUS, endogenous retrovirus.
Okay. Okay, I see. Okay.
It's statistically impossible that we share as many endogenous retroviruses with the great apes as we do without having a common ancestor.
Yes, but I see that there is, I mean, the topic is on Wikipedia. They say that there's some scientists actually refused what you're just talking about, indigenous viruses and stuff.
So
Like
is there
Judy Mark
is
Bates
there
or
is there
biology.
is there 100% agreement on this topic? Probably not. There's not 100% agreement on any topic.
Absolutely. So exactly. So how can you be exactly? So you said
Buddy,
that
there's not
nothing,
even 100% agreement that you exist right now. Just saying that
I
there's
do
not
exist.
100% agreement on something doesn't mean that it's false. Because if that's the
Okay,
case,
so-
if that's the case, then you've debunked your entire God concept. I can just say, well, some people disagree that your God exists, therefore it's not true.
Yeah. So just please let me just go back a bit. So you said that there's nothing 100% correct, right? Nothing 100% similar.
What I'm saying
okay,
is,
but how?
it's not statistically possible, is what I'm saying.
Why it's not possible?
Because it shows up in the same location in the DNA strand every time. which means it's passed on genetically. It's passed on from generation to generation.
Exactly.
So
but
if
we
we
can't really
if we
track back.
introduced a retrovirus randomly into a population, everyone that got the retrovirus would have it in a different location in the DNA.
Okay. Okay. So are you certain about so where we came from? What is your point of view about that? Where we came from exactly? The humans today, before apes and all of that.
Yeah, we came from a common ancestor with the great apes.
Yeah, but I'm talking about before apes though.
I don't know what you're saying.
Like before apes, like before apes.
Oh, what do you mean?
There was
What about before apes?
Like that's what I'm saying. That we came from, because we came from apes. What
Have
was
you
before apes?
have you never actually looked at like the tree of evolution? Do you think it matters?
Of course it matters, because you're just refusing everything. You're just refusing the existence of superpower in yourself and the planet that you're living in, and you just refusing that your DNA has information, and all of that information actually there is some details in it, and you can have a look in it, and you're just refusing everything. God's universe, planets, everything you say, all of that is just accidentally happened.
Yeah, you
and
nailed
don't
it. Yes, it's chaos. It's accidental. You finally got it.
Yeah, but
Which is
which
is why the sun gives you cancer, which is why there's tornadoes and earthquakes and bone cancer in children, because the universe is chaos. It's not finely tuned or finely organized.
we have a common ground on that. I said I have no problem with this. So of course there's tornadoes.
The fine tuning argument is nonsense. And what you're doing is you're making another nonsensical argument based on information, which is equally bad, because if our DNA was designed to be information, it doesn't account for all of the horrific parts of our DNA. The fact that it deforms so easily, the fact that it's not self-healing, the fact that there's a bunch of DNA that appears to be junk DNA. Like, the idea that you're positing isn't a good idea.
Okay, so I can understand what you're saying, but what I want to explain to you is that in the world that we are living in, that you telling me, okay, this has happened like this, coincidentally or accidentally, the universe happened accidentally, everything just happened accidentally. But on the other hand, we see that there is some information in the DNA we cannot track back our ancestors. We go, I think that's 4.5 billion years, not more than this. We cannot explain how this stuff is happening and how everything is just in the universe.
It sounds like the problem you have is you've never read a biology book.
What is the composition
maybe you should actually read a biology book, because this is all really well explained. In fact, I went to a Catholic school and it was explained to me.
I'm talking about.
It was explained to me quite well, even in Catholic school. And I'll go back to the point that I said before that you ignored. It doesn't matter if evolution and abiogenesis are true or not. The burden of proof on God is always going to be on God. You can't just say, I don't know, therefore God. That's a bad argument.
Okay, but I understand, but I'm not talking about Earth. I'm talking about planets and stars and universe and all of that. It's beyond our comprehension. It looks like we just explaining. It looks like we just explaining quantum physics.
It's beyond your comprehension, not mine.
Okay, it looks like. Yeah, but it looks like we explaining actually quantum physics to a cat or a dog. They cannot understand what quantum physics is. We cannot understand how massive, how superpower God could be. We just refuse from a perspective that, okay, God doesn't exist. We're sitting and we don't know what's happening.
You're just doing more God of the gaps. No one cares about God of the gaps. It's not a winning argument.
Okay, so it's just like that, brother. Like I'm not here to say something wrong. I'm just trying to understand that. Okay, I got your point. You're refusing for stuff in this planet. That's fine. We got a common ground on that. There's no problem about that. But when we talk about universe, that's beyond our capacity of understanding. Even today, it is. But even
only
NASA,
yours.
with all of the. Okay, do you know what happened like 7 years ago? They sent the Voyager 1 and it's still traveling in to 24 billion kilometers away from Earth, and we don't understand what's going on.
We know what's going on.
We don't understand.
Traveling away from Earth.
Yeah, but we don't understand the
you don't understand.
No, the science cannot understand this.
Can't understand what? There's no edge.
The age of the universe. The age of the universe. Where's the age?
There's no age.
So how can you prove this? There is no age.
So again, I believe in a cyclical, eternal universe. There's no age to the universe. Like, you can't go out and measure the age of the universe. You can theoretically calculate an age of the universe going back to when the Big Bang started, but that's not the beginning of the universe. That's just the beginning of the Big Bang.
So you said that we can calculate that, right?
Yeah, you can calculate the age of the universe
Yeah.
up to the Big Bang based on redshift and different things like that, but you can't calculate prior to the Big Bang. We don't have the ability to calculate past that. But again, it's irrelevant if you believe in a cyclical, eternal universe. There's no beginning.
Yeah. There's no beginning. And you were just telling me like that without any proof, though.
Oh, then show me why I should believe there was once nothing.
Okay, so just put your logic in one perspective and think about this. Forget about this planet, yeah? Just think about the universe. How can you prove it for me? The billions and trillions and all of that stars and planning, it's beyond our understanding and capacity
Real
of the
talk.
human being. Because the loss of
Listen to
today-
my actual question and try to answer it this time. What is the evidence that the universe once did not exist?
I don't know about this.
Okay, so then why would you posit that it once didn't exist?
I don't know about this if it didn't exist, but
Okay,
but
so
from my perspective,
what we do know is that the universe does exist, right?
yes, yeah.
And we do know that you can't get something from nothing, right?
How do you know that?
I mean, listen, if you think we can, then you've just nullified your need for a god.
The only thing I know that before time and before
Okay,
universe,
so
God existed.
pay attention to the question. Can you get something from nothing?
I'm not in the position of God.
Okay, then you've just nullified the need for a god. If you can get something from nothing, then we don't need
I'm
we don't need God to create it.
I mean, I'm not in the position of God to say this, but to be bloody honest with you, yeah. So when I see just looking at the stars and planets, everything, I believe that nothing is just accidentally. That's what I'm saying. You know what?
I think it is all an
I'm not-
accident.
Yeah, well, I understand your point of view. You say it's accident, but for me, like how everything could be accident, why everything
Because it
just,
is.
like
Because we have no evidence to the contrary. Until you can provide evidence to the contrary, I have no other alternative than to believe what I believe now. If you want to convince people that your God exists, you have to provide evidence that your God exists, not just incredulity, not just I didn't open a science book before.
So your argument is that there was nothing before and there's nothing controlling the universe. Everything is just like that, randomly exists, and
For
we're coming and
the 10th
returning, going back
time,
and forth.
there was never nothing. I don't know how many times I have to say this. There was never nothing.
There was never nothing. But okay, I got your point. What you're saying. So can you give me like a reason, like a proof or something that there was never nothing, or
I did twice. Were you listening when I did?
Do it for the third time, please.
Okay, do it for the third. Okay. So first, you can't get something from nothing. You almost agreed to that, but we have something, which means there was another nothing. The second is that the stuff that we know exists, right? We know it exists, right? We know the universe exists, right?
Okay. Yeah, we do exist. We are.
Can matter be destroyed?
Can matter be? Yes.
No.
Like, what do you mean by matter?
Matter and mass cannot be destroyed. You can't get rid of it. It's always going to exist. You can only transform it into something else.
Okay.
It'll just break down into fundamental particles.
Okay.
Okay, so matter can't be destroyed, and we can't create it either, can we?
It's still to be honest with you. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But it's still,
the principles of science is that you can't create nor destroy matter / energy, although I typically say matter because it's more relevant to the discussion. Energy brings up a really dumb discussion about what energy really is. You can't get rid of it. The mass is always conserved in the universe. So you can't create or destroy matter. That's just how it is. If you can't create it or destroy it, and we know that it exists, then it must have existed always in some form.
Okay, but do you believe that the concept of nothing is a form of something?
I agree, which is why there's no such thing as nothing.
Okay,
Because
so
even
what-
the concept of nothing is something.
Yeah. So if you say that there was, so can we call it like a God or something like that before existed and created everything after that?
No, because there's no need for a God to exist. You're just writing a God into existence because you want it to exist. Matter, space, and time, as far as science is concerned, didn't pop into something from nothing.
So the universe, everything came from nothing and has been there for nothing, and everything is just nothing, basically.
Wrong again. There's no
Yeah,
such
but,
thing as
well, yeah,
nothing. I don't know how many times I can say it. There
no,
is
but I'm talking
no such thing as nothing.
okay. When you refuse actually the existence of the God, so when you refuse it, right, it means that there is something you refuse in it. Is that true?
I don't believe in it. Until you can
Exactly.
provide evidence, I have no reason to believe in the God. And you haven't provided any evidence. All you've done is say you don't know how we could not have a God. That's not an argument.
I just gave my arguments. It's basically the universe. This is the only thing I can tell you. We can see it with the bare eye that the universe existed now, and it exists now as well. And you telling me that the only theory you have is the Big Bang can track back to 4.5 billion or start of the planet. I don't know, like how the
Hey, real talk.
Yeah.
Does the God that you believe in have a religion?
No, I don't. Okay, you have to understand that I separate God from religion.
Right, but does the
because
God you believe in have a religion?
No,
He doesn't.
no. God has no religion. No.
Okay, would you swear on the name of Allah that your God doesn't have a religion?
I don't believe in Allah and all of that stuff, bro. I used to debate people about Allah and think,
Okay.
no, I don't believe in that.
Just checking. Okay. Well, listen,
Yeah, of course. No, I don't believe.
Well, listen, real talk. I appreciate you coming up and talking to me. I think the conversation's probably
Thank you
reached
so much.
its terminus, but hopefully you'll have a great night, man.
That was lovely, and thank you, and I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
All right, cheers.
Bye-bye, cheers.
Oh, he did the best. All right, guys, listen, I apologize. I drank some coffee. I got to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to bring the next guest up here in just a second. I'll be right back. I just got to take care of business real quick. And Cora Rose, thank you for the $20 over Venmo, or a Cash App rather. Big W, Cora Rose. I really appreciate that. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys. Well, let's keep the ball rolling here. Big W Larry for gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, Larry. Big W on the generosity. And David, thank you for the super chat. Says, love watching you make pretzels live in the classic way. Twist them in knots, boil them for a minute, and then bake them until golden brown. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's going to be a pretzel night. I feel it in my bones. It's going to be one of those pretzel nights. You know what I mean? And Mark, thank you so much for the super chat. Says in Mark 14:51, the naked boy, a narrative going on with him again at the tomb, or is there something going on like so many spiritual leaders? So, I never read this as being like pederasty or anything silly happening. I kind of read it the same way Richard Bauckham reads it. He's a conservative scholar. Obviously, I read a lot of liberal scholars too, but I think it's more of one of two things. It's either a metaphor for something, or it's somebody that the early community Mark was writing to would have known. Like they would have been familiar with the narrative. And so it was kind of a way of like putting it into the story so people would be like, hey, you know, that kid was there. You know, I don't think whoever was writing Mark, intended this to be part of the scriptures. I think it just happened to be that way. So Amir, thank you for the super chat. It says, so thank you for the fun, intellectual, and educational lives. I like to listen to them on YouTube replay also. You're awesome. Well, Amir, thank you so much for the support, and you're awesome as well, friend. And Satan, good to see you, friend, says, hi, Justin. The way things are going, I really see you becoming the biggest atheist platform. Incredible knowledge. Doug, bless, and keep growing. Well, thank you so much, Satan. I really appreciate the vote of confidence. It means a lot coming from you. And I don't know if I'll be the biggest atheist platform, but listen, you know, I'm going to do as much deconstruction as humanly possible. I'm going to deconstruct as many people as I can deconstruct. That is the goal. So let me get our next guest in here. And Acme, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Bacon proves Doug loves us and wants our happiness. You nailed it, actually. Doug is pro-bacon. Never forget that, guys. Doug is pro-bacon. Well, I tried to get Daredevil in the box, but it looks like they're having a little bit of trouble connecting. Not really sure what's going on with Daredevil. They might not actually be in the queue anymore. Sorry, Daredevil, that I had to move on. I jump back in. I'll prioritize you. If you jump back in the queue, we'll get you up in here. Dr. Joe, good to see you tonight, friend. Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat. It says, guest says, I want to learn about why you don't believe. Guest means say something I can offer a poor argument. That's about right. That's a good point, Dr. Joe. Because it essentially what's happening is it's kind of it's a fishing statement. They're fishing for an entry point in the debate. They want an easy entry point. That's a very good observation, Dr. Joe. Guys, make sure you're following Dr. Joe too, by the way. She's an awesome member of our community. And while you're at it, guys, make sure that you join our Discord. Link in the description, also in the link tree in the bio. So we're going to get JP in here. And I agree with Master Machetier. Praise Doug. Get super hard. Get rock hard for Doug. Good to see you, Master. I appreciate the super chat. And it looks like we got JP with us. How you doing, JP?
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Okay.
JP, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 18 and not a believer, but I know 100% that God exists.
Okay, so you're a believer in God.
Yes.
Okay, does your God have a name or a religion?
My God doesn't have a religion. It doesn't have a name. Because God for me is the energy, is the universe itself. Is everything that has life and breath. And I know why you think that God is imaginary, and I'm gonna prove you wrong. You think God is imaginary,
It sounds like you're
but
going to
it's
give
not
me the evidence,
imaginary.
huh?
It's not imaginary. God is invisible. The fact that you don't
So
see him is because you are
imaginary then.
materialistic.
Okay.
No,
So
not imaginary. Imaginary is when you make up an image of God.
there's actually a teapot right now that's circling. It's orbiting Jupiter. Do you believe that?
I'm not into those scientific things. I'm here
Oh,
because
it's
of God.
just a really easy question. Do you believe that there's a teapot that's orbiting Jupiter?
A teapot? I don't think so.
Why not?
Because that's ridiculous.
Why?
Right?
Why is it ridiculous?
Because
Jupiter's a real planet.
Jupiter is a real planet. but I don't think that teapot is around Jupiter.
No, it's orbiting Jupiter. Somebody launched it into space.
That's a lie, my dear. That's a lie. Don't believe in that.
What's the evidence that it's a lie?
Because, even though I think you don't believe it because you are a materialistic and very spiritual being.
I don't believe in spirits, so I think you're wrong there.
Yeah, I know you don't believe in spirit. That's the problem, that you are an atheist, because if you believe only in your body and that you are created because you were created from the apes.
Yep. I agree. Yeah, we came from apes. So I'm waiting for the argument that proves your God is real.
My God is real because I haven't seen God, but I heard his voice. I'm spiritual. I can go out of body. You don't believe it because you are a materialist.
Can you do it right now?
Right at this moment, I'm with you 100%.
But can you leave your body and join me over here?
Huh?
Can you leave your body and join me over here?
I will tonight because I want to study your.
I can't wait. Okay, so tonight, let me write it down. Hold on, I gotta write it down before we forget. Okay, so tonight.
Write it down. Write it down.
So tonight you're gonna visit me about what time?
Yes. I cannot tell you the time. It will happen.
Okay. Do I need to wait up?
No, you don't have to wait. You just go to sleep normally, like you usually do.
Well, if you're gonna arrive at my place, I want to be awake for it.
You don't have to be awake.
I don't have to be.
You don't have to be awake.
So you don't believe in consent?
You are inviting me. You already invited me.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'll look for you later tonight.
I will never go to someone without their permission. That's against your will.
I appreciate that. Well, listen, JP. It looks like I'll need to wait for later tonight to get the proof. But come back Friday night and talk to us, and we'll catch up on how things went.
But let me tell you something first. You know what I'm going to prove you wrong in what you don't believe in God? Because you are very intellectual. You're very, very smart. Okay? To believe in God, to see God, to hear God, you have to go beyond your reason.
Right.
Beyond your mind.
Right. Yeah. You need to be uninformed and unintelligent to believe in God. That's what
No, my dear. No, my dear. Even the humblest people can see God. You cannot see it because you are materialistic. Maybe you had a bad experience because you never had contact with God.
No.
But you are a proof that God exists because God put you on this platform. So one day you will have an encounter with God.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. You pray to your God. I'll pray to Doug, and we'll see who answers first. Okay.
I don't want you.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up. I'll see you tonight. I'll be waiting with bated breath. Amir, thank you for joining for gifting the Deconstruction Zone membership. Big W. And S says, the guy you're talking to isn't me. I know, it's not you, S. I know. We love you, though, S. We love you. And Mr. Thank you for the super chat, says, has Darth ever done a real on-stage debate, or is he bound to crying and whining on YouTube videos about how unfairly he's being treated? I've actually witnessed him talk to some intellectuals before, but it's usually silly. Like it's like a Clubhouse debate or a Discord debate. I don't know if I've ever witnessed him actually get on a debate stage, like an actual moderated debate stage, and debate somebody. It's usually him that's just like trying to, like if he can't control the conversation, he's not really going to stick around. You know what I mean? And Mac Lester said, don't sleep commando. Not tonight, Mac. Not tonight. I'll be in pajamas tonight. I'm not going to be caught unaware by a creeper in my bedroom. And Blessed Goku says, real talk, praise Doug. Amen. Praise Doug, the Rock of Salvation. And Mazi, the Apostate, Big W for the super chat says, for the fine-tuning Goldilocks zone, a lot of theists don't realize we are closer to the sun in winter and further in summer. The zone is wide. Actually, it really is wide. I think it changes about 14 million miles. That's how big that zone is during winter and summer. And Cora says, hail Sharon, Doug is the image of the one true supreme goddess. He stands erect at her presence and reveals her wisdom. Thanks, Justin, for all you do. Cora, thank you so much for the support. And I agree. Sharon Stone is the highest authority. And GH, thank you for the super chat. It says, it's wild as no one except guest says it all went poof and everything worked perfectly. It's wild, the projection theists do. You're on it, GH. It's really interesting that they can't, they're incapable of differentiating what they think atheism teaches versus what atheism actually teaches. It's weird to me that they can't separate the two. And Pat, good to see you tonight, friend. Pat says, Justin, I don't know if you heard, but God was fired from the Holy Oval Office. The dude just kept fucking up in the Oval Office because he was always late in a week. Actually, that's a good point. If God did exist, he would get fired from his job. The dude can't get anything right. Nothing. In fact, he cursed humanity so that they would have painful childbirths in the Bible. And then it ends up killing a whole bunch of women and babies. Not a good look. Actually, Threevol says Shannon Q and Darth Dawkins debated once. You're right. I remember that. Shannon Q filled in for somebody last minute and debated Darth Dawkins. Darth Dawkins had an actual debate scheduled, and then the guy who was supposed to debate didn't show up, and they scheduled Shannon last minute. And Shannon embarrassed him so bad that he's still crying about the Shannon Q debate, still crying about it like 2 or 3 years later. And Rod, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Dolphin Trash, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. A big W. So we've got Everyday Normal Guy in the box with us. How you doing, Everyday?
Good to see you, Justin.
Good to hear from you. Everyday, there's a little bit of an echo on your end. Is there a chance that you can put in some earbuds or something of that nature, or plug in some headphones? Let's see if this works.
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you. It's a little bit quiet. I can turn your microphone up though. Hold on a second.
Yep.
All right, we'll see how that works. I can probably hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay, it's
I wanted to.
It's a little bit quiet, so if you can talk close to the microphone, that would help.
I'm putting it as close as you can.
I think that's okay.
Now better? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, are you at least 18, and are you a theist of some kind?
No, I just wanted to add a couple of points with like it was a previous caller.
Okay.
Well, I wanted to.
Well, I mean, this is a debate. We got to bring people up to keep the debate rolling, or else, everybody leaves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I yeah, okay, yep. I'm sorry for.
I mean, we do. I'm going to be doing a Q&A real soon. I would love for you to come back and do a Q&A with us, and you can dialogue with me and ask questions, or even provide some of your own favorite answers to questions. This is during the debate nights. I kind of have to keep the debates moving, or else, that's why everyone's here.
I see. When is the Q&A?
I was planning on doing one this Sunday after the Atheist Experience show, so probably about 8 o'clock Sunday night.
Oh, okay. I'll join gladly there.
Okay, sorry about that, Everyday.
Yep.
All right, cheers. Well, I feel bad that he waited in the guest box, but we gotta keep the debates going. You know what I mean? Yeah, his mic was a little bit quiet. Dr. Pizza says, so incredulous to anything other than a book they never read. That's actually a really good point. We get a lot of people that are incredulous, but they haven't actually read the book that they believe in. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We're going to get, is it Dion? Or no, is Disse?
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah, it's Dion. Oh, you know Greek?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a font. It's not Greek. I get it confused a lot of
Oh,
times.
okay.
It's Dion.
So, Dan, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am above 18. I'm 21 and believer in what?
God.
Yeah.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
Uh, when you say which God, like, what do you mean by that? You're referring to like religions or?
Yeah, I mean, I assume you don't believe in the gods of the Hindu religion, do you?
Well, that would be like a plurality, so no, not really. But it does depend which form of Hinduism like you're speaking about. I'm just gonna believe in the God that we can get to by natural theology.
Cool. So, give me the argument for natural theology while avoiding defending the Christian God that I know you believe in.
Well, we could go either way. It's up to you.
I mean, we can start anywhere
It's
you
up to
want
you.
to. We all know you're a Christian. There's no point in hiding it. But what's the
Well, yeah,
best?
no, I am a Christian. Yeah,
Right.
I'm not
So
gonna deny that.
awesome. So what's the argument that would lead one to believe in your God?
That would lead to someone to believe in my God. Well, I think the premise of like establishing a monotheistic God, that there is one God in his existence, I think that would be the first step.
Sure. So how do we get to that step?
Yeah, so through like the natural world, we're gonna come to the understanding that there has to be a necessary being.
I don't.
Oh, you don't believe there's a necessary being?
No, I don't think there's a necessary, all-knowing, omnibenevolent entity out there. No.
Okay. So do you believe like everything's contingent?
I believe that everything in the universe would be more or less symbiotic. I don't think contingent is the word I would use.
Well, contingent is just gonna mean like the factor is going to be stemmed from something else. So it's gonna be dependent upon something, if I'm not
No,
mistaken.
I don't believe necessarily that everything is dependent on something else. I do believe that there's an infinite chain of causes, though.
You believe there's an infinite chain of causes.
Also,
So wait, I'm
Dion, I just want
yeah, go
to
ahead.
I'll prime the conversation with this. I've debated at least 100 presuppers. So if you don't bring anything really good and unique to the argument, you're just going to crash and burn like the others. So I want you to do your best here.
Okay, sure. Yeah, where were we?
Contingency argument.
Oh yeah, so like I'm curious, what are you gonna take contingent to mean?
Dependent.
Dependent? Okay. You don't think everything in the universe is dependent?
No, I believe in a symbiotic relationship,
What are you defining as symbiotic?
meaning the different items in the universe interact with each other, and some things feed into others, and then they can feed right back into it. It's not that one thing is required for another thing to necessarily exist. It's like
Uh-huh.
mutually beneficial relationship, is how we would describe it when we're referring to symbiotic relationships in like the natural world, like living objects.
So would you say these beings that you would say are symbiotic, um, whether it be a multiplicity or just like a singular being, would you say it gets its existence from itself?
So I think this is probably a point where you should clarify how you're using the word being, because normal people say being as though it's like a sentient entity. Whereas I know in Philosobabble, being just refers to anything that exists. So which way are you using it?
Yeah, we could both.
Well, I mean, I don't think that everything exists is sentient, so I wouldn't use it that way.
Okay. Yeah, we could just go philosophy babble then.
Okay. So yeah, I think that everything exists and everything has always existed. Unless you can provide me a good argument that would dictate that somehow there was once nothing.
Hmm. Would you be a part of this everything?
As far as we can tell, yeah, you and I are both part of everything.
Okay, so you've always existed.
No.
Okay, so you just contradicted yourself. You
No,
said
I didn't.
everything has always
The f-
existed.
the
Then you
fun
said you're a
the
part of
fun
this everything.
the fundamental particles that make up me has always existed, but When I say me, we're referring to a specific arrangement of particles. Just like my car hasn't always existed, but the elements that are in my car have always existed.
Well, I wouldn't say that you're merely just particles, right? You're gonna have like a person to yourself.
I disagree. I think
You disagree. Okay.
I think that sentience is a purely biological function. I don't think that there's what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think consciousness exists separate from the actual like neurons and brain firings.
Okay, yeah, you're a materialist, right? Is
Mhm.
that what you would? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and
I mean,
so
sure.
I would
Okay, go
say,
ahead.
Dion, this is where typically tag falls apart for most people, is they can't actually provide me with a rational argument for why I should believe in anything transcendental.
Okay, well, I'm not really running the tag argument
Not
on you.
yet.
I think the tag argument just applies presuppositions.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of tag. So would you say you have a personhood or no?
How do you define personhood?
Like who you are.
I mean, I have a subjective personhood. Like I have something that I think I am.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Has that always existed?
No, because it's a different configuration of atoms. So my
It's a
configuration,
different configuration of atoms.
yeah,
Okay.
my configuration of atoms wasn't always this, and it won't always be this. Eventually, the configuration of atoms that make up me will be in a different configuration.
So when you say make up you, what is this going to be referring to?
Me is a self-identifying marker. Just like if I cut down a tree and I assemble a chair, that particular arrangement of atoms is what I'm calling a chair.
Okay, well, yeah, but we wouldn't say a chair has like personhood, right?
No, as far as I'm aware, chairs don't think.
Right. But are you saying that your thoughts and, these actions you perceive yourself to be are like atoms?
Yeah, I think materialism dictates that our thoughts are a product of our brains. We've tried to do
Well, yeah, no, I
experiments.
agree.
Have you read the out-of-body experiments?
No, I haven't, but I don't know what form of materialism are you holding to?
The form that denies transcendentals?
Okay, no, I get materialists believe that like thoughts are like going to be caused by neurons
Hmm.
within the brain matter and etc., right? But these thoughts that you experience, them themselves and their own distinction, are not going to have atoms.
Yeah, they
What
are.
causes them
They're a
may have
product.
atoms,
They're
but
a product
yeah, go ahead.
of atoms. We can
No, yeah,
measure
they're a
them.
product of it. Yeah, no, they're a product of it. I'm not disagreeing, but saying that them themselves are atoms, this is just you just don't have any evidence for that.
Yeah, we do. Like, have you ever like talked to a neurologist?
Yeah, I've talked to a neurologist before, actually.
Yeah, neurologists have a pretty good explanation for how the brain functions. So, like,
I agree.
are you suggesting that our consciousness exists outside of our brain?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying necessarily in regards to consciousness. I'm just saying, like, if you get a thought, like, let's say you're driving and you're like, oh, red tree, right? What's going to fire up this thought is, yes, going to be atoms, but the thought in and of itself being distinct from the action causing it, that thought is not going to have any atoms.
I disagree.
Okay,
For the same
can you
reason
prove
that
that?
you can't smell the color purple. Can you smell purple?
Can I smell purple? Maybe if it's a cologne, but no, I don't think so.
Right. Yeah. The way that our brain experiences phenomenon is really interesting, and it might feel as though you're experiencing something that's non-material, but that's not the case. Just like we can't feel the smell of something, but we know we're smelling. Like we can't feel the sound of something, but we know we're hearing.
Hmm. No, yeah, I think I'm really trying to understand your position. Like, I can definitely grant you that like neurons firing within the brain and within brain matter, it's gonna like create these thoughts that you have or something.
Hmm.
But the thoughts in and of itself, I don't think there's any type of science or any philosophical notion that thoughts in and of themselves have atoms.
No, I
I just haven't
disagree.
seen proof for this.
I
Can you
disagree.
give
In
me proof
fact,
for this?
we even know how they're stored in the brain. Like we even know how to more effectively cause people to store memories in the brain. So, I read a really interesting book on this back in 2006 now, that detailed how memories are stored in the brain and why some people have better memories than others. And as it turns out, the memories are stored physically in a brain. Like, so when we are experiencing a memory, a thought, we're retrieving it from our brain, just like we're retrieving information from a silicone wafer.
No, yeah, no. The neurons definitely are gonna like fire up in this manner to bring this thought back into action, back into consciousness. But you just haven't demonstrated to me how thoughts are atoms. Like I'm not
Because
disagreeing that atoms
do you
would
think that
form the
do you think
thoughts.
that thoughts are
Go ahead.
stored in our brain?
When you say stored, like what do you mean by that?
Do you think that memories are stored in the brain?
Memories stored in the brain. Um, yeah, I think we perceive things, and these things which we perceive are going to be stored within us. Yeah.
Okay. Are they stored on physical things or non-physical things?
Are they stored on non-physical? Well, obviously, I'd probably say both, but I can go for this argument and just say physical.
Yeah, obviously they're stored physically. They're experienced physically. Like
Yeah.
so again, we have no reason to believe that there is an immaterial thought that is somehow distinct from our physical existence. And all you're doing is bordering on the tag argument. You're just dancing around tag.
I'm not really dancing around tag. You've just not really demonstrated to me how thoughts in and of themselves have atoms. You have demonstrated, though,
Do you have
how,
an do you have an
for
argument?
example,
Do you have an argument
well, wait,
or evidence that would dictate that thoughts are
r- r-
somehow existing outside of our physical brain?
well, I've already asked you to give me proof for thoughts having atoms, and you've only demonstrated me things outside of thoughts or which cause thoughts or store thoughts, not necessarily thoughts themselves.
Okay, what do you think a thought
So,
is?
what do I think a thought is? Something being perceived
Okay, and how do we process thoughts?
by the brain.
Oh, how do we store thoughts?
Yeah, by the brain.
Okay, so we process thoughts and we store thoughts using the brain. Why would I be
hmm
inclined to believe that thoughts are somehow not just mechanical firings or electrical firings in the brain?
Why would you be not inclined, or inclined to believe that?
So why would I be inclined to believe that thoughts are somehow not just a material property of what the brain is doing,
A material property of what the brain is doing.
a
I wouldn't
function
disagree
of
and say
material?
that yeah, yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree with that. But you're kind of just like dancing around things which cause thoughts and show thoughts into the mind. I'm asking you, can you show me
Well,
that thoughts are atoms?
buddy, maybe you should like talk to like an actual neurologist because as it turns out, I'm not a
Okay.
neurologist. So,
All right. Well,
so
neither am
your
I.
so your argument doesn't get you to God in any way you slice it. All you're suggesting is that you don't like physicalism, you don't like materialism, but you don't have an actual argument against it. Your argument is you
Well,
don't
I never
understand.
said I didn't like
Your
it.
argument is you don't understand neurology.
I mean, sure, but obviously you do, but you said you don't have a degree in it and you're not a neurologist.
All right?
But
Do
maybe we could get back into the topic of
does the field of neurology
God.
teach that it's a physical phenomenon or some like a transcendental phenomenon?
I think it would depend on which neurologist you would speak to.
No, the field. Does the field of neurology teach? Like if you buy a textbook in neurology,
Uh,
does it teach that it's a physical phenomenon or a transcendental phenomenon?
I'd say it would say it's a physical.
Yeah, I agree with the professionals.
Okay, nice. All right. So we can get back to there being a necessary being.
Right.
Would you like to get back to that, or
Yeah, go for it.
excuse me, my bad. I got a call. Right.
hmm
So in regards to there being a necessary being, you mentioned something, you not believing everything is contingent, but having a symbiotic relationship. Could you give me like a demonstration of a symbiotic relationship within the universe?
It's just something that's mutually beneficial. So, for example, the idea that like we need the sun for vitamin, but well, actually, that's not symbiotic. That's just going to be kind of a catch-22. A symbiotic relationship, in the easiest sense, would be like parasites or gut bacteria. Like we need the gut bacteria to process food in our stomach, but also the gut bacteria need us to live. That's a symbiotic
Okay.
relationship. It's just two items that are somehow interdependent on each other. It's just like
Okay, yeah.
the sun creates things and the sun also consumes things.
Okay, yeah, no, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with symbiotic relationships. Would you say in a factor of like me having bacteria within my gut to be able to process foods, etc., would you say that this is something my gut would be dependent upon?
No, I mean the gut probably could do its job without the bacteria, but it seems to be developed through evolution to work best with the bacteria.
Work best with the bacteria. Okay. Um, I don't think any biologist would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So find me a biologist that disagrees that the gut bacteria is necessary.
Well, you're going to be making the affirmative claim, so the burden of proof is going to be upon you.
Okay, we can just Google it. Can you
Okay.
survive without gut bacteria? Life in a world without microbes. Let's see what it says. Can a microorganism survive without commensal microbes in the world of blah, 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 blah? I don't actually know. It's
That's fair.
It's possible that we do need the gut bacteria.
That's fair. We don't have to talk about gut. How about the sun? Would you say that we are dependent upon the sun?
I mean, there are ways to survive without the sun, but I would say that like it's mostly necessary.
It's mostly necessary. Okay. So would you say that like we're contingent upon the sun?
No,
No, okay. So we're not dependent upon the sun then.
no. It is
Okay. So
possible to
contingent is
survive
okay.
without the sun. Just happens to be that we've evolved to get the most benefit when we do have sun.
No, I don't think it is possible to survive without the sun because if the sun was moved way further than it would already was within our orbit, then all life would cease to exist.
Well, that's not the argument that you and I were talking about. I was talking about whether or not you can survive without receiving sunlight, like if you were just indoors all the
Oh
time.
no, no, no! I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the sun and okay, that was probably the miscommunication. No, I'm not talking about sunlight in and of itself. I'm talking about like the actual sun.
Yeah, without the sun, life on planet Earth wouldn't exist. Not that I mean,
Okay,
it's
so
possible it
okay,
could exist, but I don't know how.
yeah, I don't think it would be. At least what me appealing to like authority from scientists, they would say that we wouldn't. No life would be able to exist. So would you say that we are contingent upon the sun?
You mean, does life on planet Earth need the sun? If the sun didn't exist, would there be life here? There would be no life, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so we are contingent upon it.
Yeah, life is contingent, not the fundamental particles that make up everything here. Everything here would still exist with or without the sun. Like if the sun disappeared
Okay,
tomorrow, all the atoms that are here will still be here.
okay. So excuse me, my bad. So previously, when you say you don't believe in things which are contingent, you believe that they're symbiotic. Um, are you going to retract this statement or no?
That wasn't my statement.
Could you repeat your statement for me again?
You asked me if the universe was contingent. You never asked,
Mm-hmm.
are there things in the universe that are contingent on other things? You
Okay.
asked me if the
Well,
universe
I
was
thought, okay, yeah, go
contingent.
ahead. Yeah, well, I thought previously you mentioned that you were part of the universe and that we were part of the universe.
Yep.
Okay, so if we're part of the universe, right, and we're contingent upon this, then the universe is going to be the contingent.
Wrong again. The universe is the whole. We're a
Okay.
particular.
Okay, we're a particular. All right.
We're
So a
part of the
particular.
universe,
Okay.
and we're not just part of the universe. We're a particular arrangement of atoms in the universe. Our atoms, the fundamental particles that make us, would still exist. It's those particles aren't contingent on anything.
Okay. So when you say we're part of the universe, would you say that we would be like a factor which makes up the universe?
Yeah, obviously, anything that exists is part of the universe.
Okay. So if we were to be erased, then the universe wouldn't exist because we would be something which makes up the universe,
Not
correct?
even close. No.
Okay. So then I really don't understand what you're saying because
Deanna,
you're
I don't
saying
think
that
you
we would
understand
be
what you're
part.
saying.
No, I do because you're saying the universe, right, is made
This
up of
is
parts,
the
which I wouldn't
sloppiest.
disagree.
This is the sloppiest
Uh-huh.
contingency argument I've heard to date.
Well, I haven't even really gave the argument. I'm just really trying to know your position, but you're kind of using like weird verbiage by saying we're a part of the universe, but if we cease to exist, the universe would still be there, but we're
Yeah,
what makes up the
yeah.
universe.
No, I didn't say we make up the universe. I didn't say you and me make
Yeah,
up
I
the
know. I
universe. I'm
said we
saying
make
you
up
and
part
I
of the
are part of the
universe. Yeah, I
universe.
get it.
And if the atoms that make up my body poofed out of existence tomorrow, it doesn't mean that every other atom would poof out of existence.
I never said that.
That's literally what you said. You said if we didn't exist, the
No.
universe wouldn't exist.
No, I'm going by what you said because you're saying we make up part of the
Dion,
universe.
do you think that this can convert a single person to your silly religion?
Um, I don't know why you'd call my religion and my belief system silly.
Well, because
I
it is
think I've been
silly.
pretty respectful towards you.
No. You're not silly. Your religion is silly. I'm trying to figure out why you're doing
Okay,
these
well,
hula hoops. I'm
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 gonna
trying to figure out
identify
why you're
myself with my
doing these
religion
hula
though.
hoops to justify your religion.
Uh-huh.
Like, why do you bend yourself into
Uh-huh.
pretzels to justify your religion? Just if there's evidence for
Okay.
your God existing, just
Uh-huh.
give me the evidence.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to do, but you're using weird verbiage in regards to your explanation and the terms that
I'm
you
I'm
use.
not using word verbiage. In the real world, Dion, we don't use Philbro speak. You're the one using real
Yo,
words.
bro,
You're
speak.
you're the
Okay.
one here
Uh,
using words
okay.
in ways they're not normally used.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I thought you were intellectual, so I thought I could have an intellectual
I
conversation
am
with using words which
intellectual.
intellectuals use.
Would you like me to start using a bunch of electrical engineering terms?
Well, I don't think the topic's going to be in regards to that. So
Dion,
maybe if you use words in
would you
regards to this
like it if I
topic,
started using a bunch of insider jargon from my career? Do you think that would be beneficial for a discussion?
what would your career be?
I'm an electrical engineer. Do you think it's prudent in a room full of people to use jargon that is specific to your niche field? Or do you think it's more
Well,
beneficial to use
mhm.
words the way in which words are usually used colloquially?
Yeah, so I mean, if we're going to be engaging in this topic within electrical engineering and you're going to be dialoguing with people who would want to talk about this topic, then I think you using words which would be within your branch would be justifiable,
Right. And do you
right? But
think and do you
you bringing
think
that up to
and
this
Dion, do you
conversation
think the
though.
majority of
Yeah, go
people
ahead.
in this room studied philosophy?
Well, I'm not talking to the majority of people in this room.
Well,
I'm
you
talking to
are.
you.
You're talking to everybody in this room, and you're talking to me at the
No, I'm
same
having a
time.
conversation with you.
You're not having a conversation. You're trying to go through a
Oh,
Philbro
oh,
script
okay.
that we've all heard 100 times, and you're not even doing it well.
Could you
So,
define to me what a conversation
so
is?
if you actually want to have a productive dialogue, just use normal words, and then you don't
Mm-hmm.
have to worry about whether or not everybody is using the word exactly the way you learned it in Philosophy 101.
Okay. Well, no, I'm having a conversation with you. I could really care less about the chat,
Well, I
right?
care about
And my,
everyone
my point
here.
isn't really about the chat.
These conversations are for everybody.
Okay, well, I'm specifically having this conversation with you.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to ask you to specifically not cry about me using words in the way that they're colloquially used, rather than what you learned to use in Philbro 101.
Okay.
That's the decision you made. You made a decision to come and talk to a
Mm-hmm.
guy that has a background in biblical studies, not philosophy, which means you have to put up with the
Mm-hmm.
fact that I'm going to use words in the way words are typically used in the English language, not the way you learned in philosophy class.
Well, it's not necessarily that. It's more so what I'm hearkening to is when you said that we were we're what makes up part of the universe. And then you said if we like cease to exist, the universe would still exist, but we would be a part of this universe.
Yeah,
This just wouldn't make sense.
yeah, a part of the universe could not exist and the universe would still exist. That's just how words work.
Okay, so are human beings like accidental properties?
Human being
Why are
is
you?
oh, sorry, what's up, J Mike?
Why did you go? Sorry, he was like, you literally were just like, don't use that type of speak, and then he goes into accidental properties. Like, do you think it's a reasonable expectation for anybody in here to like just understand what accidental properties are and things? Like, because
Yeah,
like, by the
well,
way,
I'm having a
you weren't even
conversation with
using.
the host though.
That's fine. You weren't even using contingent as standardly understood in academic philosophy, right? You were using it as some like type of dependence relationship, which is not standardly used. It's actually just, we're just talking about like something that could fail to exist or couldn't fail to exist, right? So like that was
Yeah,
confusing.
sure. I'm gonna be hearkening to like Boethius's definition.
Yeah, but like then it doesn't matter. Like we could just understand your terms in the framework of like dependency relations. Like it won't matter if that's just what you mean. Like
Well, I've
I don't
already
understand
explained
how
what I
I
mean
don't
when I
understand how
say
you didn't
contention.
track Justin's point though, right? Because like
Who's
presumably
Justin?
like the host.
Oh, I didn't know your name was Justin. My apologies.
Well, presumably like what you could do, right, is like just ask him back what he said, because Justin could have a view where like the initial state of the universe is necessary, but in order to get contingent facts, you need like true indeterminacy, and that's actually a view that I hold. So like, I don't really see the benefit of arguing for like contingent facts on your view, because it's not clear to me that you're going to have the contrastive facts necessary such that, right, you can actually even carve the space out for contingent facts, because when you rewind the clock back, those facts are fixed, right? Those antecedent facts are fixed, and so you're just going to get the same outcome every time unless you introduce something like true indeterminacy, right? Which is not going to be beneficial for like God's free will and what he wills to happen, because he won't be able to guarantee those outcomes, because the probability distribution is going to be so vastly against him. So I don't really understand why theists are arguing
I
like
mean,
contingency
yeah,
arguments.
well, I haven't even like laid down the argument, because the host here is using like verbiage that's going to say that human beings are going to be part of what makes up the universe. But if human beings cease to exist, then the universe would still exist. But
Yeah.
if we would be parts that
If
make
I
up
take
the
the
universe,
car, if I take the seat
well, I
out of my,
thought,
if I take the
okay,
seat out of my car, does
all
the
right.
car still exist?
Oh, well, that wouldn't be a car.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Well, no, a car has to be able to have a seatbelt.
Wrong again.
Wait,
It would be something else.
It would still be a car.
No, it would be something else.
No,
Like
it'd
if
be
you
a
take a
car.
steering wheel from a car, if you take a steering wheel from a car, it wouldn't be a car no more. It would
Yeah, it
be
would.
something else. If you take wheels off. Oh, okay. So these are just going to be accidental properties then.
They're not accidental properties. No.
Okay, so then it is a different thing.
Not
It's not a car.
not every car has the same features as a car, as a car with a steering wheel. For example, there are self-driving cars without steering wheels.
Okay.
It's like a weird view anyway, because like cars, like the function of a car, this is like mind dependent, like functionality, where like you're gonna have to argue for some type of like realism about mereology, that there are proper parts and stuff like that. Like, good luck, buddy. That's a really, really fucking hard position to argue, right?
Well, no, it's not necessarily that it's going to be a hard position. Like as I was
it is.
saying.
Mereological
Well,
realism
no,
is insane.
wait, but real quick, wait, J Mike, I want to ask you, do you think human beings make up part of the universe?
I think. What do you mean, make up part of the universe?
Well, that's what the host said. Maybe he could explain.
There's a set, like in the universe, and then like members in the set are like Homo sapiens, or like
maybe the host could explain it because he used the term.
No, I think the host said it pretty like clear. It just sounds like you're not tracking.
Well, he said human
Like,
beings
what does
make
it
up
mean?
part
Like,
of the
what
universe.
do you do you think
Maybe
that like
he
what
could
do you
like
mean?
answer it. Would you allow him to do that so we
Yeah,
can
I'll
get
let
a
him.
clarification?
I genuinely don't understand how you're not tracking him. It's really easy for me to understand.
Yeah, it
Okay,
was pretty
well, I don't know if
easy.
things are
Human
gonna-
beings are things that exist inside the universe, just like our sun is a thing that exists inside the universe. If our sun stopped existing, the universe would still exist. It just wouldn't have the sun that we have in the middle of our solar system. Just like if I stopped existing tomorrow, the universe would still exist. I am not the universe. I'm a part of the universe.
Okay, then maybe we need to define what is the
The universe is everything that exists.
Okay, and if the sun stopped existing, which would be a part of that everything which exists, then it would still be the universe.
Yeah, the universe would still be the universe. It would be the universe without that sun.
This is like
Okay.
ridiculous. Do you think
This
that
is
they
this
would,
is
like,
insane. So
okay,
are these
hold on,
things going to
insane
be
at all.
particulars, or
hold on, how is this insane? So like, right, there are things called like top 3 stars, right? 3rd generation stars, and they
can you
didn't
say that
exist.
again?
There's things like, I don't know if you're familiar with like pop 3 stars, like 3rd generation stars. They're the reason like why we can like exist, right? And so like, without 3rd generation stars, there was a point in the universe where there weren't pop 3 stars, right? But you think in like the transition where all of a sudden there's like protoplanetary disks and like 3rd generation stars that weren't there in some previous moment in time, that all of a sudden we're not talking about the universe anymore. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Well,
Makes no
wait,
sense.
J Mike, would you say that the universe is expanding?
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with what I just asked you.
Okay, yeah, it has to do with this,
Yeah.
right? Because within the universe we live in right now, right, the sun is
Endless
going to be
pivots.
something which exists,
Yeah.
right?
Like I asked
So
the
in the
question,
universe,
and he did
well,
this
wait,
again.
real quick, J Mike.
Now I'm now
real
starting to
quick.
get no, stop. I'm now really keen to your debate
Oh, okay.
style. Right, and your debate
Okay.
style is to just not actually care
My
about
debate
what the
style.
person.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you're not
I'm
actually
trying to
like.
get a
No, look,
clarify
this
for
is
you.
fine.
That's
Like
what
I
I'm
do
trying
this,
to
I
do,
do this.
but it
Hold on,
seems like
stop,
you and the
stop,
host
stop,
just
stop,
keep
stop,
interrupting
stop.
me.
Okay, stop. Look, you're thinking about the next thing to say rather than listening. If you do, you even know what my initial question was?
Well, it depends. You've asked like different types of questions within our
Yeah.
conversation.
Justin, I don't even know if this guy's worth your time, man.
I don't
This
think
guy-
he is.
Wow, okay.
He's
Well, it's
been up
okay.
here for 30 minutes, and he's yet to raise like a valid point that gets you any closer to a god. It sounds to me like he like had a script. The script isn't going to plan, and he doesn't know what to do with it, so he's just fishing now.
No, I don't really have a script. I don't go off that type of basis.
Mhm.
But I was having a conversation with you, but I think you let J Mike up here because I think you think that he is better
Well,
in philosophy,
I let
and
J
then you
Mike
just
up
kind of like
here
laid back
because you're
and didn't say
boring.
anything.
Because I'm
Yeah, I just came
bored.
up to I just came up to tell
Oh,
you
you're
that
bored.
like
Okay. So
well,
wait,
I actually came
so
up to
you
tell
think
you
like
that
it's going to be
this
more
expectation
entertaining?
that everybody's going to understand the Phil talk
Okay, I
you're
just didn't
saying
get
is
it.
just
All
an
right.
unreasonable expectation. I have to deal with that too, right? But it's a reasonable expectation that most people aren't going to follow you, right? They're going to lose the sauce really quickly because it's not something they're into. It's like if I started talking about like Guardians of the Galaxy and no one didn't know what that was or something, they'd be
Okay.
like, I don't know what you're saying right now, right? It's not like
Uh-huh.
an intellectual thing. It's that they haven't done the prerequisites in that field, right? But that's fine. Like the point is I came up here because you were just like bastardizing academic philosophy. As it turns out, I have no background in philosophy, but I like to think I understand a little bit enough to know that you were just running a really shitty contingency argument. I just wanted to
I
come up
haven't
and
even
tell you.
ran the argument.
Okay. Well,
I haven't even ran it. I'm just trying to like get to
so
like the definition of the words he's
All
using.
right,
That's it.
so Dion, here's the thing. Nobody cares. There's like almost
Yeah, you just
2,000.
want to cuss out people who are religious.
Dion, no one cares.
what?
That's entertaining for you.
There's 2,000
That's
people here. Nobody cares about philosophy. We've already heard all the contingency argument. We've already heard all the other precept arguments. It never goes anywhere. It's a dead argument in the water. You're not going to do the thing that 100 people before you couldn't do. You're wasting your time. You're wasting everyone's time. And it's supremely boring. No one gives a damn.
Okay, so yeah, no, yeah, you can get back to cussing out people with their religious beliefs because that seems entertaining to you and
Okay.
only thing that you're really good at.
Okay.
all right. Well, Justin, I sorry to crash. I was like, we're just walking to the gas station.
No, it's all right.
And my
You're always welcome
car's
up here,
in the
buddy.
shop. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my car's in the shop, and I was just like getting so irritated when I walked back. I was like, all right, this is horrible. This is not. I don't understand how you didn't understand what you were saying. That was kind of the main frustration, but whatever.
The amount of mental gymnastics you have to do to maintain your faith. Like, for example, if I was a Christian and I believed that there was evidence for my view being true, I would just give you the evidence. I wouldn't have to resort myself to learning a whole new vocabulary to explain why you should accept something that you have no actual evidence for. Like, I'm an engineer by trade. You already know this. Could you imagine if I walked into work and I would say, well, listen, the machine should work this way because technically this thing is contingent on that thing. And it seems like that there's a necessary thing here that just should work by necessity. They'd be like, yeah, I don't give a fuck if you think it's necessary. Actually design it, draw it out, bring it to real life and tell me if it works. I don't care if you think it's necessary.
Yeah, I never really understood. Like, all of those views are just compatible with like Alyssa Ney has a view that there's she's like really into like the quantum mechanics kind of world as a philosopher. So she works with like a lot of quantum physicist, but she has a view where it's like there is something necessary, you know, outside of the universe. It's like this quantum wave function or something, right? There's all of these different views you can have, like Graham Oppie with the initial state of the universe being necessary, like where you can just do these permutations all day long. And I don't really see like any benefit other than me like comparing my view with my like friends, just like, you know, talking the shit and be like, all right, well, which view do you think is kind of the best view if we were to take some metaphysical view here, right? But nowhere in like your daily life would like these modal terms like necessary or contingent or these kind of things matter, right? Because that's not like how people operate. Like if I, you know, spill some like milk or something or something like that, I'm going to still say statements like, oh, I wish I wouldn't have moved my arm to knock that. Even if, right, like the world, like everything's necessary, everything's deterministic, I'm still going to make certain types of fictional statements like that. People do that because that's like how we communicate. I'm not even sure that like propositions and stuff exist, right? Like when you really break it down, but I can still use those terms to like be able to construct a fiction where me and you can have a conversation, right? I think that's where like a lot of these philosophical problems, they just arise like out of nowhere through like this weird utility of language that we have that's imperfect.
And they get really upset when you don't want to sit up here and spend an hour defining words with them. Nobody gives a damn. Listen, if you want to go spend an hour defining words with somebody, go back to Discord. We ain't got time for it here.
Yeah. Last thing I'll say on that, because I was just talking to Aaron about this actually. Like, I was like, this is where I think like I love like, you know, engaging with analytic philosophy. It's fun, but one thing I'll always say is that analytic philosophy has failed miserably at getting under the roots of terms and words. Right? We still can't give necessary and sufficient conditions for beauty, art, knowledge. Right? All of these things. Does it follow from the fact that like the grandma down the street who can't give you the necessary and sufficient conditions for knowledge means she doesn't know anything? I think that's like extremely implausible that's what's going on. And I also think it's extremely implausible that me and Justin are going to be like sitting on a log, you know, in the woods one day having a good time, and then I'm just like, hey man, you know what? I'm going to put this philosophy stuff away. Let's have a conversation. And then all of a sudden I'm like, whoa, there it is, floating above our head, the necessary and sufficient conditions for knowledge. Grab it quick before it gets away from us. Right? I don't think we're going to stumble upon these I don't think it's going to happen at all. And I think that's just kind of the pitfall and failure of it. Rather, we should discuss like the concepts that we have in mind and making sure we can track the concepts rather than like doing this word game thing, because it's really not beneficial to anybody.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I'll stop yapping now, and I love you, buddy. I'll let you go.
I love you too. Thanks for coming up, J Mike. Cheers, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, cheers, buddy.
All right, guys. I apologize. I had so much coffee today. I got to use the restroom one more time, and then we'll get right back to the cooking. And I agree, J Mike is awesome. So, guys, tap the screen. Tapping is clapping. I'll be right back. All right. Let's keep things rolling here, guys. I'm so sorry. We had some long conversations. Probably got backed up a little bit. GH says, get ready for a gummin tonight. She's going to, yeah, actually, when I get a visit, what was her name again that we're going to get a visit from? Shoot, I forgot her name. JM, thank you for the $99 super chat. Big W, JM. I really appreciate that, Mendicant Friar. That's very generous. I appreciate the support. It says, hi, Justin, 35K plus YouTube subscribers. Congratulations, sir. Cheers from Justin M. Well, I'm so glad that you noticed. We are slowly and surely marching to 40,000. Maybe I'll be able to get to 40,000 by the end of the month. We'll see. My goal is to get to 50,000 before the summer solstice. That's my goal. I want to get to 50,000 before the summer solstice. And Canbest, thank you for the $27.99 big W from the Great White North. Says, what the fuck has any of this got to do with Jeebus? Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. Philbro arguments will never get you to the God that they believe in. And Small Johnson, big W, thank you for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's very generous. I very much do appreciate that. And Cameron, you're right, says pretzel night and educational as usual. Thank you for all you do, Justin. Well, Cameron, thank you so much for being here and supporting the channel and for always showing up. And also Meg in the house again tonight. Thank you, Meg. Meg says, Justin waiting for his spiritual visitor turning blue unconscious. I don't think there's going to be that kind of blue going on. But I understand what you're saying. And Angel, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, where was Moses' father-in-law when the Midianites were getting Numbers 31? Yeah, so we don't really know exactly where he was. And we don't, hell, the Hebrew scriptures can't even agree on what his name was. Was it Jethro or was it Reuel? Who knows? You get both names. But the fact of the matter was, it's hard to know, but so he was a priest in Midian, right? Which means I have to assume, and this is some assumptions, I have to assume that when they went and massacred the Midianites, he was no longer a member of that community. He had to have been gone by then. You know what I mean? And Dade says, JP is as delusional as her belief system. Hail Doug. I agree with that sentiment, actually. Big W on that. And my conscience says, I'm not a smart guy, but even I can follow the basics of what you're saying. Yeah, I don't think that last conversation was difficult. Words just have meanings in the English language. And when you get Philbros that want to redefine what words meaning, that's on you. Listen, if you want to use words in ways that are not standardly used, that's on you. And Diablo Avocado, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, write a phrase on a piece of paper tonight and let the out-of-body lady call back and tell you what the phrase was. I would love to see someone validate out-of-body experiences, or what do you call them? Astral projections. Cyber Deconstruction. Guys, make sure you're following my friend Cyber. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Dion, I'll say it, your religion is silly, but Christians are goofy. Yeah, we almost didn't. We almost got around to discussing Christianity. He wanted to avoid it, I'm sure, but I was going to get there if he ever landed the plane, but he never did. Adam Brown, good to see you tonight. He says, all precept, tag, Philbro, etc. arguments make me want to punch myself in the face. They only drive me further from my former faith. I agree. Nothing drives normal people more insane than precept, Philbro garbage arguments. And Pat says, how dare Justin, you use verbiage in an argument? I know, that's my bad. I shouldn't be doing that. I should not be using normal, everyday verbiage. And Wild Willie Tech, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, thankfully, this stream will still exist when he leaves. Nailed it. I still can't believe he thought a car wasn't a car if you remove the steering wheel. Like when I'm working on my truck and I have to take the tire off to change the tire, is it no longer a truck now that I took the tire off? Crazy. I Heart Dog says, what are philosophy professors teaching these days? I don't think they're teaching that. I took, I think 2 philosophy classes when I was in school. I didn't learn any of that hot mess garbage. Ligma, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, I'm too excited to see some of your work on the cedar tree intertextuality. Do you plan on making video content about it eventually? I hope you are well. I am actually going to be making some content on it, but not anytime soon, probably not till next year. But yeah, the cedar forest mythology is wild. I've got a ton of research already collected and put into early manuscript form, but I'm not sharing it with anybody just yet. Not just yet. I'm kind of waiting to see what's happening with my additional education to see whether or not I should hold that in the clutches for now or talk about it openly. Donnie says, goodbye, precept clown. And I agree. We didn't need that clown, and he's gone now. And the Kenneth says, dude, his car was trapped between ships of Theseus. You know what? I was literally thinking about the ship of Theseus when we were having that conversation. I didn't want to bring it up because I knew it would be another rabbit trail, but the ship of Theseus is a good argument to bring into that. And Master Macheteer says, I'm rock hard contingent right now. Contingent on Doug, obviously. We're all rock hard for Doug, all of us. And if not, then I think, we just need to address that. And Mazi says the presuppers always run philosophy talk instead of engaging with the source material that led to my atheism after being hardcore fundamentalists. That's a good point. So the goal of presup and other philosophical apologetics, the goal is to not talk about the actual text, not talk about the actual religion, find a way to prove it externally. That's the goal. And Mr. Smith says, son, the Milky Way is less than 1 many nines to the 99th power. Yeah, the Milky Way is literally tiny compared to the rest of the universe. If the Milky Way disappeared, the universe would keep on ticking like nothing ever happened. And Blessed Goku says, theists in chat, please call in with your evidence. That's what we're waiting for. We want to hear the evidence. And Reverend Ricky Skaggs, good to see you tonight. It says, Phil bro, make me want to pound my head with Doug's rock-hard holy firmness until the sound of their voice goes away, and I have a philosophy degree. I'm with you, Reverend, and thank you for your input. I've never ran into a normal human being that was like, oh, I'd love to hear a transcendental argument for God. It's never happened. It's not a thing. No one cares. And Carrie, good to see you tonight, friend. He says, if all life ceased on Earth, our solar system and the universe would still exist. It isn't that hard to understand. What the actual fuck was that? Listen, he was just being obtuse. I was saying something that wasn't part of his script, and he didn't know what to do with it. The result was to deny reality. And Jake, Big W, thank you for the 666, says, Hail Nero, the Bible says thou shalt not kill, then glorifies genocide because God's idea of justice is a little fluid. Actually, there's a lot of things about the biblical God that are fluid. I think gender included. But that's another conversation for another time. Now, let me grab 2 more super chats. I'm sorry, guys. I got backed up. Astronova has a question. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Elyon, or El Elyon, allotted Jacob to Yahweh in Deuteronomy 18. I think that's Deuteronomy 32:18 is what you're referring to. It says, you forgot the God who gave you birth. Elyon gave birth to him. He didn't birth Jacob. So yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. My understanding of the El Elyon and the Yahweh situation is that Yahweh started out as a minor deity from the southeast, and that was co-opted by the Judeans. And when the Judeans became the dominant power and they merged with the northern 10 tribes of Israel, they had to conflate the God of Judea with the God of Israel. And so they wrote a backstory that made them the same God by changing the name. Seems to be evident based on Exodus chapter 6, verses 2 and 3, where he says, your forefathers knew me as El Shaddai, but my real name, Yahweh, they did not know, but my name is actually Yahweh. It seems to be like this is the excuse for why our gods are actually the same God. And Butt Drug, Big W for the super chat, says, I deconstructed before it was cool t-shirts would be cool. And remember, praise Butt Drugs. In Butt Drugs, I'm going to say praise Doug, but listen, we do need that t-shirt. I deconstructed before it was cool. I would definitely run around in that t-shirt and be one of those guys. All right, we're going to get Crash Out King Minar back in the box. How you doing, Minar?
Hey, man, I've been here for 2.5 hours. Have you seen me for the past 2 hours and you've been dodging me, or what's up?
I'm sorry. Do you think there are other people in my queue?
Yeah, I think there was, but do you know that I've been here for 2.5 hours and I have the live stream to show for it?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got 11.
So do you not have like a...
So I've got 11.
Do you not have a hierarchy?
I've got 11 people in my queue right now, and I pick people at random. Now you're coming up to cry like last time.
So you didn't see me for 2.5 hours waiting for you?
No, I wasn't looking at you at all. You're nobody. I know. In
so
your,
you were not
I
scared
know
of
it.
debating me. You're not scared. And
I know in your world, you're the king of the world. You're big, you're beautiful, you can do handstands, but in this world, you're nobody. So you want to get on with
from
the.
now on, every single day,
So you want? Would you like to get?
names.
Would you like to get on with the crash out now or later? You can crash out now if you want.
It was one of my lowest. It was one of my lowest.
He's gonna crash out again. Has everyone actually heard the Minar crash out yet? Guys, go to my YouTube later tonight if you haven't heard the Minar crash out. It's maybe my favorite video of all time. It might be the most entertaining thing you see in a long time. Just go to the Minar Reports crash out video on my page. It's pretty crazy.
All right, so are you going to keep muting me, or do you want to actually have a debate?
Most likely, yeah. So let's start with the debate. Give me the argument that would demonstrate that your God is real.
Well, I've been here waiting for 2.5 hours, so I cannot believe how low IQ this debate and stream is.
Wild how
Did you just say that objective morality is non-existent?
It's wild that you started with the meta. I just want the argument. Give me the argument that ends in your God.
Absolutely. I have 100 arguments. Do you want a moral, logical one? Do you want a scientific one? Which one do you actually will suffice for you, you low IQ individual?
You pick your favorite.
Sure, my favorite's actually the moral, logical one. It's a moral dilemma that's going to force you to actually concede that humans are going to be immoral forever. Let's do it.
I don't think that morals exist, so that's your first problem. What's your evidence that objective morals exist?
Okay, very easy. So what do you mean that morals do not exist? What does that mean? Do you mean like the ability to make a distinction between right and wrong does not exist?
As I'm saying, morals are something we invented as a species. Like we decided what morals are, we invented them. Do you think that they exist transcendently?
So yeah.
Do you think that they exist transcendently?
Ask you this: we invented the sidewalk. Does the sidewalk exist?
Menard, do you think that morals exist transcendently, or do you think that they're an abstract product of the brain?
So here's the conflation that low IQ people like this deconstruction zone is.
I know this is really hard to answer questions. I know
look, let me just.
I know that you're terrified of actually answering questions because you're a coward. Even though you can do handstands, we know you can do handstands. It was an easy question. Do you believe?
You're muting me, right?
Do you believe that morals exist objectively, transcendently?
Yes, 100%. Because morals are part of three distinct parts.
So go ahead.
Let me finish, please.
So go ahead and I just needed a yes or no. So go ahead and give me the argument to demonstrate that.
Very easy. So the conflation you're making is conflation between mind dependent and mind independent.
So what I'm asking for is the argument that suggests that objective morals exist. Can you give me that argument?
Yes, if you would just allow me to speak without muting me for half a split second, can you actually do that?
Go for it.
Okay, thank you.
What's the argument?
So you're making the conflation between mind-dependent objects and mind-independent objects. That's why you keep saying that doesn't exist in the as an objective view. The problem is that you are facing is that morals have parts that are mind-independent. They're objective in nature. Let me give you the actual example.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Do you agree that morals are actions? Yeah, because morals are actions, yes or no? So they're part of three things: intentions, actions, and an outcome. That's
morals are not actions.
What is a moral then? All right, what is a moral then?
A moral is an abstract concept that we created.
Something that is moral.
There's no such thing as moral. That's what I'm saying. It's an abstract concept that we created.
I'm asking. No, listen. How can you say that when we religious people say this is something moral, this is something immoral? What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Is it the action, or are we looking at something metaphysical?
Well, you think you're looking at something metaphysical. I disagree. So, for example, that's why I asked you if you can demonstrate that objective morals exist, and you haven't given me an argument for objective morals yet.
So when I say that deconstruction, that abortion is immoral,
do you believe Do you believe that things that are halal and haram follow moral principles?
So I don't want you to obfuscate. I know you're running. Just answer the question.
I'm not actually obfuscating. I'm asking you a really easy question that I know you're terrified of.
That's a complete obfuscation. You don't have to.
I'll just ask you the question
To use
again.
the word halal or haram instead of
In your
obligation.
worldview, if something is halal or haram, does that mean
Moral
it's
or-
morally acceptable or morally permissible? Are those synonymous?
They are synonyms, yes.
Okay, so when something is halal, then it's morally acceptable.
When something is halal, it's moral. When something is not haram, it's immoral. It's
Okay.
forbidden. So here's the
Right,
actual
and-
translation that you're making. When
And in your worldview, is it halal or haram to marry 9-year-olds?
So deconstruction zone, I will debate you on this. I will happily debate.
Say it. Just tell me. What's the
I'm okay
answer?
with that. I'm okay with that.
is
I'm
it-
okay with that.
Is it halal?
You see
is
how
it
you
ha-
obfuscated
is it-
completely?
Is it
Do you see how you
halal?
obfuscated?
Is it halal or haram?
So the Hanafis, for example, they say that the minimum age of marriage is 15. Other schools of thought believe that it's only biological indicators that are being looked after.
I said
and
9.
So therefore,
Is it
depending on the school
halal?
of thought that you have,
Is it
depending on
halal?
the school of thought, it's possible.
Is it halal to marry a 9-year-old?
So it's not about the 9 years old. It's about, is she biologically ready for marriage? That
Oh,
nobody
okay.
cares about her age.
Okay,
No one
so-
ever asks her age.
If a 6-year-old has puberty, is she biologically ready to get married?
So the Hanafi, if you follow the Hanafi school of thought, they would tell you she has to be 15. They give you an extra.
I'm asking you.
procedure.
That is a
I don't know
lie.
what this has to do with the debate. I don't
And
know.
that is a
why-
lie.
So now you don't want me to.
He's-
prove
he's
my
so
point.
afraid.
Now
Reading
you're
them.
actually obfuscating.
He's
and ran
terrified.
away.
He's terrified of the question.
I'm scared. I'm just asking. What does this have?
What's that, M?
And Hanafiya believe that you can marry a girl as soon as she's out of the womb.
Shit. There you go.
See, I don't know what you guys are talking about now. Why is this a 1v2 now? Are you that scared? Deconstruction?
No, it's
Yes, he's
because
scared of you, mashallah.
because
he
you're a
crashed out last
clown.
time. He's that scared of you.
Okay, so here it is. Now I've dabbled with you, dabble with me again. So let's go back to the conversation about how morality is not objective. You see how far you obfuscated?
Yeah.
So,
So
here's the thing.
So I was still waiting
Morality,
for
when I
the.
say, let me
I
please
was
finish,
still.
Deacon.
so-
No, please let me ask
So
you this
I was
question,
waiting.
Deacon.
I was
know you're
waiting.
scared.
I was
Holy
waiting for
moly.
the argument that ends in objective morality. Do you have an argument for that?
Yes.
Great, that's what I
when
want.
I'm telling
Okay.
you, I have to first make the distinction for your viewers so they understand how bad you are in thinking. So morality are objective because they're mind independent, because there are outcomes and actions, there are actions, and then the outcome of the actions, those are mind independent, and we can use those.
But that's not
to
what a-
actually
that's not
make
what a moral
true
is.
value judgment on the moral.
That's not what a moral is.
compass
That doesn't
of the action.
meet the definition.
But the thing you're talking about that's metaphysical is the intention, and that's the only thing about
No,
morality that we can
I don't
actually make a
believe.
true value
I don't
judgment
believe in
upon, and
anything
that's because it's
metaphysical.
mind-dependent.
I don't believe in anything metaphysical.
No, I know, and that's what I'm telling you. Morality have mind-independent parts, therefore
Right.
they are objective in
Okay.
nature. You can make them objective.
Okay, then what's the mind independent part?
The mind-independent part of what is morality is the action and also the outcome of the action.
actions
So
and
you can
outcomes
make
are not
true
morals.
value judgments on the mind-independent part.
Actions and outcomes are not moral.
No, but the action and outcome are part of morality, and that's how we judge morality. We say, what do I say? Do I
Okay,
say
yeah,
abortion
yeah,
is
you're right.
immoral?
You're right. That's how
Do
we.
I say
That's how
deconstruction is
we.
immoral, or
so-
do I say what deconstruction is doing?
You're right. That's how we judge what is moral. We use our own subjective faculties by looking at the outcomes of actions, and then we say we don't like this. We're gonna say that we don't allow this. That's called subjective morality. You've just
Deacon, do I say you
you've just explained
Deacon, do I say
subjective
you're
morality, and you called it
your
objective.
actions are immoral?
You've called it objective morality.
Am I saying if your
You s-
actions
you
are
see the
immoral, or
problem?
do I call you immoral?
You didn't call me anything yet.
Deacon, when I say you're immoral, am I calling your actions as immoral, or I'm just saying you consciously, in your essence, you're immoral? Which one am I calling?
Well, it depends on if you're using it idiomatically or if you're not. Are you using it as an adjective or an idiom?
No, anyone that's using the word, this is morality, this is what morality is, they're talking about actions. Actions are mind independent, they exist in objective
They're not.
materialistic reality, therefore they have true value judgment.
Actions are not mind independent.
Actions are mind independent.
No,
They
they're
exist-
not.
Look. You see how low
No,
IQ
they're
you
not.
are?
You-
Look.
you can't
They
do-
exist in objective materialistic.
You can't do a single action without your mind. Name one action that you can do without.
Yeah, but they no.
Name one action that you can do without your mind, Minar.
No, that's not what I mean by mind independent.
Name one action that you can
By
do.
mind independent, I mean
Name one action that you can do without your mind, Minar.
That's not what I mean by mind dependent, as in objective. Help him here.
I think
Objective, as in
you're the one that
the sidewalk.
you're the
It's
one
mind
that
independent.
you're the one that
It
needs help.
exists in objective materialistic reality. No, Decon. The sidewalk, is it mind independent? It was created by a mind.
Imagine
is it mind dependent?
Imagine
the
being
sidewalk was created by a mind. Is it mind dependent or?
Imagine being king of the world to not even know like how basic words work. Remember, he's a king of the world, M.
He is, and he has a big
I don't
biceps.
understand this. So
He does. He's got big biceps. He's big. He's beautiful. He can do handstands. Minar,
you can do like.
But you know how many people watched you clown on yourself in that video? There's a lot. A lot of people
Look how many people are watching you right now, clowning yourself.
Can you turn on your camera? I think we need a part 2.
Yeah, Minar, can you turn on your camera?
I don't have another camera. So people are been breaking my window, so I had to use it as a fake camera.
That's a lie.
No, I swear my car window's been breaking into, so I have to use my other camera.
Oh,
are you live right now? If you guys want.
Oh, so you are live right now. Okay, so
I'm live in it. For 2.5 hours, everyone saw you dodging me, and now they're seeing you dodging me. Ask me the Aisha question. I'm surprised you didn't ask me the Aisha question.
What a crybaby! Oh, I waited.
Crying, bro. I'm not the one that said that actions do not exist in them as mind-independent objects. They exist mind-independent.
They don't. Actions don't exist.
Also, the sidewalk is mind-dependent.
The sidewalk's not an action, dummy.
But the sidewalk needed the brain to make it. The sidewalk didn't make itself.
The sidewalk is not an action. You are talking about actions.
Talking about mind independence as in it exists outside of your brain.
Yeah,
that means it's outside of your brain. When it goes into objective materialistic reality,
lots of stuff exists outside of your brain. I'm asking you to demonstrate that morals exist.
They are mind independent. Yes, they are.
I'm asking you to demonstrate that morals exist outside of the brain. Can you do that?
Yes, I can very easily.
Right,
okay. If do you believe what is a moral? What is something that is when I say can you define morality? Because I don't think we're actually speaking about the same thing.
No, I don't think you're using normal words either. Morality is an abstract concept that says something either is good or bad, but technically for an atheist, there's no such thing as good or
something. You said
technically for an atheist, there's no such thing as good or bad. What we're suggesting is there are things that we think are bad. Like, I think it is bad. It is my opinion that it is bad. And other atheists might say the same thing. They might say, it is my opinion that this is bad. But those are subjective words suggesting it's just not preferable. So the definition of good is the thing typically that is the most preferable thing. Like,
all of this to define what is morality? Wow.
Yeah, it's not hard. So the thing that is defined as the moral thing to do is typically the thing that is the good thing to do, which is to say the thing that is the most preferable to do, which is subjective. What I think
You're straw manning right now. Be careful.
I'm explaining my position. I can't straw man my own position, idiot. So the most preferable thing to do is subjective. Like, if I think there's a most preferable thing to do, it might be that M thinks that the most preferable thing to do is different, which means he and I have differing opinions on what is subjectively moral. Now, you're saying that there is an objective moral that exists without any brain to say that it is moral or not moral. And I'm still waiting for the argument that lands on a morality that exists outside of the brain.
Let me understand what the word objective means. Let me give you an example. So is the sidewalk objective? Does it exist mind independently in objective materialistic reality? Yes or no?
Yeah, the sidewalk is not inside of my brain.
Okay. So the sidewalk, now what makes the sidewalk objective? Because it exists in objective materialistic reality, right? That's the only reason.
Because it exists materially and it's not in my brain.
Any other features? Yeah, it doesn't have any other features besides that exists outside of your brain, correct? That's why it's objective, correct?
The sidewalk exists whether or not my brain exists.
Perfect. So now here's the problem. The action and the outcome, they are features of the action. Because when I asked you what is morality, you kept saying it's something to do.
Action or outcome of what?
And then you labeled it as a to do.
Action or outcome
it's a thing
of what?
You're doing. Okay, here it is. The action of something and the outcome of it are existing in objective materialistic reality. Yes or no? Yes or no? That's all you need.
If it's a sidewalk, yes.
No. I'm asking you an action. When I punch you in the face, is that an action that exists in objective materialistic reality, or does that mind dependent on my brain?
It's mind dependent. You can't punch me without using your mind.
Yeah, but after I punch you, is the punch exists in objective materialistic reality mind independently, or is it still mind dependent?
It's
Look.
It's mind dependent.
After I punch you, it's mind dependent still. It's hit your face.
No, after you punch me, it doesn't exist anymore. I don't believe in B theory of time.
So the action of me punching you is mind dependently, strictly, doesn't exist in objective materialistic reality at all.
No, you and I exist in material existence, but the act of you punching me is specifically contingent on your brain doing it.
No, I know it was contingent on the brain, just like the sidewalk. But after I did it, does it exist in objective materialistic reality, and the outcome that you're down on the floor bleeding, are those real or not? Do they exist in objective materialistic reality, or are they dependent on my mind?
No, they're fake, because I would kick you in the ribs before you can touch me.
Okay, when I get kicked, is that something real, or is that mind dependent when you kick me back in the ribs?
It'd be both. It'd be real and mind dependent.
Perfect. The reason it's mind independent, which is real, is because it exists in objective materialistic reality. Yes or no?
It's mind dependent and it's real, is what I said.
But real as in mind independent, like exists objectively in objective time and space.
Yeah, like my leg would exist whether or not my brain knew it.
Yeah, like I will be hurt. It's not mind dependent upon you. It's mind dependent upon me at this point because it exists on me now. Like it transferred from you to me.
But material existence is different from a moral existence. A moral existence is not a thing that exists.
I agree.
So what we're asking is whether or not
action though, would you say the action of punching me, would you say that that's a materialist?
No. The action of punching you.
How come it did not materialize in the real world?
Because the action of punching you is a description of the material world. It is not a thing. An action is not a thing. It's a description.
It's describing what?
It's describing something. But an action is not a thing. It is an action is a description of a thing doing something.
So okay, let me move away from the action. What about the outcome of the action, which is I'm on the floor now and I'm in pain because you kicked me while I was trying to punch you? Is that mind independent or mind dependent?
Yeah, you like the aftermath of the punch or the kick is something that exists in the material world, whether my brain exists or not. Like so, if I kicked you and then my brain stopped working, you would still exist.
Yeah, well, even if you kick me, after you kick me, it exists also. So, but perfect. I'll take the outcome. So now that we see that there's at least a feature in the action that does exist in materialistic objective reality, do you agree it does have a true value judgment? Just like the sidewalk, because it exists in objective materialistic reality, has a true value judgment that we have to measure. It's not dependent on our brain. Like if I say the sidewalk is 15 inches large,
the value judgment is always in your brain.
Doesn't matter.
The value judgment in your brain.
No. Here's the distinction. If I say the sidewalk is 15 inches long and you say it's 23 centimeters long, it really doesn't change the distance of the sidewalk. It doesn't change the size of the sidewalk.
I'm aware, but we're not talking about sidewalks right now. We're talking about actions now.
That means this, yeah. So, but let me finish. But the reason, let me finish, please. The reason we give this feature to the sidewalk is because there's only one thing about the sidewalk that we gave it this feature for, and it's because it exists in objective materialistic reality. That's why it has a true value judgment. That means
morals
any object that exists in objective materialistic reality would have a true value judgment.
Morals are not.
Means the actions and the outcomes, because they exist.
Morals are not objectively existing in the material world, or else we could actually point to them. We can say, here is a moral, there is a moral, but you can't do that, which means morals don't exist in the material world. Do you understand the difference between a sidewalk and a moral?
I understand, but you keep, but how are you missing
So morals aren't sidewalks. I want to know the argument that lands in morals being objective, not material being objective.
No. The reason that the sidewalk is, in your opinion, objective, quote unquote, There's only one feature that gives that sidewalk its objectivity. It's materialism in the real world. That's it.
That's
Nothing
right.
else.
Yeah,
There's no
you
other
nailed it.
feature.
It exists
Exactly.
materialist. Yes, exactly.
When
So what I'm asking is the argument that demonstrates that morals exist in the same way as the material sidewalk.
Yeah, because morals, when I asked you what is a moral, define morality, you said it's something that we give goodness or badness to. Then you actually went
No,
further
I didn't.
because you talked for a long time. You
You're-
said
you were
it's something
close,
we
but
do.
that's not it.
Yeah, that's
A-
literally
a
what
mo-
you were,
a
and then you
mor-
went on the tangent of goodness and
So I'll try this again. A moral is an abstract concept. We actually describe what we think behaviors are moral. It's an abstract concept. It's not a thing that exists materially. The only difference is you think they exist objectively and I don't. And I've got a bunch of people telling me I need to kick you right now for some reason. And I don't know why, but I'm inclined to trust them. So I'm going to kick you because, oh, look, he finally turned his camera on because you're a liar.
I'm live. I don't know why you would kick me. I'm
Okay,
live.
so we asked you just a minute ago whether or not you could turn on your camera, and you lied because you're a lying liar, Minar. You're not the king of the world. You're just a lying troll, and you can't actually get your own audience, which is why you have to come to our lives. In fact, this is why I tell people not to go to your guys' lives because they're boring. Nobody wants to watch you. Actually, some people will watch you crash out, but we make you come to our lives to spew your trash because you can't actually draw an audience on your own. So thanks for letting us all know that you're a liar
This channel,
and that you don't actually have an argument. And you're
one of
welcome.
my favorite channels.
You're welcome to come back again, but it's time to go. I think the guests were getting enough of yelling into the microphone for one night. And I agree. That was more than enough microphone yelling for the night.
I wanted him to defend child marriage.
I know.
Because he straight up lied. He said that Hanafiya say that you have to get married at 15. And I sent you, by the way, the document that shows from their book that they say that you can marry any age below the age of puberty, but the consummation has to happen when she's fat enough to take it.
Sounds about right. Yeah. And well, actually, if you watch the Minar crash out on my channel, in the aftermath of discussion, he defends child marriage. Like, so I already know what his position is. He's just a liar. Oh, well, welcome in, Sarah.
But he doesn't like abortion, but he likes fucking children.
I know he spent his entire crash out session pivoting to abortion rather than addressing the child marriage, but it turned out he was pro-child marriage, so it's irrelevant anyways. But let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here, and hopefully they'll be a little more adult-like.
Yeah, that was painful. I was slowly dying.
I know. Justin Wright, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Oi, big dog, can I ask you a few questions when free? I'm not a theist. I think you're awesome, but I have like 2 questions to pose." Well, listen, Justin, hit me up on the Discord and ask your questions in the Discord. We can dialogue offline. You don't have to ask them here. Also, I'm going to be doing a Q&A Sunday night after the Atheist Experience. So hit me up on the Q&A if you guys want to do like a little bit of question and answer time. It should be fun. And while we're here, guys, make sure you're following Leaving Faith and M's. Both really great friends of the channel. Make sure you're checking them out. And Mr. Peabody, beautiful dog, by the way. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, my nephew is attending Biola U in September. He's very Catholic, socially and politically progressive. I'm afraid of him going full evangelical. What's a good critical balanced study Bible to gift him? Well, if he's going to Biola, they're not going to have a problem with him getting the new Oxford annotated study Bible. That's like the typical off-the-shelf study Bible. I would also maybe recommend, if he's Catholic, get the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. My favorite version of that Bible is called the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. And then maybe you can recommend the Westminster Study Bible. All of them very good academic study Bibles that will not do like goofy apologetics. And Austin, thank you for the super chat, says, as a Christian, I can attest that not all of us are like Minar. I know, Austin, I know. Minar Minar is a special case, and Dr. Pizza agrees so that I paid my taxes spiritually. Luckily, the guards here in prison let me watch your live when I'm in solitary. Praise Doug. Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness. And GH says, I love how he admits Allah isn't by his side. No, Allah was not in that conversation. If I had to guess, Allah would be very embarrassed by Minar's typical behavior. He's a grown adult, by the way. And Evan says, Minar is a professional clown, but don't hire him for your daughter's birthday party. Definitely don't do that. Horrible things will happen, guys. Do not hire Minar for your birthday party for your children. And Texas Panhandler says, hey, bro, got here late tonight. Shout out to our peeps on Discord. Dedicate the next cookout to them. Well, thank you so much, Texas Panhandler. I appreciate that. And thank you for the generous super chat and welcome to the barbecue. And Hard Work says, precepts are wrong about tag. First premise, creeds, canons, confessions show they are lying or ignorant of faith, traditions, doctrine, maybe heretical. I agree, actually. I do at least like the Phil bros that are willing to say, like, hey, I'm arguing using Aquinas' argument. So, like, they're at least trying to integrate something from their faith tradition rather than this nonsensical thing where, like, there's a prime mover, therefore I'll put my God in its place. Not a good argument. Mike Thorne, thank you for gifting out 5 subbies on TikTok. Big W, Mike. I appreciate that. And we're going to get our next guest in here. I'm going to try to get Cindy connected. And Evan says, out of 100 arguments, he chose a sidewalk. I know. Minar could have chose anything as an analog to morals existing objectively, and he chose something made out of actual material. And Zanzibar, good to see you tonight. Beautiful dog says, sidewalks are not abstract. They are concrete. Holy shit.
Yeah.
We got it. Amazing, amazing super chat. I don't know why that didn't enter my brain as we were having that conversation. That's the winning comment for the night, is it not?
It's pretty good.
That's pretty good. I couldn't have done better myself. I could not. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We'll try to get Hanny connected. Goku, thank you for the super chat. Says, was watching his stream. When you kicked him, he jumped up and cheered like he won a UFC match. Dear Minar, please seek help. I'm being serious. Yeah. Minar needs a little bit of help. He's not well. He's not well. He thinks getting kicked from a stream is a win. It's not. We've got Hanny with us. How you doing, Hanny?
Hey, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought there was something going on with my phone.
No worries.
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Is your name Justin?
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I called you Hanny, is that correct?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
That's fine.
Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am at least 18. Yes.
Okay.
I guess that's the simplest answer.
And you believe in some kind of a God?
Yeah. I mean, what do you like? I don't believe that there's like a man up in the clouds. Like that's not where I'm coming from. But can I just ask you, I've listened to you talk to 3 people, so I've kind of got an idea of like the way you talk, and I totally understand where you're coming from with most things that you said. But can I just ask you a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you not believe, or like, do you think it's detrimental to believe?
No, I just don't think there's evidence to warrant a belief.
Okay.
But like, there's a lot of people that believe in a God that are like completely harmless. So for like example, I almost never get to talk to Hindus, but other than creating the caste system, I think the Hindu religion's pretty peaceful. The Buddhists believe in spirits, but not really gods. And they're
Yeah.
usually peaceful. There's a lot of peaceful religions. But like, if we're going to discuss whether or not God exists, I have to kind of entertain all of the religions. But the reason why I do this is most importantly because there are like certain faiths that are dangerous. I think
Yeah, I
Christianity
agree.
and Islam are pretty damn dangerous.
I agree. So I was raised Catholic, but I wouldn't consider myself Catholic in any kind of traditional sense. And I completely agree with what you're saying about organized religion in general.
Mhm.
So there was obviously Manar with his sidewalk thing, but I think he was talking about morality, which I do believe, like you, that morality is it's a concept that's an abstract concept that's created by humans as socially acceptable behaviors and socially not acceptable behaviors. And you said that with atheism, you said the it's like the opinion that something is wrong or not wrong. So that's the view that you take. Is that correct?
Yeah. So, like, if I say it's wrong to marry 6-year-olds, like, I'm not making a claim that it's objectively wrong to do that. I'm saying, in my opinion, it's wrong to do that
Yeah.
because, from my worldview, there's no such thing as objective morals. All morals are somehow like a social construct that we decided, like, hey, we shouldn't actually be doing this. Now, the good thing about subjective morals is that, like, we can correlate it to data in the real world. Like, we can say, as it turns out, when we all engage in this one particular behavior, like, it keeps hurting people. Like, we know
Yeah.
objectively that it hurts people. But the
Okay. So do you think that morals are evidence based?
I do. I think typically morals are evidence based, and people typically weigh when they say something's good or bad. They're using their own experience, saying, "Well, listen, I saw somebody do this and it turned out bad," or "I saw somebody
Okay.
do
And
this and it turned out good."
what do you think that evidence is based on?
Typically personal experience. Sometimes you can do like empirical studies. So, for example, sometimes you do something and you don't immediately see the result. So it's hard to use personal experience in that particular case. But sometimes you can do something and then later on down the road, somebody else can see the result and we can use that information. But typically that comes through like imperial data collection.
Okay. But do you not think that your human emotions are evidence of morality?
No, I think emotions are a product of a long system of evolution where, as a social species, like, we were able to survive better when we were able to feel particular things, you know? So, like, the emotions that I get when, when my son was born, no one had to, like, teach me to love my son. Like, the second my son was born, I loved him with every fiber of my being because I have this wild, chemical reaction going on in my body that is tying
Yes.
me to
Agreed.
this individual. And this is just an evolutionary trait that we've developed. And because
So they are
Mhm,
chemical. I would 100% agree with that.
I agree.
But I think that this is where it gets a little bit blurry. Like, I think that your emotions, the feelings that your actions, the results of your actions give you, that is your moral compass. So that is where I was kind of like, obviously Manar was not it in multiple ways, but I think that's where he was trying to, like, maybe establish something in that regard. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we talked about that because that was like what I was wondering while I was hearing you guys talk. The other thing that I was curious about was like to do with, how do you prove the unprovable? Like, as in, there's only so much that we are going to know scientifically and, with what we have available to us to know. So how do you prove something that's not provable? Like, I
I don't think you
know that you
do.
guys have been using various arguments, but that's the nitty gritty, isn't it? Like, when you get down to it, that is what all of these things are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't make any attempt to prove the unprovable. I think that's typically where believers get stuck, is they believe that the God that they believe is provable, and it turns out that they can't actually prove it. it just takes, it's a long road to get to that point till they realize that they can't prove it.
Yeah, but what if God is just consciousness? God is just the ability that we are conscious. Like that is
But
this
consciousness,
thing that everyone is talking about.
but consciousness is a derivative of the brain, as far as we know from
Yes, of
science.
course it is. Of course it is. But just because something is one thing doesn't mean it's also not another thing.
Sure, but we would need evidence, right? So if we're saying consciousness also is this other thing, I would need evidence to believe that it was the other thing before I believed it. You know what I mean? Like if I said that there's
Yeah, I totally know what you mean.
yeah,
But then it gets into, humans have limits, and human intelligence has limits, and some of these things are, beyond our potential capability.
well, maybe.
You understand?
Maybe they are now, yeah. So like for example, long time, we used to believe that like the sun and the other planets and whatnot were gods.
Yes, obviously that's how we explain things as a civilization, as a species.
Mhm.
That is gods. That is this
Right.
idea
But
that everyone is,
but then we
obsessed about.
then we explored the sky and realized there's no gods up there. We explored the solar system, realized there's no gods up there, and we changed our way of thinking, right? So like it seems the more we learn about the universe, the God keeps getting smaller and smaller and further away. So like at this point, like we've never had a scientific discovery that ended with, oh shit, it was God. Every time we make a
Yeah, I
scientific
know.
discovery, we're like, oh, it wasn't God. So
Obviously,
I'm
but
inclined.
but that's like where this is where everything falls down, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. Because yes, you win the argument. My God is imaginary because my God is what I believe,
Mhm.
which is within me, and so that to you it is imaginary. Do you know what I mean? And but that doesn't mean that something that we are trying to latch on doesn't exist, or
Well,
isn't real.
I think there's a good reason to believe that God's not real, other than just being imaginary. Like, so do you think that your God created everything?
Yeah, that's what I believe God is, the creator, the source of everything,
But
and
did he
our
cre-
consciousness,
did he
individual
did
consciousness.
he create it, or is he it?
Does it matter?
Yeah.
Why?
Because if he created, that means he also exists outside of material.
It's not a he.
It.
It's not like,
I don't care what you call it. If it
yeah.
exists, if it existed before material existed, then it can't be synonymous with just material existence.
So, but then you're getting into like time as a concept, because it's like, what's before time?
Well, I don't think there ever was a before time. I think time always existed.
Okay, so do you believe that the Big Bang happened at a specific point in time, and then everything was created from that point in time?
Nope. I think matter, space, and time always existed. The Big Bang isn't something from nothing.
So what if God is matter, space, and time? What if this,
How would you know?
you know,
Like, what if I
well,
just
no one
said?
knows.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the whole point.
You're just
It
saying.
loses all meaning then.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
if you're saying God is matter, space, and time, then you're just adding an additional label to what we can already see and experience. So if you want to say God is matter, space, and time, is that something else, something additionally, or are we just adding
No,
a
it
label?
was more just pointing out that, like, the whole, it can't be the creator and be within the creation element of what you were saying.
Say that again.
I was saying that I had asked if you believe that the universe was created at a certain point in time, and before that there was nothing.
Right. I don't believe that.
Like,
no.
did matter, space, and time and the Big Bang all happen at the same time?
No, I think.
Or was there and you said that matter, space, and time existed before the creation of the universe. Aren't you saying the same thing that I said in a different way?
No, I don't think there's such a thing as a creation.
You don't think the universe was created? You don't think there's a point in time in which you could state that the universe began?
Nope.
So what was before the Big Bang? Nothing?
The universe.
Okay.
Why would I believe that there was once nothing?
Well, I don't believe that there was once nothing either, but I'm just saying
We agree then.
that's what it seemed like. That's what it seemed like from what you said.
No, I don't believe there was ever nothing.
Okay, so you believe that there was matter, space, and time, and then at some point there was a change, and then there was a creation event, or what?
No, there was no such thing as a creation event.
Well, I mean, like the Big Bang.
Oh yeah, the Big Bang happened, but I mean, I don't know if I would call it a Big Bang. It's more of just an expansion of the material that was already existing.
Okay.
You know, it's kind of like if you take a piece of sodium and drop it in water, it's unstable. It's gonna do a lot of unstable behavior. You know what I mean? But the fact that it's now reacting, it's having a chemical reaction, doesn't mean that it didn't exist before you put it in the water.
No, obviously not.
So like in neither one of our worlds do we believe there was once nothing that gave rise to something. So if the universe is eternal, it's always been here in one form or another, then I fail to see why we need a God. Like what's the God adding to the picture that we need it to explain?
I guess for me, the God is how it happened, how it came to be.
Well, you just said it always existed.
Yes, but some part, a property existed.
Right, but if the universe always
And then
existed, then it never came to be. It always existed. You know what I mean?
So is your perception of God because you want an explanation for why any of this exists?
No, it's more about that I feel like life is a gift. I feel like your experience is a gift.
But that can be true without God. You don't need God for that.
A gift that is given.
My parents gave me this gift.
Sorry, say that again. I couldn't hear.
My parents gave me this gift. My parents gave me the gift of life.
Yes, they did, but that wasn't the beginning. That wasn't how. That wasn't
There's no
how
beginning.
everything started. That's your individual experience. We're talking about something that's bigger than that.
I mean, I do understand what you're saying, but I like the idea that life exists at all is lovely and beautiful.
And also, there's very, 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 very small odds that life should exist, like astronomical.
But
So many
there's-
things had to
I don't know about
happen.
that.
There's
how
very, very, very many chances for life to exist.
yeah, I don't know if
No,
we
the
can
conditions
calculate.
for life. There are the conditions for life to exist, for you to be who you are astronomical.
And yeah, here I am.
Exactly.
No, that's not because of God.
It's actually inevitable. If the probability of life forming is anything but zero, then it's 100% chance that life would form.
That it will happen.
Yeah. Because the universe is infinitely old in both directions. It's going to happen eventually. We're just at that point in the timeline where it happened.
Okay, so that's your view?
Mhm.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah. I know there's a lot to take in. I get it.
No, it's not that it's a lot to take in. It's just that obviously we have differing views, and I believe that what you're asking is like unprovable. There's no way that you could get the answer that you want for it, and therefore you have come up with your result.
I agree. Yeah. So like the idea that a God exists appears to be an unprovable claim. And my position is that it's unprovable because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the easier
Right.
easier way to deal with it. So
Mhm.
all of the science that we have been able to, all the discoveries that we've been able to make with science, I think that those are all contingent on what all those myths and stories and things that we told ourselves.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again one more time. I want to make sure I heard you right.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I heard you, but I don't know if my brain registered all the words. Can you say that one more time?
Sorry, what would you like me to repeat?
You were saying that you think science is all contingent on the myths and stories we used to tell?
No, I just said that the way that where we've gotten today is based off of these, inherent questions that we ask.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that, humanity's desire to ask questions about our existence is what led to us having knowledge about our existence, but I wouldn't attribute that to the mythologies. I think the mythologies were just early answers to the question that turned out to be wrong.
Yeah, but what I was trying to get at is that this question is like something that humanity has been looking at so intensely for so long,
Right.
and it has led us to where we are now, which has opened our eyes in so many ways. But there's only so much that we are going to be able to know.
I agree. At our current point in time, we are limited to what we can know. I agree with you there. But my personal opinion is that when it comes to what we do believe in, we should believe in things that appear to be true.
So you don't think that there's any evidence whatsoever of a higher power, or whatever you want to call it?
No, not for God. If there was, I'd believe in it.
But you've studied religions, I take it?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. In
So
fact,
what-
I
so
was
why
I was a
why
Christian.
do you do that?
I was a Christian myself for 20 years. And
Right.
I even went to school to study it professionally.
So what made you lose your faith?
The Bible. The Bible's just not true.
Yeah, but I mean, if you read it as a book, like it's not true.
Yeah.
Do you not think that the Bible is symbolism and trying to map out a path
It's,
for your moral compass?
well, I certainly hope not, because it says that slavery was chill. Says that you can kidnap women and children in war. Says that genocide's okay. Says that like if a husband or a leader commits a sin, the wives or the followers of the leader can be punished for the sin. Like these aren't things I would consider moral.
Yeah, I mean, it was written at a completely different time in human history, but and I wouldn't. I think you're missing where I was going with it. Those you're pointing to specific like actions and very specific acts or examples where it was completely wrong. But you don't think there's anything in there that like would help you lead a moral life, or
Nothing that I can't find elsewhere. You know, I can find, it's like some of the teachings in the Bible I can find outside of the Bible. It's not like I need the Bible for it. Like there's quite a few proverbs in the Bible that I really like, but I mean, I could have got it from Egyptian proverbs. I could have got it from Sumerian proverbs.
yeah.
You know,
But even the bits that you do like, the things that you do like, nothing in that makes you want to cling to those things. And
I mean, if I read a piece of wisdom and I think that it's a good piece of wisdom, you know, I'll definitely put it to use in my life. But that to me, that doesn't mean like the book is special. Like, so when I read the Babylonian literature and I find some good sayings in the Babylonian literature, I'm not inclined to believe that Lord Marduk is real.
okay, so like the Constitution, are you American or Canadian or?
American.
Okay, so the Constitution, that was written at a time where things were very different than right now. And there's things in there that don't really apply to today's world, and as in guns. So do you believe that because that bit of the Constitution, because it contains that the whole, you should just throw away the whole thing?
No, but the Constitution is different from a holy book. A holy book is purporting to tell you about God and to give you
I get that.
information about God, right? So like
I get that, but politics is basically just where you are on the spectrum between you and, you know, your relationship to society, which I believe is what religion is doing. Religion is where you would place yourself on the spectrum between yourself, your needs, and societal needs and acceptable behaviors.
yeah,
Are
but
you making? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so but the Constitution doesn't claim to be from God.
No, I know it doesn't. I'm just giving you like a hypothetical situation.
Maybe I don't follow. Sarah, what are you gonna say?
I was just going to say, if we're trying to get back to evidence for God, are you saying that the existence of the Bible, because it contains some like moral truths, that is evidence? Ooh, jeez. That it's evidence? Sorry.
No, I'm not saying that it's evidence. I'm just as Justin was saying that there are things that are in the Bible or in other religious texts that are not what we would consider morally acceptable today. I'm asking about the evolution of it and whether or not you can take the things about religion that you do like or you do morally agree with.
But I'm getting at what is
it's
what's
very
the
all or
evidence that you're
nothing.
getting to? Like you're explaining why you think, yeah, it might not be, yeah, it might not be. But what has led you to read the Bible or another holy text and say, yes, a God exists? Like, can you get us all the way to the ending point?
No, because it's a personally objective experience. Spirituality is something that I could never explain my spirituality to you.
Okay. I mean, then we're just gonna, I think, Justin, we're just gonna end up talking past each other because it sounds like spirituality for you is something you've personally experienced, and then there's no really point in talking about evidence because I don't think evidence is all that important to you then if it's something that you just personally have experienced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is what I was trying to say with when you're putting statements out here like this, like, yes, you've won. I can't prove you wrong. But you can't, you can't prove me wrong because you haven't personally experienced what I have experienced.
You're right. We can't be in your brain. And so we did not experience the things that you have experienced.
Right. But we can evaluate your claim, and your claim is that God is the universe, which to me isn't a logical claim, right? So if God is the universe, that means there's no.
So I said God is consciousness. God is the fact that we are conscious.
But we can explain consciousness physiologically.
Yes, I know that it has a physiological explanation, as in your brain and the electrochemical reactions that go on within your brain that like give us our opinions and our ability to experience things, but that doesn't mean that it's not something else as well.
But that's like saying I can explain consciousness with physiology, but you can't prove that there's not an invisible unicorn in my brain that's actually creating the physiology.
But you can't prove that God doesn't exist.
Right, yes. So can we agree that your God existing and the invisible unicorn in my brain are equally likely?
No, I don't think that. I don't think that's the case.
W consciousness unicorn. Yeah, what if I agree with Sarah? What if I said I believe there's just a consciousness granting unicorn that exists, and when we're born, it grants us consciousness? That seems just as likely as God being consciousness.
Yeah, that's fine. If that's what you believe, then go for it.
But do you understand that like the argument you're providing for God is on par with the argument for consciousness unicorns?
Yes, in the way that you've just presented it. But what I was saying was that it's tied to your morality, which I believe is something that is evidence-based off of your own emotions regarding your actions.
So because people experience emotions and morals, that means that...
No. So because actions have consequences, those consequences are emotion causing, which then gives you your morality compass. You have consciousness.
Okay.
Trying to figure out where God comes.
Yeah, it's the reason.
The reason for which part of it? The fact that you experience emotions?
All of it.
But again, you're just adding something that we have no evidence for. I can explain your emotions and your morals physiologically, and you have no reason to add God.
Okay, how do you explain my emotions physiologically?
So what we can do is look at the neurotransmitters that are expressed.
And the axons and the synapses and the GABA and all that. Yes, of course. That's there. That's real.
Okay, great.
So then
what's the reason for that? So what's the reason for your brain chemistry?
Why would we add in an unnecessary entity to explain what's already explained without it? Thank you, Chet, for the
Why is it?
balloon
How
and
is it
gun
unnecessary?
What's it
we can
necessary
explain
for?
it without God.
Yeah.
Say that again. Sorry.
We can explain it without God. So yes, I can explain your emotions without God.
Okay. No, you can explain the chemical reactions that take place in my brain.
Yep.
So you think that emotions are just chemical reactions that take place in your brain?
Yes.
There's nothing more to them?
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's the answer that I wanted, I guess. That's the end result.
And so
Yeah, why would there be anything more?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Em.
I was asking, why would you believe it's anything more?
Why would you not?
Because we do not see any evidence that it's anything more.
Okay. Okay, so you didn't, when you saw your child born, you said you loved him with every fiber of your being. Can you physically demonstrate that you loved your child with every fiber of your being?
You don't have to.
Well, that's an idiom. I think when people say that, most
I
people
know.
are aware that not every fiber in your being is experiencing what you're describing.
Maybe it is.
But we know they're not.
Maybe every cell in your body is loving your child that way.
No, that's
Okay.
that's not how that works. I understand.
Okay.
That it's a great saying, but it doesn't mean.
No, I'm just saying that you don't think there's anything more going on than chemicals passing between synapses in your brain, and you don't think there's anything more than that.
I'm going to ask you a question. Why can some specific thoughts and some specific responses to emotional outcomes disappear based upon damage to your brain?
Say that again, sorry.
Yeah, why would
You mean
specific
like if someone's in a
responses,
coma?
yeah, why would they disappear specifically due to damage to the brain?
Say that.
What
You're saying if someone has brain damage.
Why do people who experience brain damage or deformation have a very specific change in their emotion?
And depending upon where the
Because
damage is.
their brain isn't working correctly. So I'm not saying
if you have damage to the brain,
I'm saying that you need both of those things. So you need the chemicals, you need that reaction. Go on.
So you need the chemicals, but what else do you need?
Your consciousness.
Which is a outcome of your brain. So you're just saying that you need your brain.
Okay, I think that there's more to it than that.
And why would there be more to it?
Consciousness than we know right now.
Then I'm going to ask you a question. Why specifically? If consciousness is more than what the brain is producing, or what is a result from the brain, why would, again, brain damage to the brain, specifically, for example, in the reticular activating system, prevent you from waking up or from regaining consciousness?
So
it's a part of the brainstem, which is responsible for causing you to gain consciousness.
I love this. I'm glad that you said this. So someone who has brain damage and is in a coma, they will not have any conscious experience, right? They will still have electrical brain activity on a very, very, very low level.
And how does this answer my question?
They don't have both things. They don't have the...
Did you understand my question?
Say it again, sorry.
My question was, or my statement was, rather, that if you're saying that consciousness is more than what is produced by the brain, then why is damage to specific parts of the brain, again, cause you to lack the ability to be aroused into a conscious state?
Because you've lost consciousness. You've lost consciousness because your brain is not...
What? You lost it to what? You lost it due to
Sorry, you're really breaking up.
You're making the argument that consciousness is directly tied to your physical brain. And so if you lose your physical brain, you lose consciousness. So there's no reason to think there's something else to consciousness.
No, I don't think that they're directly linked. I think that there is something else.
But how does it function?
What do you mean? How does it function?
So I can explain how the physical part of your brain functions, and I can.
That's the point I'm trying to.
Hang on.
It's the unprovable.
So I can explain why your consciousness exists using your physical brain. Your argument is that there's something additional, that there's something metaphysical or spiritual that is your consciousness. And so we are asking, okay, let's say I eliminate the physical part. That spiritual part should still be left there, right?
Yes. And
so then when you end the physical part...
So there is evidence, that the brain has low-level activities when someone has been severely brain damaged and is not able to ever be conscious ever again.
I told you why. Because we have a part of the brain that is responsible for arousal, or multiple parts of the brain which are responsible for arousing the brain.
Yes,
They increase the
obviously.
activity
So that
of, or
part's been
decrease the
damaged.
activity of, the reticular
That part's been
activating
damaged.
system. If that is damaged, I'm telling you, if it is damaged, then you're not going to wake up
Yes,
from a coma.
obviously.
The point is, you're unable to regain consciousness due to a physical defect, which is telling you that consciousness is a result or a byproduct of a physical state of the brain. Why would you then assume that this has anything to do with anything outside of the brain?
I'm not assuming. That's what I believe.
Why do you believe it?
You are.
Because I just do. I believe.
Justin, you're muted.
Sorry, a belief without evidence is roughly equivalent to an assumption. All right. Well, listen, Hania, we appreciate you coming up and talking to us. We're going to move on to the next guest, but you've been kind and cordial the whole conversation, so we appreciate you talking to us.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one. That's some woo-woo stuff, but at least she was nice about it.
She was. I think I made her mad. Sorry.
That's all right. That's part of the process. That's part of the process. Astronova says, cited as free will, Proverbs 16:9, the human mind plans the way, but the Lord directs the steps. What the fuck does that mean? So it goes in line with similar passages in the Proverbs, and even in Jeremiah. There's a passage in Jeremiah where he says that man cannot even, oh shit, what the hell did he say in Jeremiah? Now I got to pull open the quote from Jeremiah because I'm about to misquote it. One second. I've got the quotation on a notepad somewhere. Jeremiah 10:23. I know, O Lord, that the way of humans is not in their control, that mortals as they walk cannot direct their steps. There's this idea that even though mortals have the ability to think, it's actually God who's sovereign that causes all things to happen. And Abraham the Chaldean, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I can't seem to find an objective grounding for length. Sucks I have to go through life not knowing if one thing is longer than the other. Praise Doug. Big W on that one. And Law 527, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, for Justin and M, you say child marriage is bad, but did you consider they did not have air conditioning during the prophet's time? We actually had this conversation with somebody a couple of weeks ago, say that the girls were hitting puberty sooner because they were in the desert. The desert heat causes them to hit puberty sooner. I'm not joking. It's a real thing. Jammin, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Minar types activate my PTSD, but it really does help to hear Justin and M deal with their bullshit. Thank you, folks, for helping my rage subside. Well, we're here to deal with the goofballs so that you don't have to. So take care of yourself. Always protect your own mental and emotional well-being. And thank you so much for your service, Jammin. And AR says, hey, Minar, moral is a description of one's view on an action, not an attribute of the action itself. I know. I said it like 4 or 5 times, but his king of the world brain couldn't actually comprehend it. But Vinny, welcome in. Good to see you tonight. Says, I'm a little disappointed that there was no shadow boxing or handstands. Praise Doug. Actually, I'm a little disappointed he waited to the very end to turn his camera on. I wanted to see the handstands. I was here for the handstands. Jeff Parent says, why not pick what your God is when proven wrong, accept it. Stop moving your definition when shown you're wrong. That's a good point. I think it's self-preservation. I think people feel like they need to believe in this God to preserve their own mental and emotional well-being. And when it gets challenged, people go into fight or flight mode rather than taking a posture of inquiry. They take the posture of self-defense. It's actually been shown people that have their religious beliefs questioned behave physiologically the same as if they're challenged to a physical fight, which is wild. And Evan says, crazy coincidence. When I was walking on a sidewalk today, I saw a piece of dog shit and I thought about Minar. Well, that seems objectively true. I believe you on that. And I Heart Dogs, thank you for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W. I really appreciate that, buddy. And Black A.Al says, I would highly suggest that she read and study the Kabbalion and the Hermetics so that she can get a better general idea of what God could be. I don't know much about this topic, any of the words. I think you mean the Kabbalah. Is it the Kabbalah you're referring to? The Kabbalah sounds like something she would be into, Jewish mysticism. But David, thank you for the super chat, says the Constitution was written to be amended and changed. If the Bible was allowed to be changed when proven wrong, then it would be at least more reliable. I actually agree. The problem with the Bible and other God books is they're unchanging. And Gates of Delirium agrees with the consciousness-granting unicorns, big W, Gates of Delirium. And great analogy, Sarah. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We're going to get...
It's storming again where I am, which is why my door blew open. Which is why I had to, and I'm on the couch now. I mean, on the floor now, so that I can cuddle Ruby because she's very scared.
Is Ruby medicated?
Yeah, now she is.
Good girl. Oh, Rebel says the Kabbalion is a study of Hermetic philosophy of ancient Egypt and Greece. I didn't know that. I appreciate the information. Now I know. Well, the guest is having a little bit of trouble connecting. We'll get another one in here. Mark says, Hanny, I believe there's something beyond our lives. I once dreamt of a face of a woman and a voice telling me, this is your wife. I married that woman years later. Really interesting, Mark. There's been some studies on people who have these types of experiences, basically suggesting that they operate a little bit like deja vu, where the brain is tricking you into creating memories. But that's your personal experience. If it happened, I believe you. So, Devin, welcome in. How you doing?
Hello.
Devin, are you at
Doing well,
least...
how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yeah, I'm 24. Yes, I do.
Okay. And what God do you believe in?
Jesus.
That's a new one.
There we go. All right. What'd be the most compelling argument or evidence for the Christian God, namely Jesus, being real?
The most compelling evidence. Well, okay. All right. Boom. That brings it down to the calendar. Why are we following the Christian calendar? Why, after 2025 years, has society been on a steady incline?
I don't know what you mean by incline, but as to the calendar, the reason why it is what it is was because a pope in the middle of the 16th century changed it. So we used to be on the Julian calendar, which is comparable to our current calendar, and then it was changed in the 16th century by Pope Gregory.
Yeah, so it's a little strange how, we follow a Christian calendar, right? Because from my basis and my standpoint,
The Chinese don't.
The 2025 years ago, that's when Jesus died and was resurrected, correct?
Do the Chinese follow that calendar?
I'm unfamiliar with the Chinese.
No. The reason why we follow the quote unquote Christian calendar is because it was developed by Christians, which is why people not from the Western world use a different calendar. The Jews still don't even use our calendar. The Jews have their own calendar.
So we're all in like a different timeline?
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. Like we're all living on a different day, technically?
We're all in the same timeline. We're describing the timeline differently. Like the idea of a BC AD is just somebody's description of where we're at on the timeline.
So like somehow we all just agree that today is today then.
Yeah, no. Today is today, just definitionally speaking. We agree that the date of today is whatever we call it.
Right. So you don't see anything in there?
Nothing, not a thing, no.
Interesting. So you don't find how the most mathematically accurate timeline was proposed from Christians and what they were told from their so-called God.
I'm
not
sorry,
the studies of the stars and by
how
a
is it-
scientific process.
How is it the most mathematically accurate timeline?
Well, I mean, clearly it is. Why do we follow it day to day, every day?
It's not the It's not the most mathematically accurate timeline.
Which one is? Sorry.
I'm not sure there is one. We don't have a perfect timeline. You have to appeal to the atomic clock.
So,
I mean,
so
why do you
then
think
that begs the
February doesn't
question
always have
of
the same
what
number of
is
days?
time, right?
Yeah.
So
What
now
do you,
now we're getting into it,
what
right?
do you
Of
what do you
why
think?
God is real.
What do you think leap years
It,
are?
right. So that begs the question of why God is real is because we have these general questions of what is and wonder, right? We genuinely cannot conceptualize and understand what is, right? Because evidence of absence is not absence of evidence. That's the whole scientific, process. Because
That's not
they
what
truly do
scientific
not.
process is. The scientific process is observation, testing. So when
Yeah.
we say that something exists, then we're
Okay.
asking
Sorry.
for the
Sorry. But
evidence
just
that
to
the
continue
thing
on the point
exists.
there.
You don't get to claim that something exists just because you want it to exist. So, like, we started the conversation talking about whether or not the Christian God was real. Did you want to continue that
Yeah.
conversation, or did you want to pivot to like a really bad metaphysical argument?
Well, I was trying to prove why he is real is because we have that understanding of wonder and trying to know,
No.
right? How can you say no?
Why would I attribute wonder to a God that I have no evidence that it exists?
So you see, there's no evidence of it existing, right? So you believe in good and evil, right? Do you
No,
think there's good people and bad people? You don't think there's good people and bad people?
only subjectively. I think people do things that we describe good and describe bad, but I don't believe in a transcendental goodness or badness. Also, Savage and Crystal, thank you for
Really?
subscriptions.
So you think morals 100% are subjective then?
Yeah. Can you demonstrate that they're objective?
Well, I would like to believe that they're objective, right? That
Well,
there is a
I'm sure you would,
that
but
there is
what's
a
the
right
evidence?
and a wrong.
But what's the
right?
evidence that they
that
are?
that it is wrong to kill people,
But what's
right? I
the
would like to believe that is true, right?
What's the evidence that it is objective, though?
Well, I think we can agree over time that it is wrong to kill people.
That's
right?
called subjective morality, when you're using your own brain to determine what you think should be moral.
Okay, so you can so we're having an argument of here what's right and wrong.
No.
How not? I think I'm right and you think you're right. So clearly there's a right and a wrong here, right?
That's not a moral claim.
Oh boy.
How is this not a moral claim?
Do you mean incorrect and correct?
Yeah,
What
incorrect
is
and correct is better. Yeah, making propositions about the world is different than making moral claims. Like if I said,
Okay, well then
this
let's
is a black marker, is not a moral claim. It's just a proposition about the world.
Okay, well that goes above what I'm trying to say here. So what I'm trying to say, the reason why God is real is because we do not know anything, right?
Oh shit. Okay, in that case, then we also, by the same virtue, have to believe in the consciousness granting unicorns. Sarah has already told us about the consciousness unicorns, and you don't have any evidence that they don't exist, so they must exist.
Okay, so back to the right and the wrong. So if there is
yeah, I would run away from that too. Why?
I'm not gonna believe in a
Why did
unicorn in your head.
why did you pick Christianity out of all the false religions?
Well, why are you reading so many Bibles?
Because I have a background in this religion, so I have to study it. So my question
there's
is, why
something
did you?
about it that begs the question of right and wrong? It
No.
brings it down to morals, and I
Not
don't
even
think it is.
close. Not even close to that. I studied the Bible not because of moral implications. I'm concerned about the implications in real life. Like, is this an actual true claim when it says that God gave a commandment to Moses? Did it really happen? That's what I want to know.
Well, did it really happen? Okay. So you want to know if this is an actual point that happened in reality, back into the Old Testament with Moses, right?
I'm saying the Bible makes claims about reality, and I don't think that those claims are true.
So you don't think Jesus is true? You don't think Jesus was a real man?
No, I think Jesus was. I don't think Moses was, though.
Okay, so then that brings into the question of why did Jesus have to go through that sacrifice, right?
Oh, he didn't have to. That's clear.
Well, I think he did. He had
Why?
to come
Why did Jesus
for the right and the wrong.
Why
He had to
did
come for the right and the wrong because
why did
me and
he
you cannot agree what is right and wrong
why
because
did
there is a
he
subjective and an objective
well,
morality.
Jesus didn't give us an objective morality to follow.
Yes, he did.
He said to follow the law of Moses.
No, he very much said that the Old Testament and the New Testament are one together.
Oh, show
And
me
you
that
should.
verse.
Well, I'm pretty sure you know that verse.
No, it doesn't exist. That's why I said show it to me.
Well, how it doesn't exist that the
Nope.
Old Testament and the New Testament one. Okay, well he just says it that I and the Father are one. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, I am
He is
I
the
am
beginning
the
and the end, the Alpha and the Omega.
I and the
right?
Father are one is different than saying the Old Testament and the New Testament are the same.
Oh, but if he says I and the Father are one, then that means I am the Omega, the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. So he existed through all times, and then yeah, bada
Yeah,
bing, bada boom.
we're making claims about the testaments. So do you
That's
think
right.
so
That's
do
what
you
Jesus did, and
so
that's
do
why he
you think
connected the Old Testament and the New Testament
okay, so
by
then
saying I and the Father are one.
then all the laws in the Old Testament are moral, right?
Well, I would say they bring to the question of moral, subjective, and objective question, right?
Did
They
God
beg that question: Is
did
it right for
that's not
to take people from their
Devin,
towns and to?
Devin, that's not what begging the question means. So just slow your roll. All right. Use words you know what they actually mean. So are you suggesting that God gave
Whoa,
commands?
Don't try and insult my intelligence
I'm not
here.
insulting
Don't
you.
try. Step off your horse a little bit.
I'm not insulting. I'm suggesting that you should not get ahead of yourself. So
how am I getting ahead of myself?
Are you suggesting?
I'm speaking from my heart here, sir.
I believe you. Are you suggesting that the laws in the Old Testament were immoral?
The laws in the Old Testament were immoral. Are you talking about the 10 Commandments or the 600 and some odd laws that are in the Old Testament?
Did God utter any laws that were immoral?
So you're trying to. So I'm trying to comprehend if God.
It's a very
his
easy
morals
question.
Are right and wrong.
Did God give
Hey, can
any?
you let me complete my sentence?
Did God give any instructions that were immoral?
That is trying to ask me if I think God is right or wrong.
It's a yes or no.
Know what right and wrong is.
Oh
That's
shit!
Why
this guy has no idea what right or wrong is. So much for objective morals.
You have no idea what right or wrong
Devin,
is either.
I already explained this. In my worldview, there's no such thing as right or wrong. We subjectively determine what we want to call right or wrong. In your worldview, you believe that God gave you an objective right and wrong, which is wild that he would give it to you and then not tell you what it is.
Well, that's why I think he gave it to us all, and I think we need to all go to the book and learn what it is.
Oh, I agree. We should go to the book. So if I go to the book and I find the commands of God, should I find commands that are moral or immoral?
Probably the ones that I think are good and not evil.
Wait,
okay.
Did he have any evil ones?
Did he say, did he say to do evil things?
No, he says to do good. Do good in every work.
So then every command of God is good, right?
Well, I think that comes to the question of what is good and what isn't. And
he
that's
can't
why we
say,
need to study
he can't say yes or
We're
no.
asking in your worldview, what do you think? You follow God and you think God is good. So we're just asking you to confirm that everything that your God says you think is good because it all came from God, right?
I have no idea. That's why I need to come together with someone else and
No.
ask.
You follow this God, right?
Yeah, but he also says, as iron sharpens iron, a friend sharpens a friend. When two or more gather in my name.
But that's
No.
Right?
How do you know that your God is good? Why do you
I have
follow
no
him?
idea. That's why I'm trying to come
he
together
has
with
no
people
idea if his God is good.
to learn
don't
what is
know
good and
if
what
your God
isn't.
is
That
good?
we need to come together through
Holy
Christ and learn
shit.
what is good and what isn't.
Okay.
Wait. Why would you come together in Christ if you weren't sure if Christ was good?
Well, that's the whole thing.
What do you mean?
We have no idea what is good and what isn't good, and this book seems to have some good in it, so I'd like to follow that.
I agree.
Because come on,
Let's read it. All right, let's read it,
If
Devin.
you read the Gospels of Matthew,
All right.
Mark, Luke, and John,
Devin,
and you add those morality tributes to your life, and you use them on a day-to-day, there's no way your life does not improve.
Cool. Let's read some of the moral precepts in the book. How about that, Devin?
Cool. You're just dismissing my point. I would like to reiterate
I am
that fact because you
dismissing.
didn't like that. Let's stay on that. Let's stay on that.
I'm dismissing your point because you're saying Jesus said something I like, but you don't want to go to other passages. Would you like to read other passages?
Sure.
Cool. All right. Have you read anything in the
Out of
Old
context?
Testament? Oh, I promise not out of context.
Well, the whole Bible is one context story, you know?
Yep, and I know all of it.
Contextual story.
Yep.
You know it all.
Congratulations. I do. Yep, read every last word
You
of it.
know it all.
I've read every last word of the Bible multiple times. So
So you know it all.
No, I
You
didn't.
know absolutely everything.
No,
I think
I
you
said-
need to step down a
I
little
said-
bit and humble yourself.
I need to get control over your emotions and let me actually read the book to you since you haven't read it. So in verse 44 of Leviticus 25, this is a commandment from Yahweh. It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. Was that a good command or a bad command? If you need to pray about it, let me know. Devin.
You're muted, Devin. I don't know if you knew that.
I don't think he knows it.
Come here, baby. It's okay.
I was muted, sorry.
I know. Did
Yeah,
you hear?
do you-
Did you hear what I read?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it
Do
a
you,
good?
do you think it is bad to own people?
I'm asking you your opinion. Do you think this was a good command or a bad command?
I think it was a good command for the people. Now, that does not mean I agree with the command of owning people. I think that is wrong. And I
Okay,
think what that
so God
exact
was wrong
verse
when he
is
said
supposed
it.
to strike up. Pardon?
So God was wrong when he said to do it?
No, I don't think he was wrong in deciding for these people to do that. I have no idea what was going on in those times, and I cannot think or comprehend that I do.
Well, how do you
I
know
humble
it-
myself before that idea, and I
How
don't
do you
think
know
I
if it's
can
good or bad
assume
then?
that knowledge. Pardon?
How do you know if it's good or bad if you don't know what's going on?
Well, because I think in my heart I can see that it's bad to own people.
Okay, so then
And I
God gave a
think
bad
you could-
command.
To his people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I could say he gave a bad command because it's caused so much confusion and confliction and a convoluted verse for Christians and people and atheists to discuss on.
What
And
would-
I think we're missing the truth of what it really is, that we're supposed to come together and realize what the truth is in there, that it is wrong to own people because, man, for a long time, we did not get that one.
Okay, so God gave a bad command so that we could see that it was bad?
Yeah.
That's
How is that wrong?
crazy. So you think that God gave a bad command in order so that people would one day, 2,000-3,000 years later, realize it was bad? Because he doesn't say that in the law code. In fact, in Deuteronomy, he says the opposite. He says to follow the law forever. He says, if only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments forever, so that it might go well with them and with their children forever.
Imagine if we did.
Imagine
if we didn't.
We'd still be owning
do a great
slaves.
pillage and, hypocrisize and do all that shit, right? Imagine if there was no evil in the world. It'd be a great place, wouldn't it?
Okay, so does God want people to own slaves?
No, I don't think God does.
Oh, can you show
I
me?
think-
Can you show me the passage where God said slavery was bad?
I think you should look within your heart and to know that's bad. Because in the New Testament, Jesus came down to abolish that sin that lives within inside you, man. That separation that you have with him.
That's adorable.
It's okay, man. He loves you. He
Why
loves
did
you,
why
bro.
did God have to kill his own son to forgive people's sins?
Why? Because we couldn't do it ourselves. That's why he had to come down.
Oh, that's
because
not
we
true.
failed the Old Testament. We failed the law of Moses.
No, that's not true. Zechariah and Elizabeth, according to Luke chapter 1, were righteous according to all of the commandments of the law.
Okay, so
same
two
was true with
people-
Moses. There's a bunch of people, in
represent
fact,
the entirety
Je-
of human race.
Jesus himself talked about people being righteous and unrighteous, meaning some people actually were righteous, and the lawgiver in Deuteronomy chapter 30 literally says that you're able to do it. In fact, he says in verse 11, surely this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away.
Right, and did Jesus say he came for the righteous or the sinners?
Thank you. Jesus says, I did not come for the righteous, but for the sinners. And that
Correct.
implicitly means that there are some people that are righteous.
I think so too, man.
DJ, thank you
That's
for the
something
cranes.
we agree on.
Great. Okay, so
That's something I'm having doubt on right
So
now.
you
Is
ca-
if there is
so-
truly righteous people on this earth.
So can you be righteous without Jesus?
Potentially. That is something I'm struggling with right now.
Yeah, I'd struggle with it too because Paul had some pretty strong opinions on it. Paul says that the law
Yeah, he
is
did.
it says with if you believe that you can be righteous according to the law, then Jesus is of no use. He died for nothing.
Yeah, if you claim you're righteous, then yeah, I think Jesus died for nothing.
Oh, there you go.
But I think anybody who claims they're right in all of their decisions and their morals and every choice they make is 100% intellectually dishonest with themselves.
I don't think anyone's ever made that claim, and I don't know why that would be the goalpost
Really?
that you're shifting to. I've never met a single person ever that said I've never done anything wrong or made a single mistake.
No, but I said if someone who claims they are right in everything they do, because righteousness, living righteous is living right, right? Like you do no wrong. Jesus was righteous, right? He did no wrong. He did no sin.
You don't have to be sinless to be righteous. I don't know where you got that idea from.
Don't have to be sinless to be righteous. Yeah, you live with sin.
Yeah. A lot of people were righteous even though they committed a sin before.
Right.
You don't have to be sinless to be righteous. So even in the law, you can get forgiveness from your sin. So if you commit a sin, whether it's intentional or unintentional, you can seek forgiveness and you can still be counted among the righteous. David himself, at the end of his life, said that he was righteous, and we know David sinned. God said himself that he was righteous. We know he sinned. The book of 2 Peter says that that Lot was righteous. We know he sinned. There's nothing that says that if you commit a sin, you're just going to go to hell by default because you're imperfect. That's crazy.
That's right. There's only one, right? And I don't think we should be ignorant enough to assume that I can just do what I want and forgive myself somewhere in my head and I'll be okay.
No,
You know what I mean?
I don't think you followed me. According to Jewish theology, all you have to do to be forgiven is ask for forgiveness, and you're still numbered among the righteous.
Yeah,
you don't have to be
one
perfect.
Unforgivable sin. No, that's what I was referencing.
That's not in the Hebrew scriptures anywhere. That's just something Jesus made up in Mark chapter 3.
Okay, but I'm not talking about Hebrew scriptures.
When the Pharisees
about
claimed that he was casting out demons under the power of Beelzebub.
Fucking Beelzebub who?
Oh, honey.
I get the impression you haven't actually read your Bible.
Well, not through and through, no, man. But
I have.
You're coming over here and you've read the Bible through and through, and you're claiming you're all knowing and you know everything. But
I
I'm
didn't
trying
say
to
I
give
was
you
all
another
knowing.
perspective here that you might not, and there might be a side to it that you haven't really dove into.
But Devin,
I don't think
why
so.
would you assume that you, sir, who have not read the whole text, who have not studied it, and yet you somehow have some insight that people who have studied would never have considered?
Well, because he just told me himself he hasn't considered it. So I went and
I didn't
dove
say
into
that
the
at all.
conversation more.
Not even close.
Exactly. See?
What? No.
So that's why I said
Devin,
that.
you're really having a
This
tough
guy
time
can't be
following
real.
what people are saying here.
No, I'm not.
Justin did not say he
I'm
considered
imaginary.
what you said, but you're not listening. But the entire point being,
No, sorry, I'm not having a
Jesus
conversation with you.
David, Devin, hang on. What we have just spelled out for you is that God is fully capable of forgiving humans without the death of Jesus. That God can forgive humans without Jesus having to die. And so the argument that Jesus had to come, he was required, he must come for us to be forgiven, is false based on your own text.
Okay, but that's you coming to that conclusion, right? So if you're going to
We can
falsify
show
my
you
claims
how
and what
to
I'm
arrive
saying,
there.
that's
We
a
just
conclusion that you're
demonstrated
coming
it.
to.
No,
so just because you've read it through and through
that's
doesn't
just
mean
true
that
in
you
the
know it all.
text. That's just true in the text. So
Okay,
do
but
you-
I'm saying that
so-
maybe the text isn't 100% truth in itself.
Well,
Right? Maybe
I mean, we
the
agree.
text has truth.
We agree. It's not true.
Right. That's right. You can be satirical about it all day, but
We're
what
not
I'm
being
saying
satirical.
is
We're just
I'm literally shocked that you said that, Devin, because if big parts of the Bible are false, how do you know what's true and what's false?
that's where I think we need to come together and to learn what that is.
But coming together isn't going to give you any additional information. Now there's
How
two
would
of
it
you
not give me any
talking,
additional
and
information?
you don't know what is true and what is false, and your friend doesn't know what's true and what's false.
But together, I think we can agree on what's true and false.
You have no idea. You have no
Well,
way
I
to
have
agree.
a very good recollection that people, when they gather together, they can come with a good idea of what's good and wrong, right? We can just mention the Constitution
So you're
right
guessing.
But
You
yeah,
know?
by the same logic, then we must agree that slavery is okay, because for the majority of history, Christians came together and said slavery is
Wow,
okay.
what a claim! What a claim!
I'm using your logic, Devin.
Well, how? But I think over time, periodically, we can agree that that's wrong to do.
How? Based on
Agree
what?
now.
Based on what?
Based on what,
That
Devin?
it's a bad thing to do.
Based on
Like,
based
what
on
do you mean,
what?
based on
how do you
what?
how do you know it's bad?
How do I exactly? How do we know it's bad? Because in the Bible it says that it's good, and I think that's wrong.
Exactly. Yeah, the Bible's wrong.
Exactly. So it's bad.
Bible.
So that's why God is real, and you need the Bible to learn to actuate your life, to learn what is right and
guy's
wrong.
crazy.
You can laugh it off. To
Did
try
he
and
just
do it
say
is
that he
false.
knows
I
it's
know I'm
wrong
getting
because the
your
Bible
feelings,
says it's
man.
good?
I know Jesus is hitting your
Did
soul
he just
right
say
now.
that?
That's why you both are getting anxious here.
Devin,
I love it.
Devin's got to
Devin, are
be a
you trolling?
troll. He's got to be a troll.
I am a troll, man. I'm a troll sent from the Lord for you. He loves you, buddy. Dude, the amount of time that you spent studying his Bible and you've missed.
All right.
That was crazy.
These people aren't real. I actually don't think he was a troll. I think he was just ignorant. Listen, I don't know. Logic and thinking is not for everybody.
That was really
Wow.
Oof.
I'm
Okay.
dying. I'm gonna have to go,
By
Justin.
the way, Justin, by the way, Bernard was crashing out in the Discord.
Oh, I'm
So
sure
you might
he's.
want to check that out.
Wait, in our Discord?
In ours, yes.
Oh shit! I didn't even know he was in our Discord. That's okay.
He joined today.
We'll let the Discord cook him. You know, I'm okay with that. When I get offline later tonight, I'll block him. I'll ban him. Be all right. Thanks for letting me know, though. Crystal might have already done it. Crystal might be in the Discord right now. I already got him blocked.
She has, yes.
Yeah. Listen, Ed,
Alrighty, friends. I have to say goodnight.
Sarah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Guys, make sure you're following Sarah on YouTube and on TikTok. We're trying to get her over 5,000 followers this month. We got to do it. We're past the 3,500 mark.
TikTok is gone in 2 days.
I know, right? Do it now.
Well, and as soon as Justin edits it, we'll have a new episode up for you of our
Tomorrow.
Evangelical Bible.
Posting tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Good night, friends.
Have a great one. W, Ruby, Checkers, Meatball, and Sarah. And listen, GSOC Angel says M is such a legend and cracks me up how he cooks people. M is a legend, actually.
Thank you.
He's an unmovable mountain in this community. Mike, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W. He says, my invisible consciousness unicorn compelled me to donate tonight. Doug must be working through them. Doug, for compelling the consciousness unicorn to compel you to give to the channel tonight. We really appreciate that, Mike. And La Paquette, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. And Yatreek Shaw, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. Says, love your work, hoping that a debate between you and Wes Huff is in the future. Well, I don't think it is, only because Wes Huff doesn't really do debates. I mean, listen, if he wanted to debate, I would debate him at the drop of a hat. But I don't think he wants to really be in the debate scene. He released a video after, give me 1 second. He released a video after he talked to Billy Carson. He released a video titled, No, I Won't Debate You. Basically just kind of admitting like it's not his goal to be a debate bro. That's not really what he's going to school. He's going to school to be a real scholar. You know what I mean? So he doesn't want to be a debate bro, which I get. I get it. You know, and he's not a dumb guy. I think he's a genuine guy doing his best. I just think his apologetics are sad. Anonymous, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, if they say Aisha is not underage, then have them bring up Sahih Muslim 1422c. It mentions Aisha playing with dolls while she was with Muhammad. I know, I've read that to them before. It actually says
The argument was that, the argument that most of them give when you bring that up, when they deny the age of Aisha, is that they say that some adult men play with Legos.
I know. Or the other argument they'll say is, well, it doesn't say they were married yet. It just says that the prophet visited in her dwelling. That's another excuse that they'll pull out.
No, it says in another hadith that she took her dolls with her to the house of the prophet when she moved there.
I gotta write that one down. Definitely send that one to me in the Discord. I don't think I've seen that one before.
I will.
Ken's Place, thank you for the super chat. It says, does eternal space-time nix instant inflation at Big Bang? Well, I don't know what you mean by instant in terms of the inflation, but eternal space-time to me doesn't get rid of the inflation. So, for example, Stephen Hawking kind of recanted his idea that time came into existence at the moment of the Big Bang. Later in his life, during one of his lectures, he admitted that it's certainly plausible that time was just in an infinite regress all the way back, that it didn't come into existence and material didn't come into existence at the Big Bang. Now, there are, I've talked to and read a few scientific papers. I've talked to a few scientists that claim that prior to the Big Bang, there was time, but there was not necessarily material as we know it. And they would appeal to like the quantum foam explanation. And that's a whole different ball of wax. I don't really get into quantum physics. Quantum's not my jam. I haven't studied it. Don't know much about it. I leave that to professionals. Minuteman says, I'm late to the game tonight, but praise Doug in all his stony divinity. Yes, hail Doug. I agree. We shall worship Doug tonight. And Sayla, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, I hate this argument so much. Here's a list of all different calendars observed across the globe: Islamic, Jewish, Coptic, Ethiopian, Persian, Hindu, Buddha, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. Big W. Yeah, it's wild that they're so like Western centric that they think the whole world just uses our calendar. Space Lord says Gregorian differs from Julian by 1 day in 400 years. That's about right. Yeah, about 1 day in 400 years. It's very similar, but it's not the same. And Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Good to see you tonight. Guys, make sure you're dropping Dr. Joe a follow on TikTok and YouTube. She says, please use this dollar to buy Devin a logic and critical thinking course. Yeah, Devin's going to need it. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. And last one, Anthony, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, I remember being 6 years old in church and thinking, what the fuck is this garbage? And yet your lives are still the highlight of my day. Thanks for your service. Well, Anthony, thank you so much for supporting the channel. And I think we have fun doing the live streams as well. If you know what I mean, I think they're a good time. I'm having fun. Most of the audience is having fun. I'm sure Ems is having fun. So we want you to have fun. Thank you so much for supporting. So we're going to get Yaya in the box. How you doing, Yaya? Yaya? I don't think Yaya is actually with us. All right, Yaya, I'm going to drop you down. Come on back if you actually get a full connection. I'm going to grab the next person from the YouTube queue that's been waiting patiently for a long time. We've got quite a few people waiting to get on YouTube and TikTok. It's doubtful I'll get to everybody, but I'm going to do the best that I can. It's only 10 o'clock. So we've got Neo in the box now. How you doing, Neo? This is good too. Bruce says Thursday proves that Thor is real. Such a good comment. I always forget about Thor's Day and Saturday and how our Greco-Roman days of the week are lined up. Also, the Jewish months are based on Babylonian deities. So there's that. Flanker420 says, dude is right. We are on different timelines. Christianity in the Iron Age and atheists in the 21st century. Yeah, big W there. We're definitely on different timelines. All right, I'm going to grab the next guest in the YouTube queue. I'm going to grab somebody that's actually got their camera and microphone turned on so we can get an actual guest. So we've got C. Wellman with us, but Wellman, do you have any headphones or anything like that you can plug in? Because there's some echo, I think, from your speakers feeding into your microphone on your device. Oh, we can't hear you either. You don't have a microphone selected. Give me a second. See if you even have anything plugged in. I don't know what device you're on, but it's saying you just got a default audio input. It doesn't say what kind of device it is. No, we can't hear you at all. When you came into the and formed your connection, yeah, go ahead and put your headphones on, see if that works. Sayla's asking, why do people read Marvel comics? Clearly because of the moral implications it has. Ergo, Marvel gods are real. Actually, I agree with that. Thank you for the super chat. Wellman, did your headphones work? Oh, he typed me a message. Let me see what's in the message. Says, I'm going to join on my PC. Please give me a second. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and join on your PC. I'll drop you down and then rejoin. I'll pull you right back up. Just come right back up. I'll pull you up as soon as you get into the guest queue. I won't drop you down. Nick Trail, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I had subscribed a few months ago and I just wanted to know if I'm still subscribed so I could check the cheat sheet. Nick, I don't actually know. There is a way for me to check. I just can't do it while I'm live. But there is.
This is it. On his username. He has the icon right next to it.
Yeah, sorry, you're right. It's right there. There's an icon next to your username. This little guy right there. Oh, you can't see it because it's blocked by. But you got the icon as being a subscriber, so you should have access to it if you go to the YouTube page and go to. There's like the perks for the people that are joined. There should be a link to the cheat sheet. If you have trouble, just message me in the Discord or on my email address, and I'll make sure you get the link. So, J Cow, Big W, he says, bada bing, bada boom. I agree. Bada bing, bada boom, egom. All right. C. Wellman is not yet back in the guest box. We'll give him a second, see if he can get his computer working. And Nick Trail, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Nick, again, my goodness, Nick, making it rain. Thank you so much. He says, my bad. I saw that he figured it out. Yeah, you are. Thank you for letting us know that you got it figured out, though. Sayla says, bada bing, bada boom, the sound of his few brain cells bouncing around in his head. Yeah, I think you might be right on that one. I don't know if he was fully loaded, if you know what I mean. All right, we got C. Wellman back with us. We'll see if this works any better.
All right, my friend. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, welcome back, Wellman. I think we're all good to go.
All right.
So, Wellman, are you
in a bit here.
At least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I'm 24, and I believe that Christ is my Lord.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, I honestly believe that for everybody out there, the best argument is the word itself. If you read it and you look for God in it, you'll find it because he says so. Me personally, I've seen him.
I would disagree. I've read it pretty extensively, and it makes me believe that he's not real.
So let me ask, why do you believe that? Because you just came across my scrolling, and I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Does he believe or does he not believe?
No, I definitely don't believe. But I have more than just a passing familiarity with the Bible. I've read it quite a bit. And my contention is that it says things about the world that are not true. It contradicts itself. It makes theological contradictions, and that Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy.
Give me an example of where the Bible contradicts itself.
Sure. You want a theological contradiction or just a straight, factual contradiction?
Any of them.
Okay. We'll go to an easy one. There's a really fun passage in First Kings chapter 15, when recapping David's life, says David did what was right in the sight of the Lord and did not turn aside from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life, except in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. On face value, what is that statement saying?
At face value, it's saying that David was a righteous man, even though he made mistakes.
Right. And which mistake specifically?
The mistake of sending a man to the front lines to be killed after he impregnated his wife.
That's right. Yeah. Does it say that that was his only mistake?
No.
Oh, well, maybe we just didn't read it together. It says David was right in the sight of the Lord and did not turn aside from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life, except for the matter of Uriah the Hittite. So excluding the matter of Uriah the Hittite, it says that David didn't turn aside from any of God's commandments, right?
Let me pull up that scripture so I can read it with you, because when I pull it up on watching you on mine, I'm sitting at like 240p. So that is 2 Kings, what verse?
It's 1 Kings 15:5.
And what version are you reading?
I'm in the NRSV UE.
Okay. So for David had done what was right in the eyes of the Lord and had not failed to keep any of the Lord's commands all the days of his life, except in the careers of Uriah the Hittite. So this, from what I'm seeing here, this is talking about the Lord's commands of the days of his life. The Lord commanded him not to mate with Uriah.
Mm-hmm.
So now every single other thing in his life that he did wrong, does that automatically mean that it's a command from the Lord?
Well, I would imagine the commands of Moses are commands from God, are they not?
Yes.
Okay.
So based on this here, it would say that the only one of those very specific commandments that he broke was Uriah the Hittite.
Right.
It
So
says that here.
he didn't break any other laws of Moses then, right?
None that are listed.
Okay. You want to read some examples where he did?
Go for it.
Yeah. 1 Samuel chapter 21, he comes to Nob when Ahimelech is the high priest, and he lies to him. It says, David came to Nob, to the priest Ahimelech, and Ahimelech came trembling to meet David and said to him, why are you alone and no one with you? And David said to the priest Ahimelech, the king has charged me with a matter and said to me, no one must know anything of the matter about which I send to you, in which I have charged you. And that's a lie. He's actually on the run from King Saul. He's running for his life right now, which is why he had to lie about his purpose for being there.
If a lie is told to save a life, is it still a lie?
I would imagine so. Did he need to lie?
Oh, I would think so. If he's fearing for his life.
From the priest?
No, you said that he was running from King Saul.
If he would have told the truth, would God have protected him for telling the truth and rather than lying?
I would have assumed so.
Right.
But he
So
didn't.
the lie seems unnecessary. Now, in the same passage, he also eats the bread of presence, right? So the priest gave him the holy bread, for there was no bread there except for the bread of the presence. And if you read the laws of Moses, only the priests are allowed to eat that bread.
Yes, that's correct.
So broke another law. There's a bunch too. We can keep going. So if you go down to 1 Samuel 19, just a couple chapters previous, when he first leaves and goes on the run, it says King Saul sent messengers to David's house to keep watch over him, planning to kill him in the morning. David's wife Michal told him, if you do not save your life tonight, tomorrow you will be killed. So Michal let David down through a window, and he fled away and escaped. Michal took an idol and laid it on the bed, and he put a net of goat's hair on its head and covered it with the clothes. What was David and Michal doing with an idol in their house?
Okay, hold on. Before we go there, let me ask you this. You said that he broke Moses' law by eating the bread,
Hmm.
the consecrated bread.
Hmm.
But if that was the only food available and the priest handed it to him, he didn't steal it,
I
would
didn't
that
say he
still be
stole it.
counted as wrong in your eyes?
No, the stealing wasn't the law that was broken.
It was that you're saying it was the eating of the bread.
Yeah.
So when Jesus is talking to the Pharisees in the New Testament
Hmm.
and they are, we'll say, scolding him for healing the leper's hand, and they say no man is allowed to do work on the Sabbath day, Jesus responds with, if a sheep falls into a well on the Sabbath, are you not going to save it?
Yeah, I
So,
love
and
that you brought this up. I don't think you're gonna like the way this plays out. So Jesus himself says in Mark 2:26, says he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate the bread of presence, which it was not lawful for any but for the priest to eat. So Jesus is admitting it wasn't lawful for him to eat it. And he also got the wrong priest. It wasn't Abiathar, it was Ahimelech, which is why when Matthew tells the same story, he conveniently just cut the name Abiathar out of it.
well, this also brings up the matter of the fact that the law was not necessarily meant as to be what you're supposed to follow. The law is a mirror. The law is simply there to show you how dirty you are because it's impossible to keep.
Well, not according to the
It's the
God who
fact,
gave the law. God says in Deuteronomy 30, he says, surely this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. And we've got a bunch of examples of people in the Old Testament that were righteous. And even Zechariah and Elizabeth, according to Luke chapter 1, were righteous according to all of the commandments of God.
right? And then God also later on says that none is good.
No, God
Not
didn't
one.
say that.
Did he not?
Paul mentioned that in the book of Romans. He says, not one is righteous, which is kind of a quotation from the Old Testament, but I don't think Paul was using it correctly. God himself, the one who gave the laws, though, said to follow the laws forever, which is another problem, is that Paul says the law was temporary. God said the law is forever.
For all have sinned and fallen short.
Mm-hmm.
So
Romans 3:23, right?
Yep, 3:23. So if there's no possible way for us to keep the law and God being perfect,
Well, there is.
knowing that there,
Why would you think there's not?
because if it was possible for us to keep, actually, I can tell you exactly why. It's because our sin nature. We're
So
born
God's
with
fault
sin
then.
because of Adam and Eve.
Oh, so it's God's fault that we can't follow it.
No, it's ours because the law was holy.
Can we
and the law
control
is
this in
holy.
nature?
No,
Oh, so then it's God's fault. God created this in nature.
God did not create the sin nature. He gave us free will.
Oh,
and
who
we
created
broke
this
the
in
law.
nature?
In the single-minded aspect that God created everything, thus obviously he created sin and obviously he created the devil.
Cool.
Yes, is that true in essence? Did he create us to sin? No, he gave us the free choice to sin, and we did.
But we can't do anything but sin because we have the sin nature.
Not necessarily true. It's
Okay.
just not possible for us to be clean
Okay.
without being cleaned because we are automatically born into sin because of Adam's sin.
Cool. So then if we can't do anything but be imperfect, then it's weird that we would be punished for being imperfect when God created us in a way which we couldn't be anything but imperfect.
Not if he created a way out of it.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter if he created a way out of it. The fact that anyone's getting punished for it ever is an act of injustice.
I disagree. Because
Oh,
God is a just and holy God.
that's
And
a
if you
adorable claim, but it's just not true. So do you
well,
believe there's an age of
I can
accountability?
explain that. Well, let me explain this point here. The reason that we are born with the sin and that we need to be cleaned is because of Adam's first sin. We are a descendant of him. Anyone born of man has sin in him and is automatically, I'm speaking in a literal sense here just by that, is
Are
automatically
you guilty of your parents'
sinful.
sins?
No,
Then why should I be guilty for Adam's sin?
because it's your nature.
Oh, so can I control that?
It's built into you.
Okay,
And
so
here's the
so
thing.
I can't control
Here's
it.
You have a choice to make.
Okay,
You can choose to sin or you
can
can
I
choose
choose
not
to
to
have a
sin.
sin nature?
You can choose not to obey your sin nature.
Okay, so how come no human's ever done it according to you?
There was one human. His name was Jesus.
One human,
But
he's
no
a
human.
god,
He was also man.
but he's also God. If you were 100%
Yes, he's
God, you could
both.
be sinless too. So I'm asking you, how come no
And he
human
is.
how come no human has ever been completely sinless?
Because we fall short
Why?
every time. Because we are tempted and our nature
To-
does not always let
That's right,
us
because we got a
do
sin
it.
nature. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Exactly.
you're starting to see the
Yeah, so
contradiction. Okay, so we have a sin nature that we have no control over. We can't choose to not have the sin nature. It is just part of our, according to you, our makeup, and God designed that.
So the reason that we have our sin nature is because of our free will.
No, that's not true.
Yes. Yes, it
Oh,
is.
so we don't have free will in heaven?
We do have free will in heaven.
Then how come there's no sin in heaven?
Because you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven if you have sin, and everybody that did sin against God is since out, hence the war in heaven.
So what in the world was Satan doing in heaven in the book of Job, chapter 1?
There are courts in heaven and there are laws in heaven.
So God can be around people or entities that are not perfect?
If he so chooses, he's sovereign and can do what he wants.
So then he can choose.
Here's
He can choose to allow us in his presence if he so chooses.
You can't live there.
Why not? Does
You
God
go into the courtroom?
Does God make the rules?
Yeah.
So that's his
made
decision. He could decide to let imperfect people live in heaven. He could decide
Right, and he chose not to.
He can decide just to forgive people. He doesn't have to send anyone to hell.
You're right. He doesn't, and he doesn't want to. That's why he
No,
sent Jesus.
he does want to. That's why he does it. If he didn't want to, he wouldn't. You've created a false dichotomy. You're saying God has to send people to hell. He doesn't have to send a single person to hell. He could create another.
Yes, he does.
He could create.
Because
He can create another planet with no hell, and just say, okay, all these people who don't believe in me, when you die, you can go to this planet, do your own thing, and I'll leave you alone. You leave me alone. He doesn't do that. He sends you to hellfire, which is an unnecessary step.
That's exactly what hell is. Hell is the absence of God. That's
No.
all the hell is the absence of God.
Oh, find me that Bible
It
verse.
is eternal torment.
Find me
Yes,
find me
it's
the verse
eternal
where it
torment
says
because
hell is
there's
just the absence of God.
the outer darkness.
I'll give you
and
a
Jesus
hint.
Christ is the light.
That's not in the Bible. That's a quote from C.S. Lewis.
So, okay, well, C.S. Lewis is pretty good at it. But here's the thing that you're not understanding. If God himself says that he is a just and true God,
But he's not.
is there, how so?
Why would he be? Do you think that everything God has ever done is then by definition just?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that, for example, if I commit a sin, that my significant other should be punished for it?
No, God doesn't do that.
Okay.
However, there are consequences to your actions.
Let's read 2 Samuel chapter 12. Do you have your Bible on you still?
Mm-hmm.
Go to 2 Samuel chapter 12 and start in verse 11. This is the punishment that was handed out, part of it, for what happened with Bathsheba. God says
Oh, you're talking about generational curses.
No, I'm not.
Yes, that's exactly what this is.
Not even close. This is verse 11. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in the sight lie with your wives in the sight of this very sun. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and before the sun." I don't know why. What translation is this? This is the anglicized version. Let me get rid of that. Okay, so God says, I'm going to raise up trouble against you, and this trouble is going to take your wives and consummate with them in broad daylight. And it happens in chapter 16, where Absalom is raising a rebellion against his father, goes into the palace while he drives David out of the palace, takes 10 of David's wives, and sleeps with them on top of the palace in front of all the people of Israel as a display of force over his father. Do you think that was a justified punishment for David's actions?
I was trying to follow along here, but I think I got my chapter wrong. You said 2 Samuel chapter 2 or 21?
12.
12. Ah, there you go. I fudged my numbers here. I thought I had it right.
Go down to verse 11-ish. There's another
Yeah, I'm
casualty
reading.
too. The child gets killed too, but that's another point.
So who's to say that anything bad ended up happening to these two individuals when they went up to judgment?
10 individuals?
No, I said these two, his wife, or just from what I'm reading here, his wife and the child.
10 of them. There were 10 wives that got raped. He says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. And it happens in chapter 16. Absalom storms the palace, trying to take the throne from King David, and in a display of force from his advisor Ahithophel, takes 10 of David's wives and sleeps with them on top of the palace.
Who says they were raped?
Do you think they consented to sleeping with their child? Do you know the punishment for sleeping with or for committing adultery in Deuteronomy 22?
Yeah, the wages of sin are death.
That's not what it says in Deuteronomy 22. The wages for adultery is getting stoned. So do you think that they chose
which is death.
Do you think they consented during a coup? Their own son was running a coup against their husband, and you think they said, well, let's willingly just sleep in front of all Israel in broad daylight with my own child?
Where does it say
That's
that
some-
it was
that's some bl- that's
the
some-
mother having sex with her son?
That's some victim blaming bullshit right there. First Samuel or 2 Samuel 16. Ahithophel advises during the coup, he advises Absalom to go and take 10 of David's wives that he left behind and sleep with them in front of all of Israel so that they'll know he's now in charge. And you never guess what happened to the wives afterward. They weren't killed because they were raped. They didn't commit adultery.
Yeah, I'm still hanging up on where it was the wives having sex with their kid.
Absalom is the child of David.
Yeah, I see that.
So every wife
Just
of
found it.
David is then the stepmother at a minimum of Absalom, which is a violation of Levitical law. Levitical law says that you do not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife, for it is your father's nakedness.
So, within the context of attempting to understand the culture back then and how different that is than now, setting that aside, who's to say that the Lord, in his sovereignty, could not allow certain things to happen?
Wait, are
that
you
he does not allow
are you
us to do?
suggesting that having the wives raped for David's sin was a good thing?
No,
Okay, so it was a bad
it's
thing.
not. Well, I'm also still not seeing the part where it says that they were raped.
Oh, so they consented.
It doesn't say either or.
Okay, so somebody storms the palace trying to steal the throne from the rightful king and takes 10 women and sleeps with them as a display of force publicly on top of the palace. Do you think they consented?
Okay, yeah, no, I'll give you that one. All right, what else you got?
At a minimum, you would have to assume that God compelled them to commit adultery, which is still a problem, but they did not consent.
Well, it's also not the first time that God had women raped.
I agree. He says in
the
Isaiah chapter 13 it's going to happen. He says the same thing in Jeremiah chapter 8. He says it's going to happen. It gets described happening in Lamentations. He says it a bunch of times. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's not justice, is it?
He sent people to God sent his own people and told them to rape people before.
I know. He says it's going to happen too in Zechariah. Okay, so is it justice to have wives raped for the crimes of their husband?
I don't know.
Well, according to your theology, it must be justice, or else God couldn't do it.
Then yeah.
So you think it?
Because-
So it would be
so-
acceptable then to enact that justice today in America? Then
I don't know.
You don't know. We heard it here, guys. This is good Christian morals. I'm glad that as an atheist, I can lean on you guys for morals. So do you think that it's a good thing, for example, to stone women that don't bleed on their wedding night?
No.
Okay. I'm going to read you a passage from
That's my assumptions here.
right. Let's do Deuteronomy 22, verse 13. God says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders at the city gate. So if we're tracking so far, he's saying, I lay with this woman, but she didn't bleed, right?
Can you restart that?
Yeah, verse 13. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her
Exactly, right there. Makes up charges against her. Makes up charges against her.
I don't think this is.
God.
I don't think this is a gotcha. You think it is? Maybe you should hear the whole passage.
I think it kind of is, because he's saying that suppose he goes into her and doesn't like her, and then makes up a charge and says, "Oh well, I'm making up the fact that she wasn't a virgin because she didn't bleed."
The more you,
I think that us people, I think you and I can agree that we know that virgin women do not always bleed.
Yep, and you've just proved my point for me. You want to keep reading it with me?
Go for it, my friend.
The father of the
Let's
young
read it
woman.
together.
The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders at the city gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then the elders shall spread out the cloth. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. So he gets punished if he's lying about the cloth. It says in verse 20, though, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you must purge the evil from your midst. According to this law, if I go into a woman and she doesn't bleed on that sheet, is it permissible to take her to the elders and say, there's no blood, I want her stoned?
I don't know.
It's a tough one, huh?
I don't know. I do not have an answer that I think would suffice for you.
Right. The real answer is this was a book written by dudes in the Bronze Age, or actually this was the early Iron Age, and they were putting words in the mouth of God. This book is not from God. This book is from a bunch of old dudes that pretended that God was talking to them.
Even if that's true, that doesn't mean that God isn't real.
It means this guy isn't real.
All right, what else you got?
Cool. Let's talk about my favorite topic ever. And I could talk about this topic literally all day, every day. And I'm shocked it hasn't actually come up today just yet. Just happens to be one of those days where it didn't come up. So if I asked you, what in the world, like, why would I want to believe that Jesus is the Messiah? What would you tell me?
I would tell you to look at Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John as historical evidence.
I would love to do that. Let's start in Book of Matthew. It's the first gospel.
Yep.
And maybe we can start with like the initial prophecy, namely Jesus being born of a virgin. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, what I'm expecting when I read Matthew, Matthew 123 supposedly is quoting from the Old Testament saying a virgin shall conceive. Where can I find that passage in the Old Testament where it's saying what Matthew says?
I believe it is in the book of Isaiah.
Chapter 7, right?
Yes.
Exactly. Do you know the context of Isaiah chapter 7?
It's Isaiah is speaking to, well, the inverse. The Lord is speaking to Isaiah, his prophet.
Yeah, about what's happening geopolitically at the time that's important.
Geopolitically, I'm not sure.
So King Ahaz is being attacked by two kings. He's being attacked by King Rezin and King Pekah, one from the Arameans and one from the northern Israelites. They've made an alliance against Ahaz. So Ahaz is afraid that the alliance is going to come down, take out his kingdom, and replace him as king. They want to put a king on the throne that's more favorable to the Aramean alliance. And obviously he doesn't want that. So that's what happened. There's a prophecy that comes already at the beginning of the chapter, and it ends right before the important part that we want to read. So the first prophecy ends with God giving him a sign of encouragement that they're going to survive the war. In verse 9, it ends with, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And that really is the whole crux of the passage that we're about to enter into, which is God is telling Ahaz that you've got to stand firm during the time of trouble, or you may actually get conquered. But God is with you. He's not going to let it happen, right? So in verse 10, it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz and said, ask a sign of the Lord your God, let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. The Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. So the prophecy in my reading is pretty clear. He's saying there's a young woman, she's already pregnant, she's about to give birth, and before that child knows right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you are going to be wiped out by the Assyrian army. I don't see anything about a Messiah being born to a virgin here.
I don't know.
Right? So if there's no virgin birth predicted for a Messiah in the Old Testament, Matthew's just making stuff up.
That's not the only location that you see it.
The virgin birth, yeah, that's it.
There's more than one that prophesies Jesus is coming.
I don't think any of them prophesied Jesus is coming. I think Jesus failed every messianic prediction in the Bible.
What about 2 Samuel 7:12?
I love that one. This talks about an actual human being.
Yeah, Jesus was.
No, a sinful human being. Read verse 13. It says, he shall build a house for my name, that's Solomon, and I will establish his throne, or establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. When he commits iniquity, I will punish him with a rod.
Yeah, that talks exactly about Jesus, because what was Jesus dealing with when he was being crucified?
It
The
doesn't
weight
say
of our sins.
No, it says when he commits iniquity.
Right. if Jesus had to take the payment for our sins, did he not thus then commit them
Did God punish him with a
on our
rod?
behalf? Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. This is not talking about someone that sin is being imputed to him. This is someone who is committing iniquity. Jesus didn't
Well,
commit any iniquity.
is there a difference?
Yeah. Yeah. A
How so?
person who commits iniquity is somebody who is doing iniquity, which is why they would be beaten with a rod for it.
And what about the flogging?
What about it?
It also says that Jesus was flogged
So
39 times.
why do I care if Jesus was flogged? Did he commit iniquity?
Yeah, he took the weight of your sins. It
That's
says
not
that
what
he
it means
bore the
to
weight of your
commit
sins.
iniquity. Committing iniquity meaning you're the transgressor.
So if you go to court and you are in charge, let's say that you're being charged with a DUI. You're being charged with a DUI in court, and another person in this courtroom is saying, "I will take the punishment for him," so that you can walk away free. Is there still a punishment that needs to be paid for the injustice of doing the DUI?
But punishment
So
is
if
not the
you're
same
not
as
if you're
committing
not going to
iniquity.
pay it, but if you are the one that commits the DUI and there is a just punishment that needs to be served, somebody has to serve that. So in the eyes of the courtroom, okay, this person here, let's say that we have a James and a Michael, and Michael commits a DUI. He gets in a DUI and hits somebody. James come up and says, "I will take his punishment for him and wipe his record clean. Put it on me." Would all the names not get changed over? And now James would have to take that punishment as if he did it, and every single person that looks at his record is going to think that he did it?
The question is not who's being punished. The question is who committed the iniquity.
But the other person's name is wiped clean as if they never actually did it.
Doesn't
Because
matter.
they never did.
That's not how the justice system works. And it's also true that in the actual Hebrew text here, it's using a causative stem. Do you know what? You don't know Hebrew. I don't know why I'm asking. There's a hafil causal stem in Hebrew. When you conjugate your verbs, you know who's doing the causal action if it's in the causal verbal stem. And that's exactly what we find in the text. It's someone causing iniquity to happen, someone doing the iniquity. It's not someone taking the punishment for somebody else's iniquity.
So how could you take the punishment for something that you never actually did?
You wouldn't unless you think that injustice is a good thing. The question isn't who's being punished. The question is who's doing the iniquity.
So when God says that when he forgives your sins, he throws them in the sea of forgetfulness and he does not remember your sins, what's happening there?
That's called forgiveness. That's different than committing the sin. We're
Right.
committing the sin. The text says that when he commits the iniquity, I will chasten him. I will chastise him with rods.
Right. And that's what happened to Jesus.
It's not what happened to Jesus. Jesus wasn't beaten with rods and he didn't commit any iniquities.
Okay.
It's
Well,
about
let's agree to disagree.
it's about King Solomon. Solomon was the one who built the temple. Solomon was one who built the house of the Lord.
Yeah, but that one did not stand for everlasting, did it?
It didn't say the temple was going to stand forever. It says his throne will be established forever. The throne that goes through David, that goes through Solomon, the Davidic throne, which is
Right,
another
and
lie,
that's the
by the
throne
way.
that Christ sits on.
Not even close. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
I disagree, buddy. I've seen it.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have.
No, you haven't.
We're gonna have to agree to disagree on that one, my friend.
They do make medication for your visions, though.
No, they don't.
Listen, dreaming of a throne doesn't make it real.
No, it wasn't a dream.
The messianic prediction is for a real king on a real throne in Israel, according to Jeremiah chapter 30, Jeremiah chapter 33, Ezekiel chapter 36, Ezekiel chapter 37, and really the whole second half of Ezekiel. Have you bothered to read the actual prophecies about the Messiah, or do you just know what the New Testament says?
I know mostly the New Testament. I have not studied the Old Testament.
Would you like to
Not that
read
much, at least.
some of the prophecies about the Messiah?
I would love to. I would love to learn more about my Jesus.
Right. Jeremiah 33, give it a flip. We're going to go down to verse 14.
Jeremiah 33. I've read this one.
Now in Jeremiah 33, it actually, the part about the Messiah is preceded by a prophecy of restoration, right? It says the Lord of hosts in this place that is a waste, without humans or animals, and in all of its towns there shall again be pasture for shepherds resting their flocks, in the towns of the hill country, in the Shephelah of the Negev, in the land of Benjamin, the places around Jerusalem, and in the towns of Judah, flocks shall again pasture under the hands of the one who counts them, says the Lord. These are all physical locations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's talking about the restoration of physical places, right?
I'm sorry, I lost my place. What verse were you on?
12 and 13.
12 and 13. Yes.
Okay, so these are a restoration of physical places, and it says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. Did Jesus rescue Jerusalem and Judah and allow them to live in safety?
I don't know.
Certainly didn't.
I have not studied this enough.
Yeah, they got devastated by the Romans in 68, 69, and 70, and then they were driven from their land in 136 by Hadrian.
What time was Jeremiah 33 written?
Jeremiah 33 was written like roughly in the middle of the exile.
And the dates of which are?
So the exile began, the first deportation or the first attack was in 605 BCE, and they were released from exile in 539. So somewhere in the middle of the 6th century.
So we're looking at potentially almost 1,000 years of peace.
No.
How so?
So
you said the 6th century, and then you said 1600.
6th century BCE. So Jeremiah is writing about 600 years before Jesus.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
That's BC. BCE. We know what we're saying.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Right, and you said that it was in 1600 that they were invaded by the Romans and decimated, right?
No.
Is it, or did I hear you incorrectly?
It was 136.
136. So 700 years.
Yeah, give or take.
So did they not live in peace for 700 years?
They did not, because roughly in the middle of the beginning of the 2nd century, end of the 3rd century, they got devastated by the Greeks. They got utterly annihilated by the Greeks until the Maccabean revolt was successful in about 146 BCE. And then they had a period of freedom that lasted about 100 years, and then they got steamrolled by the Romans.
So even with that happening, as you said, in 146, that's still almost 500 years.
Not of peace.
How so?
Because they weren't at peace. They were getting crushed by the Greeks and the Romans.
Right, but if that didn't happen until 500 years after this promise...
250.
Okay, still 250 years.
So what? Let's talk about an actual Messiah. It says there's going to be a Messiah who rescues Judah and allows them to live in safety. And then he says in verse 17, for thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings and sacrifices for all time. Didn't happen.
Right. Who's to say? Well, how can you say that?
Because
you said that he restored the fortunes as they were before, and then for 250
but they didn't.
years they didn't have those issues.
No, their fortunes were never restored.
Where's your evidence?
Because they were never restored to safety. They literally built the temple. They started the temple in 520. They completed a smaller version of the temple than what they had before in about 516. They anointed Joshua the high priest of the temple, and that only lasted until the Greeks came in and completely crushed them. They killed Onias III,
Right.
the high priest at the time of
the
Antiochus.
scripture here is not saying that it was an eternal promise that it would last for all time.
Yeah, it did.
It says that
David shall
David
never
will
lack a man to sit
fail.
on the throne of the house of Israel.
Right. Just because they're crushed doesn't mean that there wasn't a person, that there wasn't a Levitical priest
There
that
wasn't.
could offer an offering. How so?
There wasn't a man on the throne for quite some time. And there's not one now. There ceased to be a man on the throne ever since the Bar Kokhba revolt.
Well, in that case, I don't have an answer for you.
Right. But the prophecy didn't come true, and it'll never come true. It can't come true because there should never be a gap on the throne of the house of Israel, and there should never be a gap in the Levitical priests.
Well, does the Lord not say that his throne, that where he sits on his throne is eternal and that we are his footstool?
No. His throne is forever, but the earth is his footstool, not people.
Right. And who's to say that the Lord isn't speaking per se metaphorically?
Why would I
That
think
there
is
were
a
not-
metaphorical interpretation when he says just 2 verses earlier that he's going to restore the land of Benjamin and the land of Judah and that they're going to pasture their sheep in the land of Israel?
Well, that's the thing. You said that for 250 years, it took 250 years for the Greeks to come in. So for that 250 years, you can't say that they didn't have that, and you can't say that the promise wasn't fulfilled.
Yeah, I can, because it
just
says
means that it just means
says
that
it says it would last forever. It says there will always be a priest and there will always be a king. The priests were
Right,
literally cut off
the-
under Antiochus Epiphanes IV.
right, but the priest and king doesn't mean that the land did not have its flocks.
Yeah, but it says there would always be a priest and a king. There would always be Levites in the temple offering sacrifices, and that didn't come true. In fact, Antiochus Epiphanes, when he murdered Onias III, specifically put a puppet priest in his place that ended the sacrifices and offerings of the Levites.
I don't have an answer for you.
Maccabees
I
chapter
did.
2. I would definitely give that one. Chapter 1 and chapter 2 talks about that.
Okay, what else you got?
Okay, let's also cover a prophecy that kind of is like the New Testament says is about Jesus. It says when Jesus moved to Nazareth that he did so because the prophet said that he would be called a Nazarene, which is really weird because there's no prophecy that actually says that. The closest you'll get is a prophecy from Isaiah 11 about the Messiah, where it calls the Messiah a branch of David, and the word branch, Netzer in Hebrew, just sounds a lot like Nazareth in Hebrew, and so he's kind of making a play on words. But to be fair, Isaiah 11 is an actual messianic prediction, so we should see what it says, right?
Yeah, let's go for it.
So verse 1 says, "A shoot shall come out from the stump of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of his roots. The Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of understanding, Spirit of counsel." We would rightly conclude that this is somebody from the line of King David, right? Right, cool. So the person's going to be king because it says in verse 3 that he's going to judge, right? It says he shall not judge by what his eyes see or decide by what his ears hear, but he will, with righteousness, he will judge for the poor and decide with equity for the oppressed of the earth. He will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he shall kill all the wicked. So he goes on about how righteous this king is going to be, so much so that he's going to bring world peace. It says the wolf will lie down with the lamb, the leopard will lie down with the kid, the calf and the lion will feed together. The little child shall lead them. The cow and the bear shall graze. Their young shall lie down together, so on and so forth. And it says in verse 9, they will not hurt or destroy on my holy mountain, because the earth will be full of the knowledge of the Lord as water covers the sea. And on that day, the root of Jesse shall stand as a signal to the people. The nations will inquire of him, and his dwelling will be glorious. On that day, the Lord will again raise his hand to recover the remnant that is left of his people from Assyria, from Egypt, from Pathros, from Cush, from Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, and from the coastlands of the sea. Did any of that happen when Jesus was here?
That hasn't happened yet.
Exactly. It didn't happen. That's why he wasn't the Messiah. We get the same
When
thing.
it says here,
Mhm.
it says here that he will judge. This is talking about him on the throne in heaven, which he is now. But the second
Does
coming,
does it
when
say
he
that?
reaches out his hand a second time, yeah.
Does it say throne in heaven? See, you have to add stuff to the passage that's not actually there.
Well, where else is he gonna do? Where else is he gonna strike the earth with the rod of his mouth if he's not outside of the earth?
On the earth. That's why it literally says he will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth.
Right. So how can he do that if he's on the earth?
You have to be on the earth to do it.
Not for him.
Yeah, you would. Yeah. The breath of his lip is going to kill all the wicked. Are all the wicked dead?
That part has not happened yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. None of it happened.
It says it.
The only,
Yeah, yet,
the
my
only,
guy.
the
This is
only.
talking about the second time.
It doesn't
It
say anything about
literally
a second
says
coming.
yes, it does.
I'm
11. It says in that day the Lord will reach out his hand a second time.
On that day, the Lord
Yes,
again will.
looking at it right
The
there.
Lord will again raise his hand to recover the remnant.
Yeah, well, different versions.
Doesn't say.
Let's read that good old King James.
I don't know why you would want to do that.
Shall set his hand a second time to recover the remnant. See, this is one of the important things about reading different versions of the Bible.
Find me the first time
Because
when Jesus. Find me the first time when Jesus recovered the remnant.
Again, this has not happened yet.
So it hasn't happened
says-
even the first time. Why are you talking about a second time?
Because it says the remnant, those that remain. A remnant is those that remain.
Yeah, but he didn't do it either time.
This is talking about Revelation. Huh, that makes sense. Yeah, this is talking about Revelation.
So that it didn't come true.
Yeah, yet.
So what part of this actually came true?
You're saying this from the perspective of this book is. You say that as if time isn't still ongoing.
I'm just asking, did anything in this chapter come true? Because it does mention the Messiah.
None of this has happened yet.
Okay, cool. But this actually is a messianic prophecy. It mentions the root of Jesse. We get something similar in Micah 5, and Micah 5 is quoted in the New Testament. So in Micah 5 says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days." Was Jesus ever a ruler in Israel?
What verse did you?
It's Micah 5:2.
But you, Bethlehem, though you are little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of you shall come forth to me the one to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth are from old, from everlasting. Yeah, that sounds a whole lot like Jesus.
Oh, cool. Show me when he was a ruler in Israel.
Again, yet the revelation has not been fulfilled yet, my friend.
Well, Micah said that was already fulfilled in Jesus, or at least that he was a fulfillment of this passage. It's weird that now that we're reading it, he didn't actually do it. What about Zechariah 9:9? Surely he fulfilled that
So
according to Matthew
how is
21.
how is it weird that the coming Messiah who has came and is coming back, how is it weird that some things have happened and some things aren't if he is coming back a second time to fulfill the rest of the prophecies?
You haven't shown me one thing that he actually did yet. Why would I believe he's going to come back and fulfill everything when he didn't do even one thing yet? That's what I would say. If I didn't fulfill a single prophecy, I'd be like, next time I come back, I'll do it. Despite the fact that he told you he was going to come back within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he didn't. Want to read Zechariah 9:9? Matthew 21 says he completed it.
What about Genesis 3:15?
It's not even a prophecy about the Messiah.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Sin first enters the world, God promises a savior.
No, he
the Messiah
doesn't.
to solve the problem of sin.
Not even
What does it say?
close. He curses
What's it say?
he curses the snake. Says the Lord said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you among all the animals." Are snakes serpents? Are snakes animals?
What's the Hebrew definition of a serpent?
A nakash?
Go on, define it.
That's it. So nakash is a snake or a serpent. It's just an animal.
Right, and does God not say that for what Lucifer did, he would send him down and he would slither on his belly in the dirt?
Nope.
Like a snake does?
Nope.
What does it say?
Doesn't say that.
What does it say?
Doesn't say anything remotely close to that. You've misquoted Isaiah 14 and conflated it with a passage that doesn't even exist.
Let me find it.
The only mention of Lucifer in the Hebrew Bible is Isaiah 14. And Lucifer is not even a Hebrew or an English word. It's a Latin translation of Hillel, which just means light bearer. It's just about snakes. That's it.
So a serpent is known as a liar in Hebrew and Greek.
No, it's
And
not.
the liar is the one. How so?
A liar is a different word. A serpent isn't definitionally a liar. It tells you what the nakash is. It tells you it's an animal. It says, "Cursed are you among all animals, among wild creatures." It's an animal. It's an explanation for why snakes don't have legs.
So Nakash being associated with cunning, deception, and danger means nothing?
Nothing. The Hebrew word nakash is not the Hebrew.
Nakash meaning to practice divination. Is divination not
That's not what that.
is that not
That's
deception?
not what that means. I don't know what website you're reading from, but you're not reading from a lexicon.
I'm reading from Strong's lexicon.
That's not a lexicon. Strong's Concordance is not a lexicon.
Nakash lexicon. What is the one that you're reading it from?
Brown Driver Briggs.
Brown Driver Briggs.
Nakash is just a serpent.
trying to find a website for it here.
It's just a snake, man. So it's a talking snake.
You ever heard of a talking snake that didn't have a spirit in it? I don't know, but if a snake talked to me, I'd be pretty weirded out.
It's a mythological story. You're not supposed to think that it really existed. But there are sentient snakes in a bunch of stories. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, there's a snake that steals the plant of immortality from Gilgamesh. Very similar. Isn't it weird how the mythology of Gilgamesh seems a lot like the biblical mythology?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an apostasy. Or no, that's not the right word. Shit, what do they call it? Same thing that Narnia is.
Mythology?
No. There's a term for it. There's a term for it.
You know, Gilgamesh was written 2,000 years before Genesis, right?
I don't know, man. I'm seeing a whole lot here, and to go back to the snake thing, because I was looking up that as you were going on, seeing a whole lot about a serpent being an oppressor.
Is it in a lexicon?
Yeah, the BDB, the one exactly that you told me to look it up from.
I'm in the BDB. It didn't say anything about being an oppressor.
Fig oppressor. ET 815. Anyways, moving on. I'm enjoying this. I'm learning a lot about my Bible.
Mm-hmm. So Genesis 3:15 is an explanation for the state of affairs. Why do women have painful childbirths? Why is it that we have to work the ground by the sweat of our brow, even though it was created for us to live on? Why are snakes the mortal enemy of mankind? If you read the other ancient Near Eastern literature, snakes are always the enemy of mankind. That's why you got depictions of ancient people treading on the heads of snakes and bragging.
Oh yeah, Jesus says to do that. He says that he gives us authority to step on scorpions and snakes.
Except you don't. People in snake handling churches die all the time.
Yeah, he's not talking about literal snakes.
I'm sure, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I would know. I've done it a handful of times.
I believe that. Okay, so the prophecy count for
Good,
Jesus.
I'm glad. That means that there's some faith in you.
There's
Yeah,
definitely
let's
not.
go.
The prophecy counts at 0 still.
It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate.
Espano, thank you for giving away 5 subbies. I appreciate that.
So what made you turn away?
Bible not being true?
Bible not being true. Still haven't exactly seen an answer for that.
I mean, we already covered a handful of contradictions and failed prophecies. We can go as many as you want. Do you think that there's a firmament?
No, I haven't studied into that.
The Hebrew word rakia that gets translated as firmamentum in Latin and firmament in the King James refers to a hard dome over the earth, which all the ancients believed existed, which is why in the NRSV and the NABRE, they just tell you upright, straight up front, it's a dome. Amelia, thank you for the hand hearts.
I wouldn't know.
So the Jewish rabbis
I've only seen heaven from, a distance.
I'm sure.
A handful of times.
Well, according to the Bible, heaven is just the skies, and the outer portion of heaven is the firmament.
It did look like that. It did look like the sky.
And God's throne is just on top of the firmament. Psalm 150.
Well, yeah, that's because there's more than one heaven.
There's 7 layers depending on who you ask. In the Old Testament, you get as many as 3. In the New Testament, I think you get as many as 7. But it doesn't matter how many layers it has. The outermost layer, which is where the firmament comes to an end, is where God's throne is, it says. Which is why when Ezekiel gets taken up to God's throne room, he describes what the firmament looks like underneath God's feet. Made of
I
sapphire.
believe it then.
Right?
I wonder, have you ever studied the books of Enoch?
Yep.
I bet you'd love those.
I'm
haven't already.
quite familiar with Enoch, actually. That's how you get the narrative of why Melchizedek is important to the author of the book of Hebrews, but that's a different story. So anyways, the long and short of it is
Melchizedek's an interesting one.
he
I don't
actually
think that we
is.
fully. I don't think that we fully figured out what exactly he was. Whether he was just a man that was a lot like Christ, or if he was Christ on earth. That one I don't know.
Well, I mean, according to the Old Testament, he's just a dude. According to the New Testament, he's an eternal figure that manifests on the earth. But that's neither here nor there. So, for example, do you think that like when Jesus says he fulfills prophecy, we should believe him?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you read Isaiah 60? I'm sorry, 61?
Last time I read Isaiah was a couple months ago.
Isaiah 61 starts out with something really interesting, and you're going to recognize it right away. It says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord anointed me and has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn and to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them a garland instead of ashes, an oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of faint spirit, for they will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory." Last part. "They shall build up the ancient ruins, and they shall raise up the former devastations, and they shall repair the ruined cities, the devastation of many generations." Just on face value, what would you say this is about?
I would say that this hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't? Okay. I agree. I don't think it ever happened. Excuse me. I don't think it ever happened. This is talking about the restoration of Israel, right?
Right, then we would agree this is a prophecy that has not been fulfilled yet. That doesn't mean it isn't. That doesn't mean it's not going to be. We're just not there yet.
Well, keep listening. If you go to Luke chapter 4, when Jesus is in the synagogue, it says, "When Jesus came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom, and he stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found where it is written, 'The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives, recovery of sight to the blind, and to set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor.' And he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down, and the eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him. He began to say to them, 'Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing.'" But we just read it. It's not about Jesus. It's about the restoration.
Yeah, it's because Jesus is the restoration. He was standing right there. The answer had already arrived.
But you just said it wasn't fulfilled yet.
It's because, well, no, actually, I take that back. I was wrong.
See how you have to change your opinion based on what somebody else said, not based on your own lying eyes?
Well, no, it's because it says that this is what he's doing, and that's what he does. But just it means that the prophecy that would mean that it's in process. I mean, dude, I'll be honest with you, man. I'm learning right now, but that would mean that this one's still in process, which makes perfect sense because Revelation hasn't come true yet. We're in the time between Jesus having been crucified and rose from the dead and him coming back and defeating Satan and all of the evil spiritual forces that are in this world once and for all. Therefore, if you live with the Lord, everything that he said is true.
What part of the prophecy from Isaiah 61 came true?
All of it. Jesus fulfilled all of that. We're just not
he
done yet.
he rebuilt the ancient ruins?
Yeah, it's his body.
The ancient ruins of Israel is his body?
Yeah, for it said in, I forget where it says it, but he says that I will become the cornerstone, and you will build your house upon me.
That's not in Isaiah 61.
It's not in Isaiah 61, but it's in the Gospels.
It's a quotation from one of the Psalms, I believe.
Yeah, Jesus also spoke it aloud in the Gospels.
Yeah,
Where
but
he
just
said,
because he spoke it doesn't mean he fulfilled it.
He said, well, I mean, he said that, it took you 40 years to build this temple, paraphrasing. I will tear it down and build it back up in 3 days.
Yeah, we're aware of
He
that.
did that because
we know he
because
said
his
that.
body is that temple.
Yeah, but he also said he fulfilled Isaiah 61 and he didn't. Because it says that the people that are mourning in Zion, the Israelites that are mourning in Zion, are going to be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. They're going to rebuild the ancient ruins. None of that happened. It says strangers will stand and feed your flocks. Foreigners will till your land and your vines because you'll be called priests of the Lord. This is Israel at peace. Israel didn't find any peace when Jesus was around.
Guess I'm wrong again in some areas. Because some of this is true and some of it's not. I have not studied this enough to be able to deliver to you an exact answer.
Okay, let's do two more. We don't do this one very often. This is a short one. Mark chapter 1 says something really fun. It says, in the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. The voice of the one crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his paths. The interesting thing is this part in verse 3, where it says the voice of the one crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his path. That does come from Isaiah. That's a real quote from Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3. The other part of the quotation, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. That is not a quote from Isaiah. Mark goofed it, which is why when this is quoted in the other Gospels, they amend it. They get rid of that part that's not from Isaiah. Mark goofed.
That's significant. How so?
Well, if you think the Bible is inerrant, we shouldn't find Mark misquoting the prophets.
Okay, what about Malachi 3:1?
That's exactly where it came from. Thank you. Yeah. He's quoting Malachi 3:1, and he attributed it to Isaiah because it sounds like Isaiah. He made a mental error.
That doesn't mean he's wrong. The Bible's not contradicting itself.
It is. Did Isaiah say it or
How
did
so?
Malachi say it?
Just because he combined the statements of two prophets
But
doesn't mean that either of them were wrong.
Did he say who said it? Verse 2, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, and then he quotes somebody who's not Isaiah.
I'm confused as to why this is an issue.
I'm sorry. If I said C. Wellman said something, but it turned out that you didn't say it, somebody else said it, would I be wrong in saying that you said it?
Right, but that doesn't mean that the entire Bible, that doesn't mean that the Bible is wrong in that.
I
It just means that the
never said
person
that.
who made that statement was.
I agree. I said whoever
how
made
is that
this
an
statement
issue?
is wrong about this statement. That's all I said.
Right, but how does that relate to whether or not Christ is real?
Do you think the Bible is inerrant?
What do you mean by errand?
I mean, you already know why I don't think Jesus is a Messiah, because he didn't fulfill any prophecies. Right now, I'm not questioning whether or not this verse has anything to do with Jesus being real. I'm just saying Mark said something that clearly isn't true. He goofs in chapter 2. We already saw that earlier. In chapter 2, he says that Abiathar was the high priest when it was actually Ahimelech. His memory is pretty slippery.
Okay, well, let's find another one because I don't see how that relates to.
All right, this is one of my favorites. We're going to go to Hosea chapter 11. I think we do Hosea chapter 11 almost as much as Deuteronomy 22. But if you go to Hosea 11, The prophet says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." Just on a plain reading of the text, what's happening here?
Israel is worshiping a false god.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a recounting of the Exodus, right? Remember Exodus chapter 4:22, when God said that Israel is my firstborn son? Right?
I don't know.
Okay. So what's happening here?
Taking it a little too literally.
No, I'm not. This is he's recounting history. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. It's a quotation from Exodus chapter 4:22, when God said that Israel is his firstborn son, and that he wants to free them from the captivity. And then what happens when they get free? God sets them free, and the first thing they do is practice idolatry, right? And so this is just history. He's saying, listen, this is what happened during the Exodus, right?
He's quoting something that already happened.
I agree. Yes, that's all I'm saying is the prophet here is just quoting the past, and he's quoting the past to give reason for why he's going to make a prediction for the future. So he talks about how they rebelled against Yahweh, even though Yahweh was a loving father to them. But because of the rebellion, in verse 5, he says they will return to the land of Egypt, and Assyria will be their king because they refused to return to me. So the prophecy doesn't begin until verse 5. Everything before that is history giving the justification for the prophecy, right?
You could say that.
Yeah, he's just telling you that this is why you're going to be punished, because I took you in my own arms and you rebelled against me, right?
Okay, yeah.
I think it reads pretty clear. Now, the problem I have is if you go to Matthew chapter 2, verses, I think, 14, when Joseph and Mary have Jesus, says, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. But just a plain reading of Hosea 11, where that quotation comes from, would tell you that there's no prophecy about the Messiah coming in and out of Egypt. It's just a retelling of history. Matthew's making a prophecy where there is none.
Yeah, no, that one's actually true, because it says when Israel's that prophecy that in Matthew 2, when it says, "Out of Egypt I called my son," it remained there until the death of Herod. He rose and took the child and his mother by night and departed to Egypt. So,
but there's no prophecy
there until the death.
You can't fulfill a prophecy that doesn't exist, is what I'm saying. Hosea chapter 11, verse 1 and 2 is not a prophecy.
Okay, then what difference does it make? How does Matthew 2 relate?
Matthew 2 is claiming that Isaiah or the Hosea is a prophecy when it's not. He's just saying, here's some similar sounding words. We're going to call it a prophecy because I got nothing else. We just read it. Hosea verses 11, 1 and 2 don't contain a prophecy whatsoever. And before you knew what Matthew said, you knew it. Now what you're going to read Matthew and you're going to say, oh, now it must be a prophecy because Matthew said so. It's in the past tense. It's talking about history.
All right, what else you got?
Well, I actually got a lot more, but it's getting close to my bedtime. I've got to read the rest of my super chats and get to bed before
Yeah,
midnight.
same. Yeah, I was gonna go to bed like way earlier, but
But
we got to talk about this.
you hung in there pretty long with me, and I appreciate you being kind the whole time.
No, no, likewise, man. I mean, it's how I'm made to be.
I mean, I understand that listening to what I'm telling you is not pleasant.
I'll be honest, dude. I learned more than I have in a while.
Right.
I learned a lot and I read a lot. I mean, you and I can disagree and agree on parts, and I pray that you get eyes to see,
I
ears to
think
hear.
pretty sure I do. But listen, Wellman, come
You gotta
back.
learn what that means, my
Come
friend.
back
Love
anytime,
ya.
and we'll continue the discussion. I'm usually live on Wednesday, Friday, and Sundays.
Hey, and on my friend, I would love to get in touch with you sometime and get you to join one of my Zoom calls.
Sure.
I have a group that we do it with, and we prophesy, and I would love to let the Lord Himself speak to you.
Sure
I think
thing.
that it would be good for you.
Sure.
If you're open to it, we'll get in touch, man.
I've sat through a lot of prophecies. I was a Christian for 20 years, my man.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Just extending the offer, brother. I care.
All right, I appreciate it. Well, listen, Wellman, get some rest, and I'm sure we'll talk again in the future. Join the Discord. You can send me a message over on the Discord. If you go to the link tree in my profile, you'll see a link to the Discord, and then we can message back and forth offline.
Yeah, absolutely, brother.
All right, have a good one.
You too, man.
Cheers. It's a hard thing to learn in public, but he took it well, actually. I think he took it well. Let's grab some super chats, guys. Jake, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Astronova, thank you for the hand hearts. Jake says, if sin can still send you to hell, Jesus' sacrifice accomplished nothing. I agree. Actually, I had a talking point for this that I don't get to use very often, but I listed the passages in the New Testament where Jesus said, or where Paul said, if you commit these sins, you go to hell. Because, listen, if committing a sin sends you to hell, then Jesus died for nothing. It doesn't matter. His blood doesn't cover all sins. And Selah, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, we did come together and we figured out the Bible is false. Yeah, you're right. We did. We came together. That was the conclusion. And Corey, actually, before he came up, said, how can I join and debate you live? I followed the link, but the director has me muted. You were right, Corey. So the way I have the guest box, thanks for talking to me, by the way. The way I have the guest box set up when you come in on Video Ninja, it automatically mutes you as you come in, and you don't get unmuted until you get brought onto the stage. This makes so my guest box doesn't turn into a Royal Rumble. You know what I mean? And Noah Lions 8 did babies on the ark. Good to see you tonight, friend. Says, when you said the ball of wax, I pictured the giant wax plug I pulled out of an ear today. Perspective. Listen, nurses are special, Noah. I can't do what you did. You couldn't pay me to pull a ball of wax out of somebody's ear. I wouldn't survive that situation. The whole thing would take me out. But we're glad that people like you exist so that you can do that kind of stuff. But holy smokes, I'm so sorry, guys. There was a bunch of super chats that came in during that long conversation. Let me make sure I don't lose track of where I'm at here. I apologize if I lost track a little bit. I just read the one from Corey and then Noah and JJ. JJ says, I love that righteousness without Jesus argument. It's a good one, actually. And it's on the cheat sheet. There's lots of evidence for that on the cheat sheet. So definitely check out the cheat sheet. If you're subscribed to me on TikTok or you're a Crack and Crew Elite member on YouTube, you got access to the cheat sheet. Absurdus Igneous, thank you for the super chat, says, raise caller's volume. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope that last caller I talking to was audible enough. I apologize if they weren't. Jacer says Kurtz Gayseth has a 12,000 year calendar, no BC. Oh, interesting. This is not a calendar I've heard of. I'm actually really interested to learn more about this calendar, actually. I should look at the old Turkish calendars. At Stonehill, Turkey, and at Kara Tepe, there are these old civilizations from like 12,000 years ago. I'm curious if they have some way of marking time in that civilization. I need to look at that archaeological data. Boop and Boom says, our amen is indubitably Doug, equal impossible to doubt. I agree. You can't doubt Doug. You've seen Doug with your own two eyes. In fact, where are they? You cannot deny the existence of Doug and Sharon Stone. You're witnessing Doug and Sharon Stone with your own eyes. You know they're real. I'm holding them. They're tangible. Praise Doug and Sharon Stone. Hail the rocks of salvation. Your firm foundation, guys. And Zaria says, I believe in spirituality. One reason God may not be observable is because they are in different dimensions that humans cannot conceive yet. So this, you're not wrong, right? So like if God exists, he or she must exist in an alternate dimension, but I have no reason to believe that the God is responsible for all of the dimensions, right? It could just be a naturalistic, super evolved entity from another dimension. I don't know why I would conclude that it invented all the dimensions, because that breaks the logical situation. Sayla, thank you for the super chat, though. It says, who are we to tell God who he can grape or not? How pitiful for humans to have such audacity. Yeah, it's wild to me that people will justify women getting graped for crimes they never committed. But you listen, you got to twist yourself into pretzels to follow along. You know what I mean? That's just part of the game. Cyber, my friend, thank you so much for the super chat, says, this is not the first time God has caused grape to happen. This guy is POSF. Listen, he was doing his best. He really was. It's just, I don't think he understood how silly he sounded justifying these atrocities. But when you're pressed internally to defend it at all costs, you'll say silly things. Hopefully he thinks about it later and, comes to realize he was saying horrible things. Sayla says, I don't know if stoning women for not bleeding on their wedding night is good or bad. A Christian with objective morals. Yeah, pin that quote right there. We need to pin that. I don't know if it's okay to stone women for not bleeding on their wedding night. Is a crazy thing to say when you have objective morals. And Penelope says, amen for the victim blaming BS. Abrahamic religions degrade women. They do, actually, Penelope. I remember this was a huge issue for me when I was a young Christian because I did not like the way the Bible treated women. I just didn't. I had 4 sisters, and I was like, I wouldn't want my sisters being treated like this. And Tim, thank you so much for the $3 over Venmo just now. Big W, Tim. I appreciate that. 123 Berserk says, you can hear IP tweet about effects of Christianity. Are you here? Yeah, I read the tweet, actually. It was nonsensical. A lot of people replied to it. So I didn't really feel like I needed to. I mean, if it continues to grow legs on the internet, maybe I will do a response to it. But I mean, I think a lot of people already have. I hate to be the bandwagon guy, the guy that like a popular video comes out, everyone's responding to, and so you just get in line and respond anyways. I don't really want to be that guy. I want to be the guy that's doing stuff that nobody else is doing. That's one of the reasons why I was so compelled to talk endlessly about prophecies, not just because I think it's a rock solid case against Christianity, but because nobody else was doing it. And I wanted to pick topics that people weren't already doing. But anyways, thank you so much for the super chat. Rock hard for Doug, Big W. Rock Hard says, I'm taking an online Dead Sea Scrolls course with Dr. James Tabor, good idea, and discovering Doug in scroll 1Q36. I think thee, my God, I praise thee, my rock, hymn 22. Big W for reading the Dead Sea Scrolls. And guys, you can get a copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls in English, minus the Great Isaiah Scroll. Typically, they don't include that because it so, makes the book longer. But you can get a copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls, a quasi-critical edition, not super critical edition, for like $15 on Amazon. You can get $10 used, maybe $20 brand new. I mean, there's no reason not to get it. Go out and get it, paperback, hardback, find a copy. Hell, get a PDF, get a Kindle, go read it. It's amazing. If you want to understand what's happening in early Christianity, you have to know what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls and the Apocrypha are the gateway to understanding early Christianity. Without the Apocrypha and the Dead Sea Scrolls, you're never going to catch what's happening in the New Testament. You have to read them. You can't go from Malachi in the Old Testament, skip 400 years of history, and jump right into the New Testament. Just not how it works. Anyways, Mr. Gatus says God creates women, but doesn't understand female anatomy. That's the point. That is the point. God, listen, if God created women and he did know female anatomy, then he's a barbarian for sentencing them to unjustified death, even if they were guilty of the sin they shouldn't be killed. Cyber Deconstruction, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Guys, by the way, if you're not following Cyber, make sure you do. He goes live as well. In fact, he'll probably be live tonight. But Cyber is a good friend of mine. Make sure you're following him on YouTube and on TikTok. He's a great member of our community doing Doug's work. It says, that is the face and voice of the start of Deconstruction. Send this kid a link to the Discord. Yes, I did. He needs to be in there. That look of disbelief, that lump of cognitive dissonance building up in your throat, that is the beginning of deconstruction. That's when it starts, right? That's when you start wrestling with the inevitable facts of the matter. So Cool says this guy needed a 6-pack of Doug's. Hail Doug. Amen. Definitely needed a 6-pack of Doug's. Big W. And Sayla with a $10 super chat. Holy shit, thank you, Sayla. He says, a courtroom that punishes another individual for a crime they did not commit is not true justice. It's a loophole and allows the criminal to go free. What kind of just God would allow that? I agree. That's not a form of justice, which is why the New Testament goes out of its way to say that this is an act of mercy, not justice. Like the gospel is scandalous. It's scandalous mercy. When justice should be dispensed, you actually get mercy. But that's nonsense because there shouldn't be any need for the mercy in the first place. God shouldn't be sentencing people to hell for merely existing. It's bullshit. It's the dumbest theology ever contrived. It's not even rooted in Judaism. It's an invention of the New Testament. Sayla says, I've read this one. He, in fact, did not read this one. That's right. They never have. They never have read the book. I get it, though. Listen, diving into the Old Testament as a young Christian without professional training is difficult. I get it. It's not easy. My first go at it was a rough, bumpy ride. Jim Nasty, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, if Jesus has been sitting on the throne all the time, imagine the smell of that seat. I think Glasses wants a big whiff of it. Oof. Yeah, it's going to be a smelly throne, but remember, it's a spiritual throne. Maybe there's no, because of Revelation 21, there's no more odor anymore, right? God found a way to get rid of the odor. But if he could do that, then he could just forgive everybody without having to condemn anyone to hell. Evan, thank you for the super chat, says, what do you think about facts? I don't know. I don't know. Listen, he had the guts to say, I don't know in a couple places where he knew it would make him look silly, and he still did it, which means he's trying. The kid is trying to be consistent with the truth. He's just struggling because he's not ready to be ripped away from his religion yet. It's hard. Evan Rock, thank you so much for the super chat, says, what do you think of... Oh, sorry, I just read that. Fierce Interaction, good to see you tonight, friend. Fierce, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W, Fierce. And he says, late to the party, but nice to see you live. Hail, Doug, my rock, my fortress, my deliverer. Praise Doug. We agree with that sentiment, and you shall worship Doug, guys. Monica, Germany, thank you for subscribing on TikTok. And Blessed again, thank you so much for the super chat. It says snakes. Yeah, what else you got? That's pretty much it. That was the argument. Yeah, right. I get a little bit tickled when they bring out Genesis 3:15. It's almost like yeah, we got one. And then the minute you read it, it kind of falls apart. Cyber Deconstruction again. Thank you, friend. He says Strong's is not a lexicon. It's a poo-poo-con. I agree. For those who don't know, the Strong's Concordance is not a concordance of the Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic languages. It's a concordance of how those words were used and translated by the King James Bible. For an actual concordance of the Hebrew language, you need like the Halit. That's the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon. of the Old Testament, or you need the BDB, the Brown Driver Briggs, or the Gesenius lexicon. And for Greek, you want something like Thayer's if you're cheap, or the BDAG if you've got a couple $100 sitting around. Zakul says, "Hail Doug and hail Gilgamesh." I agree. I absolutely agree. Hail Doug, praise Gilgamesh, and Atrahasis. Don't forget Atrahasis. SLGY, thank you for the $7 super chat, says, "Yo, who is M in the call? He sounds like a badass samurai, and I will subscribe to any and all content he has on the internet. If any." M's is a great friend of the channel, and he is incredibly knowledgeable on the Islamic faith. He's a battle-hardened debate warrior who is every bit of the word badass, and we love him in this community. Make sure you drop him and follow him. Adele Reader says, "Words don't mean words, so snake don't mean snake." You nailed it. That's the crux of the argument. It always ends with words can't mean what words mean. Saint Brush says, "And here is a failed prophecy of Jesus. Huh, I'm C. So why do you hate God?" That's a wonderful non sequitur. It's crazy to me that they sit here and listen to me say, okay, he didn't fulfill this prophecy. This isn't a real prophecy. He didn't do this. They should know by that point that the reason I don't believe is because it appears to be fictional, not because I hate God. Scylla Taxabit, thank you for the $10 Canadian super chat. Hello to the Great White North. Says, "It seems most believers are not being intellectually honest and have so much invested that in the face of legitimate criticism, they have to double down or their brain will snap." I think you nailed it, Scylla. That's exactly what's happening. There's like this sunken cost that they've got in it, and they can't let it go. Not only that, they don't want to let it go. They're incentivized to not let it go. It's a self-preservation instinct to hold on to it, which is why it's so hard. Like, you're not going to meet many people that sit down, they see these problems, and they're like, "Oh, I'm not a Christian anymore." It's a very slow process. It took me many years of wrestling and grappling with these problems. But I would say, when you get some people that are willing to sit here and dialogue with me in good faith for as long as we went, I don't know, 2 hours, an hour, that does a lot of work in the right direction. Marie, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, "Is 1 Samuel 7:12 proof of Doug's divine hardness?" Well, I think so. And think about this. What did Solomon build the temple with? Was it not stone? Was it not built by Doug and all of Doug's little ones, yea, even the pebbles? The throne of God, the home of God, has always been in the stones, guys. Riley Weir, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "CW seems like he could deconstruct, though probably way down the road. He's thinking about the conversation, which is the first step. Since he thinks deconversion equals hell, not too bad of a start." Actually, I agree. I think for his first step into the deconstruction space, he did well. When I was a Christian, there was this statistic that probably isn't true, but it got repeated a lot, which is that in order to convert somebody to Christianity, they need to be witnessed to a minimum of 7 times, and then they start being receptive to it. The same is true for deconverting. Somebody has to be exposed to these truths, to these talking points a certain number of times before they're kind of ready to try it. It's kind of like your first time trying beer as a young person. It takes a little bit before you get used to it and start liking the flavor. Carlos, thank you for gifting a Deconstruction Zone membership. And GSOC Angel, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, "I've only got one question for you, Justin, and that's it. What else you got?" Wait, what? I've got a lot. I got a lot of stuff. What do you want to know? Amir, thank you for sending out a subscription on TikTok. I appreciate that, Amir. And iReactor, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. He says, "This needs a name. Reading Old Testament. Yeah, obviously that's history. After reading New Testament, yeah, obviously that's prophecy. Yeah, I think what we call that is lying. That's what you get. But it's funny, if you take them to the Old Testament passage first and they read it with their own eyes, it's clear what it's talking about. It's not until you read the New Testament that they start bending over backwards and say, "Oh, now that somebody else told me what to think, I've changed my mind." Varmod, thank you for the pretzel. He says, "Get a pretzel prop to make it the anti-Doug." I need a pretzel prop and a pretzel emoji if I don't already have one. I need to get pretzel emojis made up. Guys, remind me on the Discord, we need pretzel merch. We need pretzel shirts. We need pretzel emojis. We need pretzel coffee cups. We need pretzels. I need to start eating pretzels on my live stream. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to start getting hot pretzels, dipping them in some nacho cheese and eating them. The only thing nacho cheese should ever be on, by the way, is a pretzel. Nacho cheese only goes on pretzels and nacho chips. They don't go anywhere else. They don't go in your macaroni and cheese. They don't go anywhere else. This is divine revelation by Doug. Nacho cheese is not real cheese, and it should only go on nachos and pretzels, and that's where you have to draw the line. Also, Velveeta is not real cheese. Use Kraft macaroni and cheese. Noah Lions 8 dead babies on the ark. Thank you for the $5 super chat, my friend. He says, "Why is virginity so special? Someone with experience is so much more fun. Maybe these guys just want her to lay there." I think you're right, actually. Okay. Here's what I think, Noah. First of all, I agree with you. There's nothing interesting about lying with a virgin as an adult man of 40 who can speak on this from experience. There's nothing interesting about it. And I had a guy when I was a young man. I was about 21. I just turned 21. He was in his 50s. And the conversation just kind of came up about, being with a virgin for the non-virgin. He said, "Justin, as a young man, you guys are all dumb. He said, you guys think that you want to be with a virgin because you think somehow they're like fresh and unsullied, or like they're not competition for you." He goes, "But it's not good sex. They have no idea what they're doing. You should get someone with some actual experience that knows what they're doing." And as an older person now, I agree with that sentiment. I would prefer somebody who has experience, not somebody that's a virgin. It's one of those things like your dad told you, you'll understand it when you're older. When I was a kid, my dad told me one day I would like beans, and I said, I will never like beans. And then the day came and I realized I like beans. Just how the world works, guys. This is how the world works. Also, the Deep Burrito, Big W, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, "Doug must be real. Every time I turn YouTube on, there he is live. He's everywhere." Doug is everywhere because he's real, because he is pervading all reality. And rock hard for Doug. Do you need more proof? He's right here with us. Says there are at least 99 references to rocks or stones in scripture. Prophecy, praise Doug. Doug has fulfilled, using the same criteria as the New Testament, 100 different prophecies from the Bible. It's undeniable. It's just the truth. All right, that is our last super chat for the night, guys. It's 12:01. I'm a minute past our bedtime. Who is live right now that we can go raid? Anyone live right now? Mezzo, Joel, Thinker.
3, 2.
Let's see who's on right now. Yeah, a bunch of people looks like they're live. Yeah, Mezzo's live. Who else is live? Dragon Rose is live even. God of the Gaps, Afro Atheist. Christ Before Jesus is live tonight. No way. Oh, Cyber's live. Shit. All right, guys. We're going to go raid Cyber. We raided Mezzo the last couple times. Let's go raid Cyber Deconstruction. I'm going to put him on the screen. And I believe he's actually streaming to YouTube now, isn't he? Isn't he dual streaming to YouTube at the same time? He is. Guys, he's on YouTube and on TikTok. Okay, so on YouTube, Cyber Deconstruction currently has 9 people watching. Listen, if we can't get this 9 up over 25 lickety split, Doug's going to have some problems. And on TikTok, what kind of a room we're looking at? On TikTok, he looks like he just started live. He's at 23. Live just got open. We need to get this 28 way over 50. We need 50 on TikTok, and we need at least 25 here on YouTube, guys. Cyber Deconstruction. He's live right now. I see 13 on YouTube now. I see 28 on TikTok. We got to get this up. I see 29 on TikTok. Let's bump it up. Send them a Doug and Justin raid. Let them know that we're coming. We're going to be there. I'll be there in just a minute as soon as I get all you guys over there and we get the live stream pumping. The more people jump into his live stream, the more likely it's going to get pushed out and he'll be able to take some guests and have some dialogue. So Jump into the live stream. I see we're over 27 on YouTube now, and we're now at 37, 38 on TikTok. We're almost there. We need 41. We need 9 more, guys. We need 9 more people on TikTok. Let's get over there. Let's raid Cyber Deconstruction. Show him some love. Show him some support. He's a huge contributor to our community. And we're over at 43. YouTube's going to beat TikTok, guys. YouTube's at 43. TikTok at 45. We got to get this show pumping. We got to get it pumping. All right, guys, listen. I'm going to jet out. I'm going to meet you over in Cyber Deconstructions Live. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all the likes and the shares and the gifts and support. I really do appreciate it, guys. Thank you for all the gifts on TikTok and all the Cash App, Venmo, and support in the channel. Make sure you join our Discord as well, guys. Go to my link tree in the profile, join the Discord.